위치에서는
먹기 빼서.
안녕하세요.
Gas cans decided to avoid everything and just go to street. Do this on their own if they can. Keenan will go down. Sharp.
너무 어색한데?
How you doing?
그냥 잘 지내고 있는 것 같아요.
Is Inonix okay with his surgery?
아, yes, yes.
Okay, oh, nice. Good. Genji will be strong.
Ah, thank you. Sonix is strong.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Do we, can we drink? Gangbu. Like from Squid Game? Yeah, yeah.
You like chicken?
Yeah, Korean chicken is the best chicken. Mm-hmm. So should we just start eating? Yeah. That's good.
Good. 어색하다.
We met in a warehouse for a photo shoot, and I was like jiggling my hand warmer around, and I accidentally touched the heater that I was standing next to with my hand warmer, and it burst open, and all this like black sand went everywhere. So I lost my hand warmer. I was kind of sad because it was really cold. And then Pio gave me his hand warmer.
아, 야.
Yeah. Before that, I thought he was like a cold-hearted killer. I was like, this guy, you know, he's the top dog, he's a robot, but then I realized he's a human being as well. Are you excited for the games? How do you feel about TSM in South China?
젠지는 역시나 편하게 강남을 진입하고 있는 그런 상황이고요.
We win.
I spoke to Gunnar this morning, the coach. He said, tell Pio I send my regards.
살아가서 꼭 죽여주겠다고.
I don't know if there's going to be much surviving for us in Pochinki.
아, 17게이밍?
AAA and 17, it's a bloodbath.
Do have Tickleton up on the roof with a scar. That's pretty devastating if anybody gets themselves into a sight line. Quick and easy.
이거 꼭 마지막 탑4에서 만났으면 좋겠다.
Good. Why do you still prefer the SLR and barrel?
일단 데미지가 좀 세고 5탄 총은 좀 약해서.
The M4 is still king.
No, There is king.
On the roof with a scar. That's pretty devastating if anybody.
It's going to be a quick exchange back and forth between the two.
Like gas cans decided to avoid everything and just go to street level. Tickleton.
I was just gonna say, can we take a moment? How his plate, all the bones are just polished, and then on mine, it's just like. We are Gongbu. We are Gongbu.
일단 대회를 이겨야 되니까 이거라도 이기고 가야죠. 승리의 스타트를 할까? 가위바위보. 깔면 되나요?
Okay. Is there like a technique I should know? Oh, I didn't even hit it.
에이, 저는 못 치는데.
How's it supposed to flip?
이거 맞죠 이거? 오! 오!
Oh.
오! Yeah! Yeah!
That's good.
I mean.
You win. Genji winner. I will be, what's his name from Squid Game? Dokso. 오.
무슨 널리 날아가구나. 오, 씨.
오.
에이. 오우, 씨. 오우, 씨. 에이.
오.
이거 느낌 안 것 같은데?
어.
아! 아!
Sonics.
Oh, shit.
1-1, baby.
I'm genius, yeah.
Genius?
Yeah.
That's what it means. Oh.
야, 잘하는데?
Thank you. 감사합니다. He's dead.
2019년도 때는 대회를 안 나왔었는데 그 당시에는 뭐 어떤 걸 하고 있었던지.
I was at PGC 2019, but in the crowd.
그 젠지가 우승할 거라고 생각했는지.
Actually, yes. For my Pick'ems challenge, before the tournament even started, I picked them and only them, and I got it right.
오, 땡큐.
In 2020, we won PGIS. What was Genji doing?
사실 진짜 5주차 우승할 때까지만 해도 와, 이거 진짜 재우승 할 수 있겠다 라고 생각했는데 6주차 때를 좀 많이 못하기도 했고 그 당시 소닉스가 진짜 너무 말도 안 되게 잘했던 것 같아요.
Genji, I remember after the first day, I saw Genji on the leaderboard and I was like, that's impossible. What settings does your team play with on stage?
사실 진짜 기본적으로 올 매우 낮음, 올 very low,
Low?
and
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
very simple. 약간 특별한 건 딱히 없어가지고. Oh shit.
I don't know the total scene or idea. I just know my part.
저는 알고 있었어. 합성한데 쓴다고 촬영 감독님인지 모르겠는데 한 분이 제 앞에 서 있었거든요. 차라리 티켓팅이면 그냥 편하게 볼 텐데 처음 보시는 눈 마주치고 이렇게 총을 겨누라고 해가지고
Yeah.
총 쏘는 거 안 힘들었냐? 누르고 쏴야 되잖아요.
For us, it was just I was just holding it. I didn't really pull the trigger.
전 쏘는 거 했거든요. 엄청 무거워가지고 총이.
That probably means he's gonna shoot me in the trailer.
모르겠네. I don't know.
I found it hard to hold it steady because the lens was right up against the barrel of the gun, and even if I was holding it like as still as I could, for the camera it would be going. Woo, 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 woo.
그거 말고 다른 것도 있었나요, 촬영?
Yeah, I had a small PGIS trophy.
아, 부럽네요. 트로피.
Maybe the PGC trophy will be for Genji.
아, 나는 헤어지기 전에 준비한 선물이 있는데 그거를 드리겠습니다.
What is that?
Is 축구인.
Chupi?
Oh, sleeping.
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Oh, this
yeah,
is
yeah.
my PO.
Yeah. Cooling system.
I'll give it a try, that's for sure.
인증 좀 해달라고.
Ah, yeah. Okay. I wish Genji the best. Obviously, I don't want you guys to do better than us, but if it's not us, then I hope it's you.
이게 무조건 상위권에서 경쟁하게 될 텐데 27게임이랑 트리플 A 꼭 이겼으면 좋겠고 결승전 와서 경쟁하겠지만 우승 저희가 못하더라도 SQ가 했으면 좋겠다.
Thunder 1, this is Zeus. Solobia is under attack. SBR is on the rise and threatening security in the region. We need your squad, Thunder 1. Get the job done. Time is running short. Move out now and hit the ground running. Locate the enemy. Disrupt their operations. Oh, and one more thing. Bring the thunder. Operation Red Sword is a go.
Move up.
Copy that.
Suppressive fire. Deploy the camera.
Hostiles nearby. I hear something.
They're on to us.
당신은 눈을 감고 게임을 하고 있습니다. 나 죽인다고 이 게임이 끝날 거라고 생각하나? 너 이사에 왜 왔어?
感想激动就完事儿了，第一次嘛，第一次打世界赛肯定是激动啊，开心。
感想就是第一次打世界赛嘛，冲就完事了，随便玩玩。
我们队的优势就是我们都是 PCL 的顶尖个人能力。
感谢支持我们的粉丝，然后希望为我们投上一票。
我们目标肯定是希望拿个冠军，我们多拿钱回家，哎，你们懂的。
VIP 加油！
สวัสดีครับพวกเรา Attack All Round จากประเทศไทยนะครับก็ทีมเรามี2แฝดที่เป็นฝาแฝดนะครับที่เก่งที่สุดในไทยแล้วก็มีน้องกูมที่เล่น PUBG มาแค่5 เดือนก็ได้มา PUBG Global แล้วอ่ะครับความท้าทายที่ได้มาเจอกับ32ทีมที่ดีที่สุดทั่วโลกครับเราก็คาดหวังที่จะเข้ารอบสู่แกรนด์ไฟนอลได้ครับเปคาโดโคชินกิ I don't know who you living but we notก็ทีมเราพร้อม 120% ครับเดี๋ยวเราแสดงให้เห็นว่าเราพร้อมแค่ไหนครับ
I have power I get out a monster
ครับผมยังไงก็ฝากโหวต Pick M Challenge ให้พวกเรา Attack All Round ด้วยนะครับผมพวกเราจะไม่ทำให้ผิดหวังครับ
We are Attack All Round We are Attack All Round
Still outside with a nice little off angle. He gets it down, wanted to cross, but it gets it avoided. The nade from TPGan as well, actually catching his own teammate. This is mutual destruction at its finest, Toby. That really is terrible. We are KPI and they're pushing forward here. that knock is somewhat big. It definitely halts the momentum of KPI. Darkin has to get the revive, so that means that Hero, Madclair might be able to fight it out quickly by themselves before KPI can third party. Big stage for Phil, but it only got lapped. There's still time for Madclair to maybe get away from this spot. Never mind, no chance at all.
Going on right now. Also, a lot of people have vision on what's happening with them, so don't be surprised to see a couple knocks coming in that direction towards KPI. FaZe continues to move forward. Gonna start out another member of that, and there's just nothing to be done. I mean, FaZe Clan just keeps finding different angles. Gustav's gonna go ahead and finish off the other side along the side of AC. GNL's trying to walk up back behind him, but FaZe Clan isn't done yet. They're gonna continue to shoot anything that moves around them, and 2 squads die.
Now getting taken out by Dolphin is huge because they're going to be the big threat moving in from the east side. They can still do some good damage, but GDX with that secondary angle, also third party, fourth party, however many parties you want to count. And this one with a spray down from Kodak Z.
The only one left, and GNL not wasting any time capitalizing off of these knocks as they are doing exactly what they're meant to do. The smoke clouds are down. Suju's going to try to work around the edges. He's watching, waiting for them to peek. There's one, there's two. Suju doing some big damage. Americano, the last one up. Suju!
Hi, kami ang Archangel Predator and kami from Philippines, and sa buong team ko siguro kahit alam namin parang underdog kami dito sa tournament na to. So, I mean, gagawin talaga namin lahat ng makakaya namin para manalo, para makuha yung championship na gusto namin, ang gusto ng lahat ng buong organization ng Archangel Predator.
So ang strength namin as a team, individual lang yung mga strength namin eh. Kunwari kay CJ, yung strength niya, nanonood siya ng anime before the tournament. So ayun, magbunga na yung pagkataba niya. Mag-dominate siya. Okay ba yan? Okay na lang. So sa lahat ng teams ng PGC, kami pa yung underdog. Pero aasahan nyo kami na mag-dominate kami sa tournament. So better watch out. Watch out. You better not.
Suportahan nyo lang kami dahil kami yung mananalo at iboto nyo din kami sa Pick and Challenge kasi may easy points kayo sa amin.
Lipad, Archangel!
Merhaba, biz BBL Esports oyuncuları. Ben Mert. Takımımla uzun süredir birlikteyiz. Takım kimyamız çok iyi. Uzun süredir de birlikte olduğumuz için tecrübemiz çok fazla var.
Dünyanın en iyi arenasında bulunmak hepimiz için çok güzel bir duygu. Her oyuncu için çok özel, tatması gereken bir duygu. Bunu tattığımız için tekrardan...
Bence şu anda dünyada sadece bir tane takım var önde götüren, o da Virtus.pro Avrupa'dan. Oyuncu olarak direkt bir isim veremiyorum ama takım olarak Virtus.pro.
Batulins, burası dünya şampiyonası. Miramar Dağları'nda gezinmeye benzemez.
Bizi her koşulda destekleyen bütün fanlarımıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Aynı zamanda Pick Challenge üzerinde bize oy vererek güzel skinleri kazanabilirsiniz.
PGC 2021'deki hedefimiz şampiyonluk.
Forza BBL!
Đội mình là Game Home Hà Đông. Xin chào tất cả các bạn. Team mình là team Game Home Hà Đông và chúng mình đến từ khu vực APAC. Đây là một giải đấu rất khó khăn và thử thách, vì vậy rất khó để biết được ai sẽ là nhà vô địch. Rất mong là các bạn sẽ đón xem chúng mình sẽ làm được những gì trong giải đấu sắp tới.
Đến với giải đấu lần này mình muốn gặp Panasonic vì họ là đội đương kim vô địch PGI S rồi. Các bạn cẩn thận, chúng tôi đang đến đây.
Hy vọng mọi người có thể bầu chọn cho team mình thật là nhiều ở trong mục Pick Game Challenge để tạo động lực cho team mình cố gắng hết sức.
Thành công luôn đi kèm với sự may mắn. Game Home. Thành công luôn đi kèm với sự may mắn. Game Home.
씨, 당신은 눈을 감고 게임을 하고 있습니다. 이 섬에 있는 사람의 목적은 하나죠. 죽이고 속이고 살아남는다. 나 죽인다고 이 게임이 끝날 거라고 생각하나?
이 섬에서 믿을 수 있는 사람이 있다고 생각해.
너 이 섬에 왜 왔어?
연습 빡세게 안 해도 된다고. 어제 우리가 1등으로 해서 올라갈 거야.
I don't think we want to say anything to the other teams in the lobby. We'll just show them today.
We're known for our stamina. We're known to reset over and over. We'll play for however long we can. We love to play PUBG. We'll keep playing.
Em cảm thấy các team rất là mạnh, nhưng em thấy các team rất là mạnh, nhưng team của bọn em cũng mạnh hơn.
PGC 이번에 2021년 챔피언을 차지할 수 있게끔 열심히 해보겠습니다.
We're gonna finish in first in ranked decision.
TSM fighting.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. I am Porosaurus, and joining me in these first 6 games will be Toby. Sight Flood, now the last one up. The grenade will do some nice damage, but won't get the knock. Pio will be the one to do the damage, though, and that's going to be Genji.
진행하는 과정이 중요한 것 같아요. 1등은 잘 모르겠고.
Has clear line of sight, and so we'll just absolutely demolish you. He's just going to be trying to play for dips. Americano does the same, tries to get himself over to that tower.
초반에 많이 말려가지고 힘들었는데 탑 파트 되찾고 지키고 먹도록 하겠습니다.
다들 아마 저희를 어떻게 보면은 그냥 낮은 티어로 매기는 경우가 되게 많았어요. 만나면은 이거 생각보다 너무 강한 팀이다. 그리고 우습게 보면 안 되겠다라는 팀을라는 걸 좀 보여주고 싶어요.
We're not too worried about other teams. We're more just focused on ourselves. So we're just gonna play exactly how we play, and you know the results show from previous tournaments. So hopefully the same thing happens.
Now, really put the pressure now. Or not a knock, just got a little bit of damage. No knock. SSR stuck behind that vehicle. A lot of damage. H-Win trying to just get some damage back, but he's already lost all of his teammates. Unfortunately for Sonics, he's looking like another. Can you You know what? We've seen the carry function used so much, haven't we? We've seen it up into 3 versus 1.
Thanks for all the fans who've been cheering for us, and see you next week in the Week to Survivor. Hopefully we'll get a chicken dinner really soon.
Tranquilos, confiados, tenemos que seguir puliendo los errores. Estamos teniendo muchos errores que nos están costando puntos, pero vamos bien.
앞에 하나 더 있어요. 팩 2개 써야겠다. 쌍팩.
야. 올레 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 올레. 동네 헬스장 관장님 아니야 그거? 하나이야 두이야 하나 둘도 셋도.
Мелон, махай, блядь, он попросил тебя помахать. Но он меня... О, показывает, Мелон, ты в эфире, блядь.
Давай. Квизик, твоя очередь.
Язычком квизик.
Язычком квизик.
Не было. 2 пальчика подставляешь и между ними язычком. О, да.
Макака она. 1, ready.
According to Cal, I am the Yellow Power Ranger.
You are the Yellow Power Ranger.
Oh no, your color.
Wait, I was pink. I think I was green. You were green, yeah.
Weirdest
Ronan was blue.
Things I've ever heard in my life. No, Ronan was blue because you said you made him depressed.
Yeah.
아 밥을 굶어야겠다.
왜? 공복이 좋아?
공복일 때 게임 잘하는데.
공복이 좋다니까. 몸이 소화를 시키는 동안 거기다 칼로리를 쓰잖아. 하지만 아무것도 차있지 않으면 몸에 칼로리는 거기 안 써도 되잖아. 어때? 합리적 아니야?
알고 있어.
티가 없네.
미안. 장난친 거.
Да, пацаны, огонь, это 100% винрейт, блядь, с Нового года. Один раз в жизни выиграли, с первой игры уже вышли, блядь. Можем повторить.
Давай ты, блядь, не будешь пиздеть, блядь, а будешь всех разъебывать.
Пиздеть поменьше.
Пиздеть ты, блядь, нахуй мастер, нахуй. Все, нахуй, ты этого ебана, блядь.
Не разбиваешь шмотки, нахуй.
Да ломай, нахуй.
Ломай, блядь, новые купим, хули, блядь, богатые же, блядь.
очки, блядь.
파이팅 한번 하자.
희주 형 부르는데요?
파이를 넘치게 한번. 하지 말고 파이팅으로 가자. 파이팅.
승훈이 형은 호응이나 좀 잘해주세요.
나 잘해. 상관없어.
맨날 화이팅 합시다.
그건 다 같이 누구할 때 파이팅 합시다라고 하는 거지.
하죠.
형 너무 웃지 마. 뒤진다.
예, 파이팅!
파이팅!
봐줘, 이거. 가게 안 돼.
얘네 오른쪽 뭐다?
하나 기절, 하나. 라스트 하나. 가.
나 붙는 중이야.
천천히.
파이 바로 보이는 파이 밑에 있어.
오른쪽으로 하자.
가자, 오른쪽으로 가자.
가.
다 붙어줘.
나이스!
얘네 쪽에 3받은 것 같아. 아, 형 이거 가면 안 돼. 형 그쪽 가면 안 돼.
내 앞에, 아니, 내 앞에 돌이 있다니까?
막 깔아줘. 아예 내려갈게.
영차!
좋습니다.
바로 살리고.
라스트 연막 줘.
우리 살리고 싶다. 오른쪽.
They're both on the circle. They're literally both 1 HP. They're literally both, like, they could not be any lower. Nice. I knocked 2 different teams. It's Navi Sola. Let's kill left guy, kid. Okay, left guy. It's Penta. 2v2.
I'm stunning.
One. He's on the ridge. Where? He's just on the ridge below you.
Let's go, baby! Kill!
Let's go.
We got 10 kills.
Let's go.
I'm the best. Let's go. I don't want to play anymore. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Ah! Shoot up! Ah! Let's go! Vito, nice! Let's go with big guy.
Hello, happy Monday, and welcome to PGC 2021. It's our first bottom 16, and it's going to be rather tense because 6 games separate the teams that are going to have 15 chances at weekly survival from one of the teams who aren't going to be in it at all this week. This is going to be incredibly exciting. I'm Jarosar. Joining me on the desk are Godspeed and Avenger. Godspeed, how are you doing this morning?
I am doing absolutely amazing. I've been looking forward to this actually for a while. Bottom 16 is really kind of where the nail biting starts, and yeah, it's going to be good. I'm glad to be working with you as well as Martin, man. It's going to be a good time.
Martin, you've spent the last 45 minutes basically looking through literally every player in Fantasy Pick, so I feel like you know the entire lobby so well right now.
Yeah, and I feel like some of the prizes are a bit inflated, some are good, so I hope I've set my team, but like there's price what you want to pay versus price what you're expecting. Like obviously you're expecting some of the teams to do well, but you also want to get the most out of it. But yeah, looking at the games and looking at the teams and the players that are playing today, we have some expectations of some of the teams coming in, but also I'm excited to see what some of the teams are deciding to do. Obviously, there's some hot drops that's been going into from the rank decision and the weekly survival, and I'm really excited to see if that's going to continue. Also excited to be working with you guys.
It's going to be fantastic, and I'm really, really looking forward to working with you both as well, especially based on the conversations we've had before going live. This is just going to be excellent. We need to talk about the hot drops. In the weekly finals, we were thinking, okay, we might have a little bit more. We saw some, but maybe not as much as in ranked decision. We have a different 16 teams now in the bottom 16. the dynamic is going to be different. There are some teams who are going to be used to dropping hot, which will be completely fine. And other teams, I mean, we're definitely not looking at Sonics and AAA, Godspeed. We're looking at going, ooh, maybe.
We kind of are actually looking at Sonics and AAA, but yes, there is the potential for hot drops on both Miramar and Erangel, specifically with these two teams. Sonics do like to go center, and they were winning most of the exchanges actually, at least in the very end of ranked decision with AAA, or I should say against AAA, but obviously the things that happened with 17 Gaming happened and Sonics got pushed off. So we do know that they may potentially stretch somewhere to South George if they want to, or somewhere else on Miramar that isn't Picado, but that remains to be seen, as well as Razak.
Yeah.
That might be a point of contention as well. We know about NAM. United likes to loot there, and BBL obviously had already been dealing with Baonam, and I believe also Ghibli in ranked decision as well. So as far as hot drops, there is definitely a chance to start pretty spicy today.
And even if we don't necessarily see all those kills at the and a hot drop at the start of the game, I'm looking at teams like New Happy, like FaZe Clan, like Petrichor Road, like Na'Vi, that frankly, Boston, they've been getting ridiculous numbers of kills throughout, and many people were surprised that these teams weren't in the weekly finals. So I have no doubt that they'll be looking to pop off today.
No, for sure not. Like that is obviously the teams that we're expecting to end up in the top 5, top 6. And I would be surprised if they didn't. That's also reflected in my fantasy picks. We're starting with the Erangel, of course. 6 games here, which is not a lot. Last at PGI, we actually had, was it 10 or 12? I think it was 10 games or 12 games we saw for the reseeding of the bottom 16 here. So 6 games is you gotta really pinpoint your games today, and you gotta step up from game number 1. And especially if you start having a little bit of a lead, it can become really scary. But it's gonna be close games. It's gonna be coming down to the very last, and with one good game, you could secure yourself another 5-10 games coming tomorrow in the weekly survival.
So this is how the tournament is going to work. You're looking at the bottom 16 teams from the original ranked decision, and the order in which they finish here, according to points rule, will determine whether they come in first, so they are seeded 17th, all the way through to 31st in the weekly survival. Unfortunately, the team that finishes 32nd will not get a look in because there are only 15 matches in which you can shoehorn an extra team in. Some of these teams have their performances have been fantastic. Like we're looking at Sonics right now. They're a team that, as much as we want to meme, we're expecting them to do well this week, and they look focused. They actually looked pretty good and came very close to winning a chicken dinner in their only opportunity last week as well. So I have no doubt here their fortunes are going to turn around today.
Absolutely. And I mean, like you said, they almost won that one game that they had, right? Coming in 31st place. And then the other team that I think we definitely need to talk about as well is Dignitas. Dignitas obviously placed 32nd. They didn't even get to play at all. So this is really their chance to not once again miss out on a week, because that would be devastating. And I mean, Dignitas is a really solid team. We've talked a lot about how good they are coming into this event and how much they've grown as a team. But the fact of the matter remains is, coming into this international, even with international experience, they've still struggled, and I'm really hoping that they've done as much homework as possible. They've been watching all the games, and they have a strategy moving forward. I mean, I'm sure they do, but yeah, this is definitely do or die for Dig. They cannot come in last again, and they want to give themselves as many chances as possible to actually make it into the weekly survival.
Right, but Martin, we just had Dustin talk about how heartbreaking it is for teams like Sonics and Dignitas. Let's talk about the teams that absolutely nailed it last week. I'm looking at our Mad Clans. I'm looking at our New Happies. They didn't make it either. It's very heartbreaking for them in a different way.
Yeah, for sure. Mad Clan, New Happy, FaZe Clan, even FaZe Clan had here on screen. There two second places where one of them was, that was a game where I was like, okay, these guys are going to win it. New Happy, 3 second places. You know, we're expecting New Happy to show up today and really outperform. But Petrichor Road as well, one of the teams that was really underwhelming in the ranked decision matches was decent, but they did semi well in our weekly survival. They had a second place with 19 and some other okay mediocre performances, a third as well. But this is a team that, like, if they don't step up now and show that they are our Asia PCS 4 and 5 winners, then I'm gonna be extremely disappointed.
So this is the bottom 16, but frankly, the number of proper heavy hitters in this lobby is insane. This will determine the order in which they come in to weekly survival during the week. Ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1, we head over to your casters. They're Cameron Davis and Xenox.
Thank you very much, fellas. Bottom 16 time, Kemi, of course, presented by Alienware and Toomey. 6 very important matches that we basically need to emphasize straight away, right? You do not want to be down the bottom at the end of today.
Yeah, at the very least, you want to be in the top 4, top 5. Sure, being in first place, having that chance right out of the gate, essentially, starting the second game is best. However, I think the one thing that these teams can lean on with the fact that they're only playing 6 games is that the difference between first and second, second to third, third to fourth is really not that much. However, once you start to hit like 6th place and below, that's when you really need to start to get worried. We've seen some teams only qualify within a few games, right? Not just looking at last week, but also PGIS, which is a very, very similar, if not the exact same format. But this is not exactly the best start this plane. Forced some alt drops, and that's going to put Sonics right in a hot drop.
Yeah, and Sonics, of course, have been used to this hot drop scenario. Unfortunately,
You could say
not in
that.
this exact position. Well, you know, this past few weeks, they've been, I guess, practicing it for these particular moments now. Shrimzy, oh god, this would be awful if Sonics were to go down this early on. BBL, same for them. Actually, they do have a nice little circle over towards the shelter prison region of the map anyway. Shrimzy playing it pretty carefully. They are surrounded. This is actually not looking good at all for Sonics.
At the very least, they have their members, Sonics, that dropped all the way down to the south with vehicles. So if these two here can stay alive and not get isolated like this.
Oh, dead. Yeah, nice little caster curse. No staying alive for Shrimzy. Oh, and I don't sense Tiggleton's going to be able to get out of this scenario either for the Sonics. This has all been, I guess, too much of a familiar territory so far for PGC 2021. It's the lovely Paper Thin would like to say is Tiggleton. There's no chance here. Surrounded. At most, maybe he gets a knock here, plus the flush on the Code Marco. That's a very aggressive push across the road. Smash was watching on the other side, but at least Tiggleton does get one.
Yeah, that was a very ambitious push. Like, Tiggleton has weapons, guys. He's been in an entire building by himself. He even has a shotgun. I don't know if BBL are going to be able to recognize that. We've seen how much damage shotguns can do, but I think it's going to be a 2-man push to try and put the pressure onto Tiggleton. But out this window, it actually could do a fair bit if he peeks correctly. The grenades are coming on in. It's going to be a nice flash to allow Mert to get close.
Really solid trigger discipline here from Tiggleton. Didn't take that shot once he had made the little cross from the window. Shrimzy has not been eliminated, and Mime in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen in the minimap is making his way over to try and save Tiggleton. There's a real possibility that he can actually save today. Smash on the other side of the road, so technically it's a 2 versus 2 on this side. Mime up close with the S12K. It won't take much to get this down onto Mert. Should be able to win it from here, and does. BBL making a big mess of this. Sonic somehow managing to get points down to just Mitralis and Smash left. How have BBL messed this up?
It was just a weirdly timed push, as it seemed, across the road for the first kill, and then Mime arriving at the perfect time for the second. BBL, they either didn't strike too soon or they struck soon enough. It's about cleaning up those details, but that's the chaos of the hot drop coming in. There's really so many uncontrollables here. Good shots from Tiggleton, but good answer back from Smash as well, but that's going to be the final grenade from H-Win to take BBL out. They lose Shrimzy, but 3 Sonics members alive, and they already have 4 kills, 4 points.
Yeah, and that's really the biggest takeaway here. Of course, this is not most chicken. We are going to see those kills matter. Yes, you lose Shrimzy, but boy, you gain a lot more. Not only that, you've still got your 3 players up. As you mentioned, the 4 kills. Now you can move forward. You can play the rest of the game. You can actually go and get more kills, more points, get some placement points as well. That's a very big win for Sonics when it was looking quite dire. There was a real possibility BBL could have walked away there with all 4 players up, plus the 2 kills, and in the end, they go down first in 16th place. Little change here. Carbs goes out. Mad Dog comes in for Archangel Predator. The team from the Philippines, of course, the APAC region. Not a whole lot of expectations on these guys, but they are a solid team. I mean, I do expect them to be able to compete in a lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not... No offense. I do think that APAC is probably the weaker of the overall larger 4 regions. However, this team within that region had a good couple of performances at their own PCS. I believe getting, a 4th place at PCS 4 and 2nd at PCS 5. So they by no means should be counted completely out. Same thing with Dignitas as well, a team that has sort of gone up and down within the NA region. 16th place in ranked decision. So we saw them none at all last week. They didn't get a single shot in for the chicken dinner for the qualification for the weekend. So they're definitely, along with the Sonics, one of the teams that are really trying to change their fates here today. Driving around. Dignitas trying to make their way into the circle. So we didn't talk much about the circle. It's basically prisons centered there up on the east side. It does play well into the plane path that we saw that was very leaning towards the east, leaning into those initial drops that we had just experienced. But FaZe, 8C going down. This is, again, not a great start for 8C or for anyone who picked him on fantasy, because that's another -3 points for him.
Well, I had 8C. I've actually had 8C for almost just about every single week, to be honest. And unfortunately, that's going to be my luck continuing to be quite bad.
I had Shrimsy, so I get it.
Yeah, it's been honestly quite awful. I'm just about ready to give up. Pero, 8's left, able to actually just get out of this situation. AAA still taking a few shots through Jenku, Glooms. They are able to get away, though, for Petrichor Road, of course, a team with so many expectations coming into PGC, PCS4, and 5 winners in the Asian region. So far, no real look in. Besides that really one massive game where they got, I think it was either 19 or 20 kills. Cammy, I'm not sure if you actually saw it or not, but they came very close to finding a spot in the weekly finals on the final night of the weekly survivals and just fell short, second place. I think it was 19 kills. It was actually one of the better matches that I've seen, honestly, in PUBG history. It was a solid effort, but after that, they went down pretty easily in the game afterwards and obviously missed out, find themselves in the bottom 16 with the rest of these teams.
Yeah. That it's games like that are the real heartbreak ones, right? And Petrichor Road is the team that I'll say shouldn't have been in that situation to begin with. They are, I'm going to say it, probably one of the favorites. You could definitely put them in the top 3, top 4, top 5, however many you want to talk about. Favorites to win this tournament, up there with Gen G, arguably even up there with Sonics, despite their poor ranked decision performance. But they just haven't really been playing that well since this event started. I do remember Paperthin, our resident expert of the region, saying that during scrims, Petrichor Road, maybe because of overconfidence, didn't seem to be taking it all too seriously. Hopefully now they've realized that that was definitely a big mistake and they need to be back on their A game, because they are such a strong team. Except especially is considered by a few individuals, I think even Tiggleton said this, that is the best mechanical player in this entire tournament. So they can do some heavy damage. They just need to get themselves back in the game, back in gear.
Yeah, and it just probably takes one night, really, to just find that form. This could be the night for them as well, and I hope it is that night, because it does matter quite a lot, these 6 games, getting to the top end of that leaderboard when it's all said and done. We saw the ranked decision for 17 to 32. You know, you think about how many of those teams were able to actually make the weekly finals, not a whole lot. Now, we know, of course, Sonics actually came in with their one opportunity and came pretty darn close to actually qualifying, but you don't want to be in that position. That's not, you know, that was a fairy tale kind of run. That is far from reality. So if you're in that bottom 4 of this leaderboard at the end of the night, your chance is slim to none, just about.
Okay.
So,
but the thing is that, and maybe this is just a little bit of regional bias, I can't say that I don't have that, but Sonics are such a strong team, it didn't even look too out of the ordinary. We've seen them come in and win the first 2, maybe even 3 games right off the bat in events before. So that gives me hope that Sonics, that ranked decision was just a fluke. They're back onto their own game, and that they should, like, reminding everyone why they should be feared. And if they are anywhere above 10th place, I'm from this reseeding, I'm confident we're going to see them in the next weekly final.
Dignitas just rotating through the 2-2 split here at Bantam United. I thought maybe for a second they would actually come over to God Ace's compound, but they are able to ward them off. That means it's fine. Dignitas will continue to make their way forward, center of this circle here. Of course, it is only phase 1. 25 seconds until phase 2 for our first match of the night for bottom 16 week 1. 6 matches in total. AAA over towards Potato Hill. Pero just down below them. Na'Vi with a nice little split as well. Over towards the shelter area. GEX, which we haven't spoken too much about, with a nice position. But a team that I wouldn't mind speaking about are the 2 actually towards the north. And 2 in red. Mad Clan, You Happy? 2 teams that showed quite a bit throughout the weekly survival, but just couldn't quite get the job done as we get a somewhat northern shift here for phase 2.
Yeah, let's see what they can do with the shift in this way. We've seen how powerful a split position like New Happy's dead center of phase 2 can be. If they can hold on to their positioning, or even if they might want to collapse Ming back onto the rest of the main roster, depending on how teams like Navi here, or even Dignitas that we just saw rotating earlier, want to send it. New Happy is another very, very strong team. Weren't able to get the win, but I'm excited to see how they can continue to develop, because they are just, I mean, China's a powerhouse region right now. I know Gen G from Asia are still one of the favorites up there, but if you had to pick one particular sub-region within the Asia region, I think China is definitely the one to name. So they're bringing out a bunch of strong teams.
Of course, New Happy had the most points out of all of these teams at the conclusion of the weekly survival, 78. They had 3 second-place finishes, 2 third-place finishes. It is a very brutal format, and unfortunately, they just couldn't quite get over the line. Even in that last game of the weekly survival, 4th place, 10 kills, solid performance. They had 20 kills in their last 2 games. We get actually a little bit of a drop out of that vehicle. Uran's going to go down, but so does Example, so it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Fortunately, Landrin was actually just holding above Kaishin with a decent hold over towards the shelter entrance. And for Na'Vi, this is not good. You've already lost Example. You've already lost a bit of that foothold. Yes, you've got a player down in Uran, but Na'Vi down to 3 players here. They don't have a whole lot of intel to get the other members of Kaishin.
The other members are all close by. They were taking on Trailer Park as their initial position before Example rolled up into KX territory, but Cobra, grenade comes out. That looking good. It gets the knock on Alia. Almost gets a second on a Melman, but the push is coming on through. They want to continue to take this area back. And Na'Vi, they got to make a decision. Do they leave? Do they stick around? I don't even know if I shouldn't give them the opportunity to make that choice.
Yeah, Quizzy is still in the vehicle. He's not even really fighting here either. Melman probably needs to just get in his as well. Well, that one says no. You're going to have to run away. Uaz just not playing nice here for Melman. And for Na'Vi, not a great start to the night either. Quizzy did pull up actually just a little bit to the south of Melbourne, but this one's already been won for Kaishin. FaZe Clan watching, of course, no 8C. They lost him earlier. 12.5 minutes now gone by. We've already had 10 deaths to the start of this game. Of course, a big factor of that being BBL super early on, but now Na'Vi as well as Pero going for a bit of a wrap all the way up north past the Yasnaya Pond. They'll be actually coming in towards Yasnaya. Mad Clan with a massive split around the Yazzie Fields, and then New Happy with a 2-2 split as well close by. You got Unique up to the north as well, same with Archangel Predator, so a lot of teams already quite early on finding themselves positions up on the northern side of the circle, which does mean the south side is where a lot of that congestion will be.
First phase, eyeing Kaishin. We saw them take a couple of shots as at KX while KX was shooting at Na'Vi just a few moments ago. But I don't know if yeah, they're definitely not aware of Fuzzface's angle, just the way that Yuppie's been running around here. Out in the blue, Fuzzface is really just here to get a lot of information, isolated from his team. So the reason he's not taking the shots is because if he gets knocked in return, if he somehow misses this opportunity, he's going to be almost unresable, especially considering Fex is already on the move, looking for a new spot come phase 3. Fuzzface is going to light him up, but not landing the shots, and yeah, he's going to have to bail.
Oh no, the only thing he's lighting up there is the grass. And unfortunately, Fuzzface just whiffing completely. Well, Boundham United on the move. They had their 2-2 split. Now they go for a position at the Yazzie Fields. We did get that phase 3 circle, which continues towards Yasnaya. Mad Clan had basically a 4-man split. They'll be looking to group up as well, actually towards the edge of Yaz. You Happy grouping up, not just yet, but you would have to assume with this kind of circle, they may be forced to do so. Teams from the south side now starting their rotations up towards the northern side. And here comes the Sonics as well. They head into Yasnaya. Those who missed it in their one and only game of the weekly survival, they finished, I think it was 2nd or 3rd.
It was podium,
what
for
was
sure.
It was 3rd. It was 3rd place. Honestly, could have been 2nd, and it was a standoff finish to close last week's weekly survivals. Came home just quietly, though, with a somewhat decent position going towards that bowl south of Yasnaya. They'll be playing out of that. No real expectations for Game Home, of course. Still a team that, you know, is missing basically half its roster, missing 2 of its best players. It's always just going to be about having a bit of fun maybe at this tournament and seeing what they can achieve. No real expectations. SSR, GEX taking a few shots. On the Kaishin, they'll move by. So far, not too much happening here at the 15-minute mark.
Couple of shots on rotating teams. 2 northern shifts in a row, hard shifts or not. do require teams to move further than they perhaps expected to. And with the wide open area around this map, it's going to be some rough sledding. But Kaishin able to thread the needle, make their way into a dip of their own right next to game home. And this is within grenade distance between both teams, but it also could be easily overlooked by MadClan and Petrichor Road. However, those two teams are currently staring each other down. So I think that's going to alleviate some pressure from the dips in the center, at least for a few moments. Na'Vi also trying to move into the circle, but it looks like Dignitas are currently standing in the way. Quizzy currently trapped in a shack. And of course, Melman just trying to find some way to make it into the next zone to start gathering some placement points. That fight against Kaishin really removed a lot of the potential firepower from Na'Vi down to 2 rough situation. Kill points are going to be hard to come by.
Well, that's the other thing to remember, of course, as well. This is point rule, right? So those placement points, those kill points, they certainly matter a whole lot for these 6 games. So anything that Quizzy can maybe get here, a knock into a kill, so vital for Na'Vi. Not ideal there in the kill feed. Okay. A little run over onto Landron.
They were already in the.
They were already really going for this. He has got to be careful. I was going to say, if he gets knocked here in the blue, he might be down for good. And it's exactly what has happened. So Punich down. Quizzy gets at least that knock. Can he convert it into a
Watch
kill?
Gex. Look at Gex. They're on the hunt. They know what's going on. They see the shots they want to try. And third party this engagement.
Dignitas so deep into the blue, though, away from the rest of his team. Dignitas need to be careful. And yeah, GEX, they can push onto this if they want. That can really punish Dignitas. But I think they might just be pulling away here and just, unfortunately, having to leave their man behind in Punich. It is all starting to kick off a little bit here. Of course, Phase 4 still towards the eastern side of Yasnaya. Unique with a great spot. MadClan as well. Pero, both close by to each other. But so is Enterforce. Mamu opens it up with a nade. It's the only one he's got.
Just not far enough, and also completely uncooked.
I thought it was going to roll off.
Yeah, I know. For a second I did as well, but it looks like Enterforce are going to be able to hang out on the north side. We'll see if anyone comes in their direction, because unless you want to go into Yasnaya, which is on the edge, there aren't that many areas that look unclaimed so far. Sparking, you can see trying to rotate around, might be taking the dip that Kaishin had just left. But I think there's a reason they left that area. Nope, instead they're going to go to X yellows, now greens.
Boundham's just sent it here, by the way, onto Pero, and you've also got MadClan as well. So 3 teams. Aches left with a great angle onto Zast, who's just standing out in the open for him. Easy as you like for Aches left. He doesn't really need it to be that difficult, and he'll still take you to the cleaners. Young B needs to heal up. And I've also got the picture-in-picture to the bottom right. GEX taking the fight with New Happy. Oh, Mill gets knocked by a nade of God Ace. Great throw. Can get the revive, though, Aches left if he chooses to. For now, still continues to hold the window. Got Mings as well on top floor. Mamu on the bottom floor.
Great push there by God Ace. Having positioning up onto the wall. Unfortunately, there's a lot of sight lines onto that position, so he can't move around as much as I think he would have wanted to. This is going to allow Petrichor Road to get the revive onto Mill, but here, Dignitas just go... What? Where did this happen? Triple H just bombing onto their position and completely take them out without a second's thought. And then here is going to be that GEX take on Heaven, where New Happy have been hanging out and it did some pretty decent damage to at least get an initial foothold, but it's still not quite in the circle.
Yeah, and for the Na'Vi fans as well, a little update. Melman has found a decent position, center of the circle, so maybe some placement points. If he can make top 8, could be on offer. Here's the solo now, though, for Na'Vi. Yeah, for Dignitas, I mean, they were literally just driving around looking for something that was available. Literally nothing available. They end up going back over to the yellows. Of course, AAA's there, and at that point, it was only, I think, 2 or 3 players remaining for them. New Happy. I've already lost a player in this earlier engagement with GEX. They lost HS. No kills yet, so GEX doing pretty well for themselves here, down to the south side of the circle. Do have to imagine, though, going into Phase 5, probably will move away from this compound, and then these 2 teams will have to really go at it inside of the next minute or so. It does, continues on to that big foray of teams. MadClan, BN, Pero, Kaishen, Sonics as well, all on the eastern side of Yasnaya.
This is a really good surround that GEX are putting onto New Happy. Quick little shot over here onto the east. Hadong trying to shoot towards FaZe. We're currently in an engagement with Archangel Predator. Mad Dog goes down by a doozy because it looks like Unique also have a sightline onto this. So this is going to be a very, very difficult fight to manage.
Man just took a nade to the head and somehow survives with a lick of HP. Unfortunate for FaZe. And now CJ gets the heal as well. FaZe is going to hit those shots and he just lands it. Only 9 bullets left in the chamber, but he gets the knock onto Algenbots. That was crucial, with Gustav knocked down as well for FaZe Clan. Deep, close by to the blue, far out to the east, not really close to the next circle either. This needs to be dealt with quickly against CJ and Silent Knight of AAP. And yeah, that blue now starts moving.
Flash comes out from Fuzzface. He's aware that there's at least one more player here. CJ trying to run from the blue, and this is what I'm saying about this fight being tricky. They're trying to run from the blue, run from each other, and run from all of those third-party sight lines that have been dealing so much damage to them already. In fact, Fuzzface is forced to stay in the blue because of that. Doesn't want to leave the cover. However, the rest of his team is making their way inside the circle. This leaves Fuzzface in a rough situation, and he's not going to do much damage at all before he gets dropped to the rest of Archangel Predator.
Fax and Gustav, the last two now for FaZe. Ming's going to be taken out of the picture by Savior for GEX, who have actually done all right. They have lost the player now for 2 kills, and now still only 14 teams remaining, by the way, at the 21-minute mark. Staggering. A minute away from Phase 6, and we're still not really all that close to getting placement points. Those solos that are now running it out would be just wondering how much longer. Fax, the spray, finally lands on the Silent Knight. That will send Archangel Predator out in 14th position. Nan, the last one alive for You Happy. No real places to go. He'll just send it. He'll crash. He'll just try and hide out and see if he can survive. In fact, that might just about do. Gustav with the AWM can spot him. Doesn't have the angle on him, though.
So FaZe are able to make this position work. Now that the east side has been clear with Archangel Predator be taken out. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. For a second, we thought that he might have had some safe positioning there, but unfortunately just not enough cover allowed. And now the only 2 teams that still need to come in from the south are going to be Attack All Around and GEX, and it's going to be game home with the angle onto them. And they still think that there's one member remaining from New Happy. Looking at that smoke, giving it a lot of attention. But we're going to see where the next circle shifts. See where the fights need to happen. If these teams on the south continue to push with vehicles, or if they can maybe hang out for a little bit longer. And yep, they don't need to move that far. That's the really good shift for them. Terrible shift for the teams in Yasnaya.
Yeah, and that's just going to cause that bloodbath once they have to make their way out of the city. Jay is knocked down by SSR for GEX. Nate goes out. Jankuter off as well. Throws one back. Saviour's going to be able to dodge it. Gets out of the way. He now too can throw it. SSR move out of the way, and he does. JS is eliminated. Unfortunately for Janku and Glooms, they are losing this fight. Never mind. Good shot. Savior can't quite save the scenario at AAA. Get a little bit of a helping hand by Game Homes. 3007 with a big nade across. And now Lash and Sonic's going toe-to-toe. H-Win will get the knockdown.
Oh my god. Mime staying alive there is huge. Sonics need to move. They're pushing on in. The fact that Lash wasn't able to finish even one knock there is very unfortunate for Mad. Now Sonics, they're going to keep going on the push. That's an opening for them to make their way in. They at least get one little building of cover. It's not going to be in the circle necessarily, but it could be a crowbar to open their way inside. More shots over towards the end.
Dealing with these players on the roof so vital for Sonics. Their position here is not actually all that bad. They can sort of hold out in the edges of the city. They can watch as the teams like Baonam, Pero, Mad Clan try and make that mad dash out. And you can see here on the edge, they will basically be able to cover that line all the way across as they're needing to come out towards the south. The only downside, Baonam United's compound technically still in. They're like the last building of the city, and it's still just inside of the circle. For Sonics, they actually need to cross the road here. But moving early, the wise choice for Sonics. You don't want to leave it too late, so they use their smokes, use their utility, clear out early, make the push. They take the risk, but it would be one that pays off if they don't go down here.
Gade's currently paying attention that direction, but they're going to need to worry about Mad and Petrichor Road because, as you said, this is the last hard cover from Yasnaya in the building, and H-Win's answering back, reminding them that there are threats from multiple sides, multiple angles, more smokes come out. They're going to have to find their way into some form of natural cover. Enter Force, the team that I totally forgot was on the north of Petrichor Road, taking a lot of damage.
Oh, Dava!
No, Mad want to backfill behind Sonics. They don't want to push into BN.
Oh! Big nade! Tiggleton surely goes down. Never mind, he runs away. It was not cooked for all that long. H-Win, Tiggleton still up. 5 kills for Sonics. Now inside of placement point territory as well. Youngby trying to land the shots with a mini 14. Not that successful. Mill, though, with a big knock onto Dava, and then Tiggleton finishes him off with the nade. Another kill point secured for the Sonics here. 30 seconds left on this blue, so it isn't really moving all that rapidly, but now they're forced away from this position. Youngby should be able to get both of them here. Janku gets Tiggleton. It's only H-Win left. He falls to 2-tap of Mad Clan. 6 teams left.
Now Petrichor Road, they're pushing on to Valnam United. This is a really good timing for Valnam to have taken Sonics out because XF is on the push. Grenade comes through. God Ace goes down. And with 3 still standing for Petrichor Road, and Mad Clan crushing in from the other side. BNU are going to have to put up a huge defense, and this pump shotgun might just be doing the trick.
Completely forgot about Unique. Not a bad spot. Obviously, game home with the circle, as you can see there. Great position. These teams pushing out against Nayad, though. Even if Pero can get out of here with the majority of their players intact, it's still a lot of utility expended. I do fear that they're not going to be able to get all 4 players. They do still have a player down as well. Youngby, look at this little rat position inside of the shack. Gets caught by Mamu, though. Pero not falling to that one. They've got 10 kills now. Ian for Mad Clan. Can he spot anyone? Yes, he gets Mill. Never mind, didn't land the shots. Mill gets away. Now they've got the intel onto Ian as well. Janku from AAA, the last player. They've got 7 kills. He might be able to get them a couple more here. And maybe the demise of Mad Clan.
The fact that Janku is still here after all of that space he had to push in from the south as a solo player is absolutely huge, but he's making it work and farming those points. Petrichor Road pushing in past the road onto the rock, but Mings does go down to Unique, who really haven't had too much pressure onto them. They haven't had that many opportunities for kills, so the points are perhaps a little lower than a couple other teams in the lobby, but with 4 up, they are in a solid position to try and deal some heavy damage and take control.
Dante gets the knock onto Mamu. Of course, yes, they don't have the kills. Yes, they haven't been fighting teams, but the benefit of that, they're going to have a lot of nades, smokes, molotovs, flies as well. They should be more than equipped to take this fight with Pero, who is still just trying to get members across the road. Finally, Adusi with the AWM lands this shot onto Mill. Aix left and Mings, the only 2 members for Pero remaining. Wouldn't count them out. Absolutely strong fraggers. Janku's still alive, by the way, for AAA and still flanking on the left side. Game Home have not moved at all. Despite having 4 players, they have not really taken the opportunity to spread out. It's Aix left who gets the initial down onto Adusi.
Now only 1 remaining. Vertical Road, Mings, what can you do? The spray comes through, but it's not finding. It's Marks, and the revive should be coming through.
Where's
here.
Game Home?
How is he gonna rotate on this? They're just watching this fight play out, and now they're flexing on top of the hill. As you said, they haven't had to move too much from their dip. 4 kills for themselves, though, so they haven't been completely silent. But they're not pushing all that far forward. Sylphie's finally taking the vehicle, get a little bit of position, and we have 3007 all the way off on the side with Disgusting for the wide flanks, for the wide spread.
So a couple of things here.
4v4.
Firstly, you got Fate as the anchor. He's got to make sure he doesn't get taken down. Otherwise, it's knock equals death at this situation with how far away he is from the rest of the team. The other one's Janku. He's more so in a position to actually harm Unique more so than Game Home. Unless Game Home mess up and send like McMoo to flank the left side and then he gets caught by Janku, that would be disastrous for Game Home. They too, like Unique, should have a lot of supplies still remaining here in this 4 versus 4 fight. I just have to question why they didn't maybe push onto Unique when they were fighting Pero. That was the perfect opportunity to finally leave their bowl, get out, third party, win the game. Unfortunately now, they've allowed Unique to get all 4 players up, fully healthy, fully equipped, ready to go. The only thing that might still be helping Game Home, though, is Janku from AAA.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Phase 8 shift goes into Unique territory, and I think the circle's going to end on the north side of this ridge when it starts to slope down. Not a lot of cover, though, so this really could swing either way. It really is onto Janku to sort of try and find an opening, potentially, and he's currently geared towards Unique. However, as you said, if McMoo maybe wants to go on a flank of his own, runs across the solo rat still in play, then that could be the opening that Unique could need to break this entire game wide open.
And the other thing to remember for Game Home here, right? They don't have their 2 best players. There's no expectations on this team, but they find themselves in a position to get a result nevertheless. This is a great opportunity for them to build some confidence moving forward for the rest of PGC. And to really put, Vietnam on the map here with a win and APAC as well. Janku, though, might now start crawling over towards Game Home. That would be disastrous if he spots McMoo at any point here. I probably back in Janku over McMoo 10 times out of 10.
The lack of cover is what's keeping both Game Home and Unique from pushing too far forward, and that's going to give Janku the opportunity to maybe sneak forward, but I think Sylphie Gonna sniff something
He
out.
spotted
Yeah,
him.
he knows he knows something is wrong.
Let's
He knows there's a
go.
solo rat left in play, but he's not landing the shots. A lot of damage
Jake,
taken back. That's gonna be a knock.
What? Oh no, you can't allow that to happen. And Unique surely will push on this. They will see the opportunity to pounce on Game Home, punish their passiveness in this situation. The smokes go out. They know that they're going to get pushed on. Janku has somehow made an absolute meal of this situation. Disgusting though. Finally puts him to bed, but I think the damage might be done. Unique have been given the opportunity now to push forward, take this fight with Game Home, and be the aggressors to win this game.
The revive has come through. The meds are getting themselves right back up to full HP. So this is going to be a 4 versus 4, but the positioning of Unique is going to give them just a slight advantage. Smoke going to be dissipating. So not a lot of visual cover remaining in this game. And remind you, the center of phase 8, phase 9 it is right now. Unique have the control of that.
I love looking at these heart rate monitors, though. Clutch situation. I think McMoo's at like 162 or something like that. Maybe it's 152. Dangerous territory there. These guys are feeling the pressure here. Still, a 4 versus 4. Neither team able to truthfully capitalize on situations they maybe should have capitalized on. Fate, that's your final nade. It just kind of highlights the sort of lack of intel that Unique have right now. They are playing this to the bitter end. Guys, this is not most chicken. You can just frag out. You can get kills. Second place is still really, really good. No one, being the first team, though, to make that push, no one wants to make a mistake.
I mean, there are still 4 points difference between first and second place, so don't knock the full-on win. And it's just the passiveness of Game Home that has kept Unique from really getting a lot of information, though I think you could say the same thing. The other side, Disgusting is going onto a push with 3x. Maybe able to spot Dante out, but Fate peeking over the top is going to be taking a lot of damage, but the trade is there 1 for 1 so far, but Dante going to be the second, now a third. It's all to a doozy.
A doozy gets McMoo, but he's still got 2 more to deal with, and he can't. He's outnumbered and outgunned. Game Home from Vietnam. Despite missing 2 of their best players, they get a 9-kill win here at PGC to start here for bottom 16 week 1. That is a magnificent performance from these guys.
Surprisingly, a few of them don't look all that happy, at least externally. Internally, I'm sure they're all very, very proud of the work. We need to admit, didn't need to move all that much. They were in that dip from, I believe, phase 2 or at least phase 3, but they kept control of their area. They didn't overpeak, and that's the real compliment. That's the real way that you can tell that they were playing for control and playing for the late game, and then it was really just landing the shots. AAA gave them a little bit of a run towards the end, but they're able to stabilize and took it to Unique and get the win.
Yeah, Game Home originally were around that mansion, lumber mill area. Then they make that push to the bolt south of Yaz. So full credit to them for that rotation. It gets them the win in the end. And we'll get over to the analyst desk where they can break down this game.
Game Home Hardong, ladies and gentlemen. Winner in game number 1. A decent number of kills as well. I mean, Martin, that was delightful in the end game, but there was so much setup in the south side of Yaz.
Oh yeah, it's always the kind of number 1 rule is don't go into the city unless you know it's in there or it's your last and only option. And it didn't end there, and the teams that had to go out, that was just a massacre. Some of these nades, that nade bounce from library onto the backside of the workshop, that was perfect. Some of this play here from Petrol Road was actually really, really amazing, but unfortunately they didn't have enough smokes to cross the road. But Game Home Hardong, they managed to set up on the south side, managed to clear out everyone that was playing on the south, and managed to stay 4 guys alive, and that ended up being perfectly for them. Janko, though, was he was really close to destroying that for them. Sylphie saw him, got him down to just 1 bullet, and he just turned on him.
Man,
that was insane.
That was definitely a little rough to watch. I mean, I think we all kind of threw our hands up above our heads, but overall, yeah, Game Home set up there incredibly early. I think it was right around the time that there was a fight that broke out with GX, actually, when they assaulted Heaven compound where New Happy was split and they consolidated. We saw a Game Home set up there early. They kind of weathered the storm. They did a lot of damage to the teams around them. And yeah, the circle, once it started to shift towards them, they basically cleaned up the south side, as Martin said, and it was pretty clinical after that. I mean, the fight that they had onto Unique was very well played out for them. They had some fantastic trades on top of an opening knock that they got, I believe, onto either Dante or Faultlessly. And so Game Home played the hell out of that game.
But then you take a look at the other teams that did play the heck out of that game as well. Petrichor Road with 11 kills, Attack All Around with 8, and Janko had 5 of those 8 as well. I mean, that is a really, really strong individual performance and shows that that's the reason why 4 teams, not just Gabe Home and Unique, but 4 different teams have double-digit points from that game.
Yeah, super impressive to see that. Super top heavy, and that's obviously the game for these six games. We have only 5 more to go, and with this here, that's gonna have set these guys themselves apart from the rest of them. Look at the bottom here. Only that's insane. Only 3 points for 9th place on Na'Vi, and the rest even less. So yeah, it's about to get spicy in the games coming up. But I'm super happy to see how well some of our teams that we were expecting to do well. One of them, Petrichor Road, did as well as they did and got as much out of the game. It's really sad to see Shrimpsy go out and die before 10 minutes. I have it on my fantasy team.
The fantasy curse.
Not because he's on both of our rosters. Yeah, that was a little rough. But
I thought I was really hoping that I had something to celebrate into the mid game, but because I've got 2 members of Na'Vi, I don't feel like I can gloat very much here. But we'll see what happens in game number 2. Janku, though, deservedly being first place as far as the damage done is concerned. I mean, what an absolute beast in this game. Attack All Around are going to be so happy with him right now.
Absolutely, specifically because they don't need the win, right? This is just 6 games of the points rule, and so every kill that he got solo, he got a few of those solo, by the way, being an absolute nuisance on the west side of the circle. And remember, Attack All Around is the team that actually crashed and fought Dignitas on the west side, and Yas Yellow's in the field there, and they wiped them fairly clean. And so that coming off as a solo and getting even more kills, again, Yanku played a hell of a game there, and he got them a good amount of points and a 3rd place finish. So that was huge for AAA.
A couple of big plays in the middle of that game as well before we condensed into the final fight. Martin, what are your thoughts on New Happy initially having a really sexy split and then kind of refusing to... They just stayed split for so long. I was so nervous for them the whole game.
Yeah, usually you don't see that split for going into like phase 4, and they kept it for that long. But they managed to stay 4 guys alive. But then again, when the circle shifted away from heaven, and they weren't they weren't fast enough to take any good position and kind of fight their way out, it ended up being just Nan trying to get out. He died, and they only got a few kills out of it, and didn't. Especially when you have a south of Esnaya finish where the circle ends just south of Esnaya, being in heaven, you should get a little bit more out of it, but it was super disappointing for them because they had so many teams that were taking positions to counter them coming out of heaven. They were fighting, I believe it was Kaishin at some point. Kaishin drove past them, and they were fighting. No, it was Gex. They fought. So a lot of the times that you kind of delay the fight as long as you can, and for that point, like. It just took so long that there was no time for them to get a good position into the circle, and they lost a few players throughout the fight as well.
I mean, speaking of teams that were gatekeeping or being gate kept, there were so many teams on the north side having to come out of Yasnaya, right? We had Mad Clan, we had Petrichor Road, we had BN United, and we had the Sonics all up there, Dustin. But here's what's weird. Petrichor Road was, I think, the northernmost team for some time, yet out of all of those teams, they were the ones that survived. What did they do different?
So they actually had a really good position in the high ground. I believe they were in the police building or one of those multi-story buildings, and it was actually, we saw Ixlef just hammer down onto Bao Nam and the other teams coming around. I mean, they punished teams. Mings as well popped off. Everyone basically, except for Mamu, was putting in a lot of work, even though Mamu himself was also putting in damage. Sorry, Martin, I had to throw you under the bus on that one for your fantasy pick. But Petrichor was just farming damage and kills on that north side, and they were gatekeeping not only all the other teams around them, but just making sure that if they were going to go down, because that circle position was rough, let's be honest, on the shift, that they were going to take pretty much everyone else with them, and they almost made it across. So all 4 members of Petrichor were firing off and hitting really impressive shots.
It was cool to see them come south through other teams like BN. And you're right, Eggsleth was absolutely the tip of that spear. But it would be unfair of us, I think, Martin, not to talk about Team Unique as well, who came close to winning that game and had a pretty solid performance there. We're now starting to see a little bit of what they're capable of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had a 2-2 split in circle number 1. They had a 2-2 split with the Alamo just north of where the circle ended, and one of the buildings further east, I believe, the garage building. And obviously, them being able to hold that down as a 4 when the circle popped further west, they were able to kind of transfer closely to that ridge where the circle ended on, and were able to put out all the damage. But the fight with Petrico Road used up so much of their utility that they didn't have too many stun grenades, smokes, nades, molotovs left behind to kind of use that against the game home. So that's what cost them this win here, I feel like.
And at the end of the day, everyone, look, we can see them on the screen now. That is everybody that Martin almost picked for his fantasy team but didn't. So they're all in one place on the screen for you right there. This is actually a really solid start for them in all seriousness, Dustin, because they didn't have the greatest rank decision. They couldn't quite find their way into good positions, shall we say, in weekly survival. And this almost feels like this could be the start of something for them. You know, I could see this being a run of games.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at their placement and kills, just going back to the rank decision, I mean, their average placement was 8 and their kills are about 2.5, which for this team, unique. I mean, they have some serious fraggers on this team. It's very talented players. And so also looking at the way that they played, remember, they didn't get to play all the games in the weekly survival. I mean, they had a 14th, a 10th, a 4th. They did have a 4th place in there as well, but most of these placings for them was outside of the top 8. Now, the good thing about Unique here going into this next 5 games and just this format in general is that they can actually flex out and play a little more aggressive, not have to worry about just getting the dinner. And I think that's where we're actually going to see Team Unique shine.
Now, coming into the points games here, we're playing this very differently, Martin, because we're going back to points rule. All of a sudden, a lot of that momentum-based play really matters, doubly so because there are only 6 games and it's a little bit more volatile. So a strong start here. I don't want to be putting words in anyone's mouths or anything, but from a psychological point of view, it's even more important than normal. Is that fair to say?
I think that's for sure fair to say, and I think that mostly important is that also celebrating those mediocre games. Sometimes you're in a position where you can't win the game, but if you get 5-10 kills and a top 4 placement, it's still okay. It's still decent. Yeah. You're gonna walk away with a decent amount of points, and that's gonna put you pretty fairly good on the leaderboard. So I'm happy to say that the momentum that you can build off having a mediocre game with a decent amount of kills is obviously completely different to when we go into tomorrow's games and the days with weekly survival where you have to win a game to qualify to the weekly final. That's where kind of your mental game has to be even stronger. So for these guys that are playing, some of them playing tomorrow, some of them playing the day after, obviously being able to have the momentum that you can build up going into tomorrow, the fortitude that you can build today is needed for tomorrow. Let's put it that way.
Sure. Yeah, and it's very different because you're not really going to be able to play today and get a load of kills, not get any wins, but come 2nd or 3rd. That's fantastic. You're still going to get like 13, 14 chances at a chicken dinner. But ultimately, once these guys reset and it goes into weekly survival, it's really difficult to be able to say, okay, we can't play this way anymore. We have to focus on nothing but the win. That's a problem for another day, but it is really difficult to shift that mentality, especially when you're playing competitively.
It is, but you need to have that balance, right? You need to almost have a play style that somewhat caters to both, which is much easier said than done. Because yes, this format, obviously with PGC and even PGIS, it's a swap back and forth between points and chicken rule, and so the teams have to be resilient. And again, it's so easy for us to just sit here and casters and analysts sit here and be like, yeah, you just got to be balanced. But there's so much that goes into it, whether it's rotations, the way that other teams also will play differently sometimes depending on the format they're in. That can be very difficult for IGLs to ascertain as far as, is this team going to rotate here? Okay, do they normally rotate here? Is this a play that they should be making? And all of that comes into it, man. And it's very difficult, especially with only 6 games in the bottom 16 for these guys to actually get a spot to even compete in the chicken format. It's tough, but again, these are the best teams in the world, and at some point, you gotta find the points of the win where you need it. And I also want to give a special shout out to GEX. They've kind of struggled a little bit, and even as K7 back in PGIS, they struggled a bit, but to take that fight onto New Happy and to do that well this early, I mean, that's a good sign for them. So I think they should definitely be happy about that.
Well, let's take a brief look at the teams that aren't at the shop end of the leaderboard, Martin. What would your advice be now to the teams that walked away from that game with 0, 1, or 2 points? And they're going to be feeling pretty down right now. They didn't have the start they wanted. What's the best thing they can be doing heading into game 2?
And just reset. Every game is a new game and a chance for 30 points. That's just keep your mind reset, keep your focus on the high end, and then it'll be all good. I'm not too worried about the teams that we saw on the bottom that didn't get too many points that we expect at the top, because there are 5 more games to go, and yeah, one good game can literally make a difference, as you said here, from 5 to 10 more games coming tomorrow.
Agreed.
Well, Game Home Hardong taking away the chicken dinner in game number 1. Team Unique and AAA filling out the podium, but Petrichor Road with a crazy number of kills as well. That said, in the bottom half of the leaderboard, we can see that 3 points separates 9th place from 16. So like the gentleman just said, one good game can make all of the difference. Let's head into game number 2 of Erangel now with Cameron Davis and Senox.
Only 5 more opportunities for these teams. 1 game gone, game home. The winners from game 1 here for bottom 16. Presented, of course, by Alienware and Toomey. KMD, this is now yet another chance for some. It's probably not too many more chances you can take. You know, Dignitas, 0 point to enter, 0 point. AAP, BBL, 1 point. These kind of teams that are at the bottom 4, bottom 5 of that first game, they cannot have too many more of those.
Yeah, and that's the big problem here, right? You're allowed 1 bad game, and for quite a few teams, this was their 1 bad game. I'm seeing 3 points and fewer from 7th place down, just because there were so many teams on the top that got a lot of kills along with their placements, right? Petrichor Road, 11 kills, even though the 4th place, and then Game Home, 1st place with 9 kills, which is, like, I haven't recalculated it in quite a while, but that seems to be right around the average for kills for a win. That was by no means a low kill victory for them, but for FaZe and below, FaZe in 7th place and everyone below them, that's their 1 bad game, and that is terrifying because that's more than half the lobby.
Just having a quick look at the map at the moment, I don't see any hot drops. Of course, we had the arguable unintentional hot drop of Sonics and BBL in the first game. Not to be here, of course, for our second game. AAA, they are the owners of Pachinki, and finally Sonics have, you know, sort of come to their senses with a lot of that hot dropping shenanigans from ranked decision. They go over to South George, they'll be fine. Pretty central circle, which typically means not a whole lot of action may take place here. So much within this first circle, but gives us time to maybe just continue to talk about some of these teams that maybe started a little bit slow down the bottom as we bring up that leaderboard over the left-hand side. A reminder, of course, it is point roll for bottom 16. So, you know, for Game Home, Pero, etc., great start. But for the others down the bottom, I mean, you even said, really, from 7th to 16, there's not many points from those teams. And if any of those have another game like that, with then only 4 games remaining, their chances of a high place finish here is looking unlikely.
Well, one of the good things about this reseeding, while we look at Game Home's team focus from that win, fair good nades use, kills and damage, of course, as well. But one of the good things about this reseeding is that this isn't a top 6 qualification, top 8 qualification as a hard cutoff line. Every single position is 1 game better as far as the weekly survival goes. So even if you're, let's say we're at game 4 right now and we're still seeing these like New Happy, BBL, Dignitas down in the bottom 5 position, they still have the motivation, or at least they should have the motivation to continue to perform well and even have 1 or 2 good games. Just look at Gen G yesterday. They were in what, like 15th place, 14th place, got a win and jumped all the way up to 10th. So the desk they were talking about, it 1 good game could change everything, and that's going to be true throughout the entirety of this 6-game series. However, you don't want to have to bank on having a like 13, 14, 15 kill win, right? Because those are a little, shall we say, a little more difficult to come across.
Yeah, it also does mean that, you know, for these first couple of games, especially, you know, we got 3 Erangel, then 3 Miramar. For our Erangel games, the pressure's not necessarily all that high right now. Of course it is, but it kind of isn't compared to what will be on Miramar. When you think about those last 2 to 3 games, if you're in the bottom 3, for example, basically even going into the last game, whoever's in 16th, right, would be missing out entirely. But as you said, that 1 good game, then if they have it in the final game, gets them from, say, 16th to even, you know, 12th or 13th, means that whoever's in 15th gets pushed down. So we're going to have probably a pretty fun, you know, kind of final game with the way that the format is for this, because typically the teams at the bottom, you know, the bottom 2-3 teams are always going to be quite low on points and quite close together. Sure, there's probably going to be 1 or 2 teams that might run away with things on the top end, and that's fine, and that's all well and good. But as you said, the beauty of it, you could be in 12th going into the last game, win big, and go and get like 6th or 7th. So, but you want to be in that position earlier rather than later.
Yes. Yes.
So that's the main thing.
Yeah. Even if for just a confidence issue, having a good first series of games is really important. I mean, I think we are long enough into PUBG Esports for teams to, for the most part, know. Let me hold that thought. BBL kind of want to go aggressive here. They know that you want to be aggressive, just like BBL are doing no matter where you are on the leaderboard. You don't want to stay passive, but God Ace, he's got to play passive or at least try and get out of here. Finds his vehicle, rolls away, still takes a couple of shots on his exit. They're actually chasing. They're full-on chasing, Mad Max style. Smash gets the smash over God Ace's head, and that's going to be the full confirm as well. Not even allowing Baonam to consider the pickup, consider the saving.
Big kill. Not only the one kill point gets BBL up a couple of places, it's something, but now for Baonam United, a little bit trickier to do some things later on in the mid game. Only with the 3 players, they need to honestly just preserve, hold still, play at this compound, and don't peek out. Don't take fights that you don't need to. Play for the long game for BBL. Nice early kill point, gets them a decent spot. Of course, here for phase 1, it's not really the end of the world if you have these compounds just north of Pachinki or not, but it's still a nice little place to just hold out, see how the game develops. For Dignitas, though, I'm not probably sensing Petrichor Road will bridge camp them here, but they are around the area. They are actually close by, but not in a position to bridge camp yet, so Dignitas will be able to get through. Just remains to be seen what happens after this. Do they try and pull up and then maybe get caught by Pero? This could go either really badly or nothing will happen at all.
I think Dignitas are incredibly fortunate with the timing of Petrichor Road's own retreat and push into the circle, because if Honey Badger didn't stop, he had the rest of the team right on him, and they just kept driving in. I think Petrichor Road, by pure happenstance, could have been in a position to get at least a few shots off, deal a little bit of damage, but they just started their own rotation, which is allowing Dignitas the opportunity, whether accidental or not. I don't know if there's going to be any sightlines there from Honey Badger's position to know that for sure. But hey, luck is not a unique thing to PUBG. Timing is an impactful part of any esport. But now Dignitas are rolling up right into territory surrounded by Predator.
Yeah, only the 2 players, though. Mad Dog, CJ playing off each other. If they do get that early contact onto Dignitas, not sensing they'll be too overly aggressive. Only the Mozart as well. Dignitas will just keep moving. They kind of, I think, maybe sussed out the area and just realized not worth taking that sort of position over towards Pachinki Hill. They back off it. They actually go back over closer to Na'Vi, in fact, and do need to be a little bit careful. They do need to make sure that they do find a position and don't end up sending it into, say, like a Pero. Not much happening. No real contact at the moment from any of the teams. It was only that initial elimination onto God Ace Baonam United. Here we go, though. Silver gets caught by Yan Lee in the grass. That will be our second death of our second game.
Ooh. Man, from first to last, unfortunate for Sylvie. Hey, going home, they lose one, but as 3, you can still make a good run of it. And Yan Lee, good on him to actually just completely bail from that situation. It was a kill of opportunity, but Disgusting is in position trying to answer back. Fortunately, so is SSR, and that pressure should be enough for the entirety of GEX to get away from this situation, or at least try and fortify themselves even further. But then Savior, talk about kill of opportunity.
Yeah, he has full intel on Disgusting's position as well, because he shot. Maybe he might have even had it earlier, considering the position that Savior finds himself in, but Disgusting's going to die here. Unless he just so happily gets into the US and just starts driving away. That would be so fortunate, but no, he holds still. Savior can continue to just creep up, and remember, every kill matters, and for Game Home, our winners from Game 1, they will be down to 2 players if Savior converts, and as soon as he peeks over this little ridge, which he will, this will be an easy kill. Disgusting gets into the UAZ. Savior pushes up close. Should always be landing these shots, and does. Comfortable for Savior. Disgusting goes down. And unfortunately for Game Home, despite winning match 1, it's looking quite sour here in match 2. Only McMoo and 3007. And 3007 already into the scope of Savior. There's nothing really to expect from Game Home here moving forward.
And Yan Lee's going back on the push with SSR, not too far behind, because with that 2 kill, they know that they have a huge opportunity, huge advantage now. But Game Home, they are going to be falling away. At least 3007 is down to the compound that McMoo is holding. But this compound, I don't reckon it's going to be particularly powerful. And, well, if it does stay powerful, say an Eastern hard shift, it's going to be high in demand. So I'm going to have to be fast on their feet. Hopefully they can retreat faster than Baonam were able to from the send from BBL.
And we just saw on our screens the 78 kills from New Happy. Kind of touched on it in that first game. They had a bit of a quiet one in match 1, but expecting big things from them tonight. Enter Force through Indigo. Unable to land any shots onto Kaijin. Had a somewhat okay start in match 1 and then basically crumbled. Nothing really coming there from Enter Force, who so far haven't really been able to get going here at PGC 21. 5 seconds away from phase 2. Everyone's so spread. No team really close to each other. A lot of 2-2 splits now over towards School Apps, Potato Hill area, which no one actually occupying Potato Hill at the moment.
I imagine we're going to have 1 or 2 teams up in that area sometime soon. This medium shift, shall we call it, to the northeast side is playing into a few team splits that you mentioned, Maclan especially, but I really hope that they condense up or else they're going to be isolated out like this. Unique taking School, and it is just Lash here. And with all the buildings, we all know this, you could try and pressure from School all you want, but it's not going to do a lot. And H-Win taken out. That's down as well.
Shrimsy got 2 back, so I mean that's 2 for 2. That's not too bad, but you've already lost H-Win and Diggleton. Mime, not really quite that close just yet, but now pulling up. So is Mamu as well for Pero. 2 big teams going toe-to-toe early on. In fact, Mamu's now the only one left alive for Petrichor Road. This is somewhat of a disaster for them.
They have a third team. Third team wants to party. This is looking really bad for everyone involved. And now Dignitas are cleaning it all up. Sonics are eliminated, potentially stealing the kills as well if they can find the angles onto the remaining Petrichor Road players. Bleeding out, Mings and Aches left. It's all onto Mamu. What can he do? Are Dignitas going to chase him down? Nope, they're just going to leave. That's going to give him the opportunity for the revive if he wants to go for it. This is huge for Petrichor Road.
They were down to just Mamu, and now they can actually have 3 up if he goes back for those revives. Be careful. I don't know how he's managed that one in the open field.
Guys.
Well, Dignitas, good news for them. Of course, finally out of last place. It's been about a week.
It's been a while. They're still double digits, just barely, but I think Mamu, you might have to pick one. This is going to be really, really close. Unaware that Dignitas left when they did, and now it's down to the wire. It's not going to happen. Yeah, he had to pick one. He had to pick one.
Aches left run.
Can he do it?
Aches left got him. I thought maybe if Aches left gets up in time, goes for that short little run, gets him, and he does just stick it. That is massive for Petrichor Road. They only had Mamu left. Now they've got 2 kills plus 3 players up. This ends up being a massive win for them and a massive L for Sonics.
This is huge. The reason Dignitas left is because this position is not in the circle at all. They didn't want to stick around to remove a team. You could argue if that was a smart decision or not, but either way, Baonam United facing off against BBL once again. BBL trying to position themselves 1 position further into the circle. Here at Package Compound, Dr. Loju forced to retreat, forced to run away. He has some covering fire, but that's still an open area he has to cross, and he is going to get knocked.
Look at the minimap though, Cammy. Look who's rocking up again. It's Dignitas. They're looking for another third party. Onto BBL and Baonam United. And of course, who already lost God Ace to BBL earlier on. Punish just surveying the area with the Cardine. Dignitas not really just sending it in, of course, and they'll just probably back away from this compound. Not worth the fight unless they can find something. The fact that they're looking at Baonam United more so than BBL, a little bit unfortunate for Baonam, who are just down to Young B and Zest. Not a great game for them. And Dignitas will now start to surround the compound. Ikmu on the top of Potato Hill with 3007, the duo for game home. Not a great game so far for some of the APAC teams.
Not at all, but maybe this position for game home, maybe they can center, hold, center prone it out for a second time in a row despite being a duo. See how successful they are, because a couple of teams are probably going to be joining them with this semi-center, semi-south shift. Dignitas on the move, it looks like. Enter 36 as well, coming in from just above School. They're going to have to drive through a New Happy, potentially a Unique, depending on their angle.
AAA with a little 2-2 split. 2 over towards Potato Hill, 2 over towards the sushi houses. Definitely going to help Paper out on that and get that one to catch on.
Oh yeah, we're committing to it.
We have to commit to it, at least for the rest of the tournament. Nan just obviously just trying to ward off Enter Force. Has Ming as well for New Happy. Still holding that 2-2 split. I'm surprised Zupian and HS actually has not started moving over towards those two. Enter Force will probably feel like Potato might be a valid option for them. Obviously, not getting really shot at by Game Home. Only New Happy taking shots, but they're actually going to back away from it.
They might be going for Death Road. And FaZe have a little bit of a split themselves on this area, but it is very, very wide. If Enter 36 continue to pull up and try and make it a silent one as well, whether on foot or with a cut engine, it could catch a member or two off guard and just steal their position for their entire squad. Patrick Road also on their own rotate, healed on up, still have the resources because that was not a long fight, as we all remember. But they're out in the blue, taking a little bit of chip damage, just trying to find a little bit of a gap to go on in.
Yeah, Sparky just hiding behind. Janku doesn't spot him. And now they've got the information on Janku for AAA, who have still not grouped up. An opportunity maybe could present itself for Dignitas if they get a knock and then push onto it. Never mind, it goes the other way. Dava finds a knock onto Sparking. And then to get those smokes down, gets the carry feature thrown behind the UAZ with that smoke, and Honey Badger can get that little revive. 2 kills still for Dignitas, and they got 4 players up. Somewhat decent position, albeit kind of in an open area at the moment. Would like to see them maybe relocate.
Yeah, but where exactly can they relocate? There might be some holdable positions on the south side, but you don't want to be driving too far. If they're feeling hot, they're feeling froggy, they might want to get into a fight here, just in the same way that BBL trying to get in a fight with Baonam, but it's going to be a trade. It's actually going to be, Mad Clan also third party in on this, not able to steal the kill, but still goes to Zest. Baonam United to at least get one more point, but that, I think the shots from the hilltop are going to remind BBL that they are not in a safe area, but on the other hand, do they have an opportunity even to retreat? They might need to take this fight with BN at the very least.
Yeah, I think maybe BBL just pretty much their own undoing here by staying around that compound for so long, especially with that circle shift away from it for Phase 3. As we head into Phase 4 now, right on top of Potato Hill. Game Home getting a little feed here. Of course, just the duo. Young B, it's his final nade. Hoping to pray with that one. Now over the first aid kit. Nade's about to go off and does not find what he was looking for. But Michelis goes down. This is disaster for BBL. I guess, yes, they've been able to undo Baonam United's game, but in some ways, kind of undone their own game here. 3 kills, but just down to 2 players. And honestly, for how much longer here? Because Dignitas surely will be able to deal with both Code Marco and Mert.
Oh, yeah, it's Dignitas with the angle, Mad with the angle. Everyone has an angle onto this. So Baonam are the survivors of the fight, but for how long is the big question. Pitch Road also rotating up. They find an isolated Quizzy. Are they aware that there's a player on the top side? They might be.
Oh, there's just basically action happening everywhere here with this Phase 4 circle. Landran goes for the seat swap. He's unsuccessful. Jay has got the knockdown onto Yuppie. Should be able to get on to Landran as well, who doesn't have much more health. He pushes over to the sushi houses. I do kind of see what Paper's going on here, but I think probably many are confused.
It's old sushi.
By the call out. Old sushi.
Yeah, sushi left open in the fridge for a little bit too long. Doesn't look quite as fresh anymore.
It's like moldy sushi. Landran can actually just push through a little bit and try and get closer to Jayers, but Jayers will deal with Yuppie. Remembering, AAA is still not fully grouped up. Gems holding closer towards Potato Hill. He's got a very, very good overview of this whole situation. He just ran straight past Landran. This could go horribly wrong. Never mind. Jay spots him at the stairs, continues to spray with the barrel, gets the knock, gets the kill. Janku will get revived. And AAA actually with a very strong position to fight here for late game. And a couple of kills early on has them up in second place at the moment.
I mean, that good initial damage, that initial hold by the duo holding down there on the low ground, it does pull the high ground players away, but that might have been for the best because we're seeing a number of teams roam all around the hilltop. The next up is Unique, who have to push in from the north side, and Dignitas, only 2 kills, but still 4 up, and a few more opportunities potentially if they want to push on a Mad Clan, or if they even recognize that there is going to be Unique pushing in from behind them. It's all about being aware of your angles when you're playing in a zone like this, but Mad Clan do not want to stick around. They want the hard cover from this building.
35 seconds until phase number 5. Mad Clan 2 kills, 4 up. Great position top of Potato Hill. This could be their game. Obviously in 5th place at the moment, but by the end of it, could maybe find a 1st place if they can continue to get some kills. You happy? Only the trio, only the 1 kill, edge of circle. Probably not the best signs for them as GEX takes the initiative, pushes forward, but it's Starlord with the knockdown. Pure Boy had an angle as well. 5 seconds until phase 5, and I tell you what, if it goes down to the south, you're going to have a lot of teams up north scurrying on down. It's a very, very hard northern shift right on top of Potato Hill. End is down. So is Yan Lee. The nade from Ming of New Happy. End actually gets eliminated as well for Mad Clan. So they're going from 4 players to 3 players despite their strong position.
This is huge. A lot of fighting here on the east side because it's not just New Happy trying to punish GEX with what Enter 36 started. It's also FaZe Clan. You can see rotating up from the east side. GEX forced to leave. No other opportunity but to try and send it onto Savior's position that he had scouted out for them. And shots coming from Gustav. That's Pure Boy down.
Okay.
Good opening, but it's still New Happy they have to contend with.
Gotta remember, there's a lot of teams now converging onto the top of Potato Hill. If you're making that late run for it, you're going to be running up the hill. It's going to be very difficult. You want to be pushing here. You want to be getting in the action, finding these kills here at the mid portion of match number 2. Mad Clan's up there. E36 is up there. GEX, Pero, Dignitas buzzing around as well. Big Nate, it's actually Lash got his own elimination there. Takes himself out of the game. 3 kills for Pero. Attack all around. Now up to 7 kills with Jayers getting the elimination onto Mad Dog. And they can continue pushing here, honestly, on top of Potato Hill. But if they do that, they might leave the backside open for Dignitas to flank on in. They still have a 2-2 split. Glooms, Janku still playing behind. They can deny Dignitas, but they still need to deal with Archangel Predator as well. And it's a big knock and an elimination onto Glooms from Honey Badger. That's going to severely weaken AAA.
Yeah, that's the big problem here. AAA got that initial kill into Dignitas a few moments ago, but it's Predator squeezing in from the south side that's going to be the real pinch here. Gem's taking a lot of damage. Silent Knight should still have an angle, but he's forced to reload. And now Petrichor Rotor also in the mix. A good grenade onto Gem's position. Doesn't take as much damage as you would expect, partly due to the tree, I have to imagine. But this still is just a perfect snapshot of how difficult this area is to manage. You got to land your shots. Jayers, this grenade could be helpful in getting Archangel Predator out of their grill.
That's a great nade. Half health, Blue coming in. Not much time to get that first aid kit off as well. Vex taken down by Nade. Nade goes over the top of the smoke looking for the elimination. Buzzface just pushes through the smoke. Does not care at all, but as he comes out onto the other side, he just falls down anyway to Ming. It's not looking good here for FaZe. Only 8C and Gustav remaining. The nade though from Gustav! It's a double onto Nan and Zipyan. That's massive. Only Ming standing for New Happy. They only had the trio at the start of this fight. The nade, not enough, but it gets him off of the revive. Gustav, though, knocked down by Indigo. 8C in a 1 versus 1. Ming goes down to the Molotov of Gustav. Basically killed them all. He got all 3 kills, and 8C now needs to go for the revive.
I don't know if you're going to have time because Unique are on the push. Reading the kill feed very intelligently, and they know that there's a wounded FaZe Clan here. The shots come out, not exactly taking 8C yet, but the grenade from Aduzi does it and steals the kill as well. So that's 2 points for Unique. This is looking very familiar, Xenox.
Yeah, a couple of kills though, at least for FaZe, although they do miss out on the placement points. Dignitas, 3 players, Pero, the duo. Over towards Potato Hill. E36 actually in a somewhat decent position with 3 players up. In fact, there's only one team that has all 4 players alive, and it is indeed Unique. Of course, that's a 2nd place finish in the last game. Quizzy, big nade for Na'Vi. Can they get involved in the action? No kills yet for them, but at least some placement points will be guaranteed. Quizzy still has 2 more nades. Pushes up, was maybe thinking about that underarm for a split second, but 8's left catches SSR, and Savior will go down to Quizzy from that earlier knock. Na'Vi get their first kill point, and GEX take it out in 8th place.
What can Na'Vi do? They still need to make a few more steps to get into the circle. Unique, they found their own little pivot point. 2 inside, 2 on the outside. Make sure that they are not backfilled. They are not flanked upon by another team. But Aliat sending shots towards Enter Force, who've been able to hold onto their position relatively confidently for now. But again, they might just be finding themselves between multiple angles, and there it is, the grenade from Aduzi finding Starlord. This could be the collapse of Enter 36. Grenade comes out to finish the knock. And now I think that's only 2 remaining for E36. Yes, indeed, and they don't even have a single kill yet. So perhaps playing a little bit too much for safety, not enough for control, giving other teams the opportunity to just roll over their position.
They can still kind of place replacement points. The one thing I'm going to add here, though, is the teams that have actually played well this game played well in the first game as well. Pero, AAA, Unique, Mad Clan to somewhat of a degree. There's still a lot of teams that are already grayed out, still on pretty low single-digit points. 2 games now concluded. We spoke about it at the very beginning of this game. You know, you can't have many of those kind of matches for FaZe, New Happy, BBL, Boundname United, Kaishin. It's not looking good. 4 games, though, of course, to turn it around. So plenty of matches, plenty of opportunities. But RV, though, struggling to sort of just push up here and gain position. Remembering, this is a very wounded lobby, Cammy. Like, there's only one team that has all 4 players alive. So only one team that probably has the initiative and want to maybe push forward. And even then, we haven't really seen that from Unique so far tonight.
And also, if they do push forward, that's basically going to be kicking the Hornets' nest because all of these wounded players, who knows what they're going to be shooting at? They could be shooting at each other, but also could easily be zeroing in onto you, recognizing their own team's win condition. But a doozy, very good lineup with the Molotov. Gets inside the building, a little bit of damage, a lot of bit of damage because they are stacking this with fire.
Shots from Sparking, though, and this is going to be the nature of this kind of finish, right? Yes, you get a molly. Yes, you get a nade onto Mad Clan. You put the pressure on. Good news for Dignitas, and then Unique suddenly shooting at you, right? Like, that's going to be the nature of it. Look at the map, especially if it was the eastern side. E36, Na'Vi, Pero, Unique, Mad Clan, and then Dignitas out towards the west. AAP still with Silent Night down to the south as Dante will finish off Dava, who was knocked previously. So only 2-tap remains for Mad Clan. He joins the list of 1 to 2 players remaining for the majority of these teams. Petrichor Road 5 kills, but it's looking like their time might be coming to an end shortly here. Example with the knock onto Mings. Big for Na'Vi. They need the kill points. They don't have many. Still in the bottom 4 at the moment as it stands. Of course, they'll get placement points too. Sparking in those shots, but Dignitas are getting involved. Still 3 players to the good, and a good portion of the circle out to the west.
Now eyeing towards Unique. Again, all these teams should be able to see each other. We're in phase 7 and we still have 7 teams alive. That's massive. That's huge. But a Unique still need to make these final steps. 2-tap being up for Mad keeps them behind under this hill, and that's going to give Dignitas and Honey Badger, who we know loves to flank out far to the side, a potential angle onto them, but I think they might be safe for now. Fate forced to use a smoke to get back to his teammates, but Honey Badger is still going to be a big threat. Oh, Fate with the angle as well.
Yeah, that's fortunate that Sparking had an angle there to help out. Otherwise, I was very nervous for Honey Badger. If he goes down there, that blue pushing in, he would have been enveloped by it. He heals up, and now he can make his way back. That's big, though, for Dignitas moving forward. They now have northern side control. They've got western side control. It's only a solo down to the south. There's a very real possibility that Dignitas might find the win in this game if the match proceeds the way it's looking like. Big nade that's bouncing over to Faultlessly. He goes down to Pure Boy. Unique need to respond. Remember, they had 4 players alive, then they lost Fate. Now they lost Faultlessly. Now they've lost a doozy. E36 playing this well. Dante's still alive. And while he is, so is Unique. Last one up, pushes through the smoke, and he is aggressive. Gets rewarded, wipes out, enter Force 36. But here comes Quizzy, here comes Na'Vi to clean up the rest of Unique.
Quizzy should know exactly where Dante is. There's only one spot. Gonna throw the grenade a little bit too far. But what can Dante do? It's a 1 versus 3. 1 versus 2 at the moment with Example way far behind. But he's waiting. Oh, they're retreating. This is an opportunity. They're giving him the opportunity to push forward. He hears the footsteps. He's looking for the shot. He finds one, gets the lineup, but forced back to go into the blue because he doesn't want to overextend.
Na'Vi just... Oh, he's going to maybe find another one. Runs out of ammunition. 2 taps. Stays alive. Dante somehow stays alive. The carry feature helps out Quizzy. I think it was that got knocked. Never mind. It might have actually been Alia. Honey Badger gets the kill away from Dante. 8 kills now for Dignitas, closing in on double digits, closing in on the top 5 as well. And when it's all said and done in this game, I think they might be able to scrape into it, especially if they can finish this off in a strong fashion. 5 teams remaining. Dignitas all the way up into 7th now. 8 of their 8 kills all coming here in match 2.
Silent Knight just trying to prone it out. This is a good shift for him as much as it's good for Dignitas. For Silent Knight to try and farm some more placements, because for a solo of Pero, solo of Unique, and then a rough positioned Na'Vi, they're going to have to run through a wall of Dignitas angles to make their way inside the next zone. You see Dante trying to get the lineup, trying to find some information, maybe get a kill. One more final point before they go out, but the shots just aren't landing, and now the blue is on him. Forced to run away, not going to give a point up, recognizes the situation is dire, and he's just going to give top 4 to everyone else in the lobby.
I feel like there's a chance he might have been able to play the northern side there and creep on in, but yeah, went for the shots, missed them, and obviously then just falls back to the blue. Doesn't give away kill point to anyone else. 4 teams remain. Phase 8, 30 seconds to go until the final circle. Dignitas looking strong, 3 players up. Na'Vi, they've still got 3 players, but their position, and honestly, the way that they've been playing does concern me here. Dignitas with a very superior high ground advantage over Na'Vi. Don't count out Xleft though. Don't forget about him for Petrichor Road. He could do some damage maybe late game as well. It will be difficult from the position he's in. And then Silent Knight, who has lived up to his name, being quite silent for AAP, still alive.
Yeah, Silent Knight, I think, is the one player that Dignitas might not be aware of. They should be aware of Xleft. They were the ones to take out his final teammate. Mings, I believe it was. And so they know that there's another member of that team there, considering it wasn't an insta. And now they're looking at Na'Vi as well, but the grenades, Xleft wants to go out. He wants some kills of his own. He spots them, but just not a lot of damage. The grenade goes a bit too far. And now, once again, the blue closing in on the solo player. Oh, Silent Knight going down is huge. Dignitas now have all the information that they need. And depending on how this standoff that we're looking at right now plays out, could easily get total control of the circle, of the zone. Xleft is out. Final grenade deals a lot of damage.
Yeah, Na'Vi need to find a way out of this predicament. The smokes, of course, can buy them some time, especially while they heal up, but the blue constantly moving. Dignitas, high ground, better position. They can just continue to throw these nades down. Nice spray through the smoke from Example, the game sense, otherworldly. If they can find an initial knock, then it makes it that 3 versus 2. They can push forward up this hill. They're actually playing this very nicely. Good use of the smokes to be able to continue to try and push up this hill. Alia's got a really good position. Line up onto Punich as they now start to throw out the flashes. Dignitas literally throwing everything they've got here. Na'Vi, though, not falling down easily.
A lot of smokes used. They're going to need a lot more, but the spray from Sparking holds true, and that's going to be Quizzy knocked down. Counter grenades doing a lot of damage, but they still don't have the knock just yet, but at least forces Sparking to rotate away from that position. These sandbags, these trenches, huge amounts of cover for Dignitas to utilize. Yeah. And that's Alia down. It's all up to Example.
Yeah, Dignitas have played this perfectly. They deserve to win in this game. They crack double digits. It's a killing spree, and it's a big chicken dinner for Dignitas. They've had it rough so far at PGC 21, but finally, things go their way from last to second.
32nd place rather in ranked decision, and then 16th place in the previous game. But you cannot discount Dignitas. They're coming in with such experience. They have 2 members from the 2nd place team of PGIS. They have Sparking, who, despite Meta not performing that well at that event, still played out of his mind. And while Honey Badger might be new to this global stage, these guys just needed a few moments to get their feet back under them, and they are back to their winning ways.
Yeah, they looked good doing it. Good positioning, good rotations. Obviously, double digit in the kill department as well. Just an overall massive game from Dignitas. As we'll throw it over to the best desk in the business to break it down.
Ooh. Thank you very much, folks. Oh, the compliments. We're all flustered now. I mean, what to say about that, Martin? I think Dignitas, what an excellent story here. If anything underlines that these are the best teams in the world playing in this tournament, it's the fact that the team that placed 32nd initially came back to, in pretty dominant fashion in the final fight as well, win this game, and they fully deserve it.
Yeah, we were kind of questioning that they did not push on to the Petrichor Road and Sonic's fight to clean that up, and it turns out that they leaving and them taking the decision to kind of move in they did was super important, because they would have not gotten a position on the high ground towards the Potato Hill if they hadn't to, even though it was obvious. Strimsy had 2 knocks, Minx and Mill was already down, and it could have been 2, potentially 3 easy points for them. But they decided to leave because the circle went far away from them and they wanted to get into a better position. So good on them, and 20 points as well on top of that is yeah, it's super important for them to come in and have a start like this. This could very well put them up at the very top.
Absolutely, and for a team like Dig, I mean, I've said it time and time again. Sometimes they get a little ahead of themselves. They get a little over aggressive. They don't take their time, and I feel like Dig of old maybe even would have made that push that Martin was talking about onto Petrichor, because they could have gotten those extra 2 kills. But the fact that they showed some maturity, they backed off, they took a better position, and they played very slow on that northwest side of the circle. I mean, they really took their time and were picking their shots and picking teams apart, getting damage out there, and just forcing other teams to fight, meanwhile getting a good position for themselves. So overall, I mean, this was very well played by Dig. Again, they desperately needed this, as Martin was saying, coming into this as the 32nd team. They didn't get to play the weekly survival, so well done by Dig. But also, I have to give it up to Team Unique fighting on that northwest side, the northeast side, as long as they did, as well as Navi.
I mean, let's spare a thought for Team Unique here, because second game in a row now, they've come out swinging. They've gotten a decent number of kills. And I think in the top 8, they might have been the only team with all 4 alive at one point. They managed to take home 9 points from this game. It is all about Dignitas, though. 12 points more than Petrichor Road, who are in second. They've had a pretty decent game as well. So a little bit less top-heavy this time, Godspeed. But at the end of the day, very, very strong game for Dignitas. And that 12-point lead will serve them very well indeed.
Absolutely, and again, another really strong game from Petrichor, even though we saw them get in a fight with Sonics where Sonics got wiped. And so the fact that Petrichor is continuing to frag, and again, they do excel in the points format just because that team is so kill heavy, that's fantastic for Petrichor. And I can't really say that we're really surprised. I think Martin even kind of nailed it in the beginning of the broadcast. This team should be doing much better than they've been showing so far. And so
yeah,
Petrichor stepping up.
I think that's fair. Petrichor, a team with so much weight on their shoulders. They are PCS champions after all, and we know how good they are. In this game, though, Honey Badger and Jayers, both with a solid amount of kills and damage. Jayers as well, an attack all around. They've been having a little bit of a resurgence today.
Oh yeah, and imagine that when you're not hot dropped and you actually get to play the game. It's actually kind of cool.
Crazy.
It's super good to see, you know. Like, I'm happy that the AAA is coming in and actually showing up, because they had a rough rank decision and they need to step up. But nice to see Honey Badger here, the match MVP, 5 kills, 500 damage, and leading his team to a victory with 12 kills and a win, 22 points in total. It's gonna be great. That Ixleft actually increased 5,000 in price fantasy from 35 to 40k, because I would have picked him at 35, but 40 was just a little bit too much for me.
I think a couple of us are smarting from that game right now, but one thing we do know is that was very, very entertaining. We've got one more Erangel game left, ladies and gentlemen, before we move into the mirror bars here in the bottom 16 at PGC 2021. We're going for a quick break so that the players can have a comfort break and grab themselves a drink, and we'll be right back with game number 3. See you soon.
안녕하세요. 매드클랜의 주장을 맡고 있는 이엔드라고 하고요. 여기는 이제 매드클랜의 꽃미남 대바 선수이고요. 매드클랜의 이제 머리 오더를 맡고 있는 레시 선수이고요. 그리고 매드클랜의 마채너 투탭 선수 하고 이제 매드클랜
인생을 갈아 넣었거든요. 1년을 진짜로 갈아 넣었으니까 결과가 최대한 잘 나오길 바라고, 이 정도 팀이면 그래도 우승은 한번 할 수 있지 않을까 싶기도 하고.
혹시 기블리죠?
만약에 우승 확률을 따져본다면
99%. 아, 그럴 일 없어요. 그 1%예요, 1%. 거기. 제가 봤을 때 거기 1%입니다. 제가 거기 있었잖아요.
치료 좀 필요하지 않나.
저희 매드클랜 이번 연도 열심히 해온 만큼 PGC에서 좋은 성적 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다. 꼭 우승하겠습니다. 매드클랜!
無事 PGC 出場できて、すごい嬉しいのと一安心です。今後の展望はコミュニケーション力を高めて、仲を深めていけたらなと思います。天才神オーダースターロード氏がいるんで、スターロード色が強いねチームになっております。
천재 신 같은 스타로드님이 계시기 때문에
でチームの絶対的エースはやっぱスターロード選手だと思います。
이제 스타로즈라는 저라는 사람의 약발을 다 쓰지 않았나 믿어보려고 합니다. 이 세 선수 모두를.
인정.
負けたくない選手、ジブリ esports のランブ選手、GNL のアメリカの選手には負けたくないです。람브 선수랑 아메리카노 선수 저를 죽이겠다.
그 픽댐 챌린지라고 좀 투표하는 게 있는데 역배를 원하시면 저희 팀을 뽑아주신다면 기대에 부응하도록 노력 많이 하겠습니다.
それ見せてこれが佐藤ですじゃないし
Aiming for world peace. Enter Force 36. Fighting.
Watching that trailer has just made me think in the last 10-15 years, esports players are bloody good looking now, aren't they? Oh my god. I feel so inadequate watching that. Welcome back to PGC 2021, everyone. We're 2 games in to the bottom 16 at the end of week number 1. Team Dignitas have just won a game, and we're going into game number 3, the last one on Erangel, before we move over to Miramar for the rest of the day. Here's how the leaderboard currently shapes up. Petrichor Road in the lead with 25, and we then have 3 more teams above 20. Dignitas, Attack All Around, and Team Unique as well. Game Home, though, thanks to their chicken dinner, are still hanging in there. They're in 5th place at the moment with 19, but it's all about the second half of the table at the moment. Avenger, if you exclude Sonics, it's still 4 points separating that entire second half.
Yeah, that's it's crazy, right? It's literally 5-6 points that makes the difference of 8 games or so right now. But it'll be more points. Like I think 10 or 15 points or so is going to separate you whether you play or have 5, 6, 7 games to play in Wednesday and Thursday. So we'll see how well they fare throughout. But yeah, so far it's looking quite good for Petrichor Road. Haven't won a game so far. Right now, number 1. Axlev fragging out, and that's likely going to continue the rest of the day as well.
It's all about who's fragging out at this point, isn't it? I mean, Dustin, we're taking a look at people like Jank as well, who have just been absolutely insane today, and they will be picking up those points. It's not chicken here. Every point matters.
Yanku, Jair, I mean, AAA as a team right now is firing on all cylinders, and this is really great to see because this is a team that, we've talked about before, not having the best days. Their rank decision wasn't ideal, and the fact that they're not getting contested now, center in Picado and Pachinki, well, we don't know about Picado yet, but at the very least, Pachinki, I mean, they've been able to do their thing, and they're a pretty frag-heavy team when they get to play the game that they want, and so AAA doing a very good job so far. And I will say that the other really interesting thing about this format and how many games we have in it, as far as, just 6, is that one game can completely turn a team around from being at the bottom. Basically, you get a 20-point game, you're shot right up in the top 8, if not even further, depending on where you were. So still, for the teams that are not finding the kills or the points that they need, I mean, there is still ample opportunity. All it takes is one big game.
Oh yeah, there has to be, right? All of our fantasy picks are depending on it at this point. Let's not kid ourselves, guys. Absolutely incredible stuff. Who would you like to see take a win, Martin, that hasn't taken a win so far, where you're thinking actually these guys are overdue?
Well, I have to put in some heavy bias on my fantasy picks, obviously, who I would like to see. So obviously Shrimpsy.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final Erangel game of the bottom 16. This is game number 3, and flying over Erangel for the last time today, we leave you in the capable hands of Cameron Davis and Xenox.
We try to have a little bit of fun. We are sometimes capable, and sometimes we also mute ourselves on the throws, but we have fun, of course. Final match of Erangel, as you said, Jorasar, of course, bottom 16, presented by Alienware and Toomey. After this, then 3 games of Miramar, Cami.
Yeah, 3 games after that. That's going to be the real chaotic portion, right? Because Erangel and Miramar is by no means a Sanhok, right? But it is still, in some areas, particularly some parts of the map, not quite as macro-able as Erangel can be. So I think there's going to be a couple of teams, especially the real long old school veterans who've been playing since beta, who are still going to be more comfortable here and are going to want to put themselves in a better position or a solid position on the leaderboard, because you never really know what Miramar is going to be throwing at you. Fortunately, we're playing 3 games there, but still, remind you, this is a 6-game series, 6 games, and we're done, and that's your reseeding placement.
Final opportunity on Erangel, and as has been touched on, Miramar, we go. So for teams that have been struggling here, maybe a reprieve on Miramar, right? That's the other way to also sort of frame it. For those that have maybe struggled on Erangel for whatever reason, maybe Miramar will be their salvation to get some points, get up the leaderboard, and give themselves a decent position for weekly survival. And it's going to be maybe another Yasnaya finish. We had that, of course, for match 1. Long way to go, only phase 1, but it is going to be Northeastern for match 3, our final game of Erangel. At the moment, Petrichor Road on top. Dignitas indeed, though, did get to second place off the back of their victory in match 2. Hero finishing in third place, so a solid finish for them. AAA not too far behind on 21 points, tied with Unique on 21 as well. In fact, quite a couple of teams now right at the top, Cammy, where we've now got those kind of same 5 teams soaking up the points, game home onwards, and then everyone else down that's still in single digits from like 9 to 16. They need to get a wriggle on.
Yeah, it's only been 2 games, so not that much of a surprise that we don't have that many double-digit teams. But yeah, this is definitely the time to step it up for a bunch of those guys. Want to look at the Sonics especially, had a good first game, or at least a pretty solid first game, but then the second game just very unlucky, very unfortunate. Just there we saw a little bit of a replay of AAA holding down the fort from Kaishin's Send. I got a little bit of a sense from that Kaishin were a little hectic, a little sloppy with their push, but nonetheless still a good hold for them. And third place, 21 points for the team overall. Very, very good playing out from Pachinki right now. Shouldn't have too far to move to get into phase 1.
Have a look at our winner team focus from match 2, which was Dignitas. They've been the talk of the town over the last week. Of course, not for good reasons, being last in ranked decision, last in weekly survival, of course, therefore, as well. And, well, fortunately, what a start here for the bottom 16 week 1. They've had a bit of a time off. They've been able to, I guess, think things over and maybe go over some things because they're looking pretty good. I know that we spoke about it a little off air at the very beginning of the day, Cammy, and you said, you know, don't count these guys out.
Absolutely not. And their playstyle has been fluctuating a lot over the year, trying to adapt to the, well, was new, now old format. But if they can get themselves solidly comfortable back into points rule, I think they are going to be a team to contend. I'm not going to call it they're going to be world beaters just yet, but definitely a strong team with very, very strong fraggers. I do still think they're going to be living in the shadow of the top 3 from North America, but nonetheless, the performance from the previous game, and if they can keep that going forward, solid team. Already in a good position in the phase 1 as well. Located close to GEX and New Happy, of course, who looted right in Yasnaya.
Yeah, and once again here for match 3, similar to match 2, no real hot drops, no real contest early on from any of the teams. Everyone very much separated from each other, except now for those making their way over towards Yasnaya, which is going to actually be somewhat of a repeat of Game 1. In fact, in terms of the early positioning of it, Dignitas around there, just north side of Mansion. New Happy, of course, in the vicinity. And they're a team that, again, I find myself a little surprised to see them in the bottom 5. Only 5 points from the first 2 matches. I'm starting to think maybe there's... are we overrating New Happy or something? Because they just quite haven't really been able to show up here.
Yeah, that's been a shocker for me, honestly. They were looking so good in ranked decision. They looked so good during weekly survival, got so close to wins multiple times. And I think if weekly survival was points rule, they would have been up there in top 5. I haven't run the numbers myself, but they just looked that good. But here, it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's them trying to adjust to the weekly survival meta, and they're not able to get back out of that now that we're back on points rule for this thing. Listen, we're playing multiple formats throughout this tournament. And so that's its own skill of being able to flip that switch whenever you need to. But nonetheless, it is still very disappointing from a team that, coming out of China, was supposed to be doing very, very strong.
Yeah, definitely agree that, you know, in terms of the expectations for them, not only that, but then when you think back to weekly survival week 1, 78 points, they hit the most points for a team that wasn't able to qualify for the weekly finals. Multiple second place finishes, multiple top 5 finishes. You kind of expected them, right? If we had have had a list of teams we expect to do well here in the bottom 16, they would have been right up there. Top 3, maybe even. Top 5 at minimum. And yet they find themselves in the bottom 5. Of course, only 2 games done. 4 games to play, including this. Still a lot of chances and time to turn things around, but they need to do that sooner rather than later, because the teams in the top 5 now already basically that, you know, sort of 20-point plus mark. We'll give Game Home the edge. They're on 19. That's close enough, but you don't want to allow those teams to continue to just pull away. Otherwise, those top 5 spots, which are, you know, so heavily wanted, are going to be very difficult to obtain later on in the night. Na'Vi, BBL, not really a major conflict or engagement here. Example just watching. Does need to be careful of Smash. If he sort of just turns back around over towards Example's position, he might get caught here and might get pinched.
Yeah, that's not good. I think the rest of the vehicles from Na'Vi were bait. One more shot, it's all that is needed. And Smash might be able to get out because there's pressure from Code Marco. That is, I don't want to say heartbreaking because it would have just been one knock, but still very disappointing. For example, for Na'Vi, because this is going to give Smash and BBL an opportunity to restabilize. You can already see Na'Vi on the retreat. No use sticking around. They wanted to see if they could find an opportunity, and it was there, but they weren't able to capitalize how they wanted to, and so they are not going to overextend. They're not going to stay there too long.
Not the easiest of shots, especially when Smash is driving away like that and you're getting the backside of the Darcia, but still, example, close, so close to getting that knock and what would be a down and a kill, and severely wounding BBL who are close by.
Thankfully, Na'Vi don't see the health bars, or else they'd be more disappointed.
Yeah, probably. There's a chance that's gone begging. They can, of course, though, come back to that later. It's not as if they've got any detriment, right? It's not like they lost the play and they needed to get the trade or anything like that, or by getting that kill. It's not really that massive. It would have obviously probably dented BBL more so than anything. But for Na'Vi, you know, they're still going to deal with BBL now moving forward. There's a lot of teams already around them. FaZe, AAA, Boundham United, of course, as well. They do need to be careful. Jay is actually very close by to Quizzy, as you can see the minimap. Still 1 minute and 50 seconds until Phase 2. No death yet at the 8-minute mark, which is somewhat surprising considering this circle. You know, we think back to match 1, and we actually had quite a lot of deaths early on with a very similar circle.
But that was off of a very, very rough playing path as well. Remind you, this one was a lot more straightforward of a playing path. No hot drops this time around. And I think also this lobby is getting used to each other. That's the other big thing about every new phase that we're playing is a brand new collection of 16 teams. Even if you swap one team out for another, that can completely change what the battlefield looks like. And right now, you're seeing a lot more intelligent macro plays here. The way that AAA and Na'Vi are moving around each other is almost like chess to a point. One car moves here, the other team responds with a rotation in another direction, and back and forth we go. As you mentioned, this is still phase 1 close to the end, but phase 2 has yet to pop. And so there is a little bit of resistance of getting into a fight, especially if it's a little bit of a 50-50 like AAA and Na'Vi might be, because if you're in the middle of an engagement and the circle sends all the way to the other side of the zone, it doesn't matter if you survive with all 4, your timing of that rotate is going to put you in a really, really rough position. So I think ultimately just getting yourself into a defensible, fortified position, if phase 2 shifts onto you, is what those teams are looking at right now.
Having a look at Petrichor Road, our current lobby leaders just around the Rozhok region, which, if they are to move forward towards Yasnaya, they may have to go through a couple of teams unless they go up the Rozhok Bridge and then go up north and maybe go for a long rotate over towards Yasnaya Pond, which is something they actually did in match 1. They may look to do that once again. Mad Clan, a team that has been okay so far, 13 points, not quite mixing it with the top 5, but in 6th place. That's all you can really ask for now as we get our second phase to show itself, and right on top of the Yasnaya Pond, in fact. So we are going to see at least a different circle than match 1, something a little bit different, how it's going to play out. You know, the Yazzie Field's not quite going to be as impactful, neither is that bowl south of Yasnaya. Stalba actually going to be a bit more of a interest point for, actually, it's, you know, a POI, basically. And the compound's close by to the north side of the Yasnaya Pond.
Yeah, it's that pond that you mentioned, the lake, as some people call it.
I call it a pond.
You call it a pond, lake, same thing, really. But, oh, Mime, another opportunity, but doesn't want to overstick because Kaishin could easily roll up and flip around on him. But yeah, all these rotations in north are going to have to be very aware of that body of water, whichever term you want to use for it. It's been a while since we've seen a circle like this, at least I have, where that comes into play. We'll see if phase 3 and onwards stay on that area. But Melman getting knocked by Smash in the kill feed. A lot of rotates happening in the meantime, but very good trade, shall we call it, from this extended standoff.
That's fine. They'll get the revive, unless BBL gonna get super aggressive. Maybe Code Marco looking for an angle, but I don't think so. He's going to find it there. CJ spray, final bullet, headshot onto Youngby. Little APAC on APAC violence, as Landrin, though, will be our first death of the game. H-Win picks up the kill for the Sonics. Mad Dog will flush Youngby. So 2 quick kills just like that at the 11.5-minute mark. Melman will get revived by Quizzy. BBL, though, they are pushing. They are being aggressive inside of the woods, and they are going to make sure that Na'Vi do not get out of here alive. The nades go in. No more, though, for Smash. In fact, not a whole lot of intel to go off of as the smokes do come out. Na'Vi in retreat mode, defense mode. But now they pull out the nades. They are fighting back.
I like the push from BBL as much as I love the retreat now that they know that Revive has come in. But GEX versus Mad Clan, a lot of damage, but just Unique with a random far off angle. So GEX are putting themselves in a really, really bad situation. This is not what they had bargained into. SSR forced to retreat. Xenon with the high angle cover to allow SSR to get into this different position. But it seems like they figure they're so close to center, there's not many other places they could go. They kind of have to fight, but Deva is there with the angle.
SSR, not the best peak, and gets punished for it. Deva, up close, was able to get that elimination. And then Zennan now the only one that's remaining for GEX. How quickly things can fall apart. Quizzy's knocked down for Na'Vi. Metrolis, though, does need to be careful that he does not get caught here.
See a lot of shots coming in from the south, so who knows who's third-partying this. Revive is coming through. The first aid kit is coming through. Metrolis getting himself back up to 75. But this whole run and gun situation is very chaotic for both of these teams, both of these sides, and how much are they just trying to get back into his compound cover of smoke, getting back into hard cover. Again, I like the fact that they tried to take the fight, but they're not overextending, they're not overstepping their bounds, but Dignitas versus FaZe, another engagement, this one on the east side. Now you can see a couple of tracers come in from the west. It's going to be Unique, again with a third-party angle.
Massive nade from FaZe, got Poonage, and then he follows it up with a knock onto Sparking as well. Dignitas may be our winners from match 2, but they might be a loser here in match 3 early on if they do fall here to FaZe. FaZe, though, taken down. Zipner for New Happy, getting that knock. Phase 3, we continue on to the pond. Yasnaya, though, also a factor. This is a very intriguing circle as to how it, of course, can play out. For Phase 4, though, you're expecting it, honestly, to go on to Yasnaya and the fields.
Yeah. So we're going to be seeing a lot of vehicle sends that direction, and I think Dignitas and FaZe would love to have an opportunity since they're on the inside track, but caught up with each other. Gonna have to figure out this engagement first. Dignitas still bleeding out members. Only 2 left alive. One of them puts up a fight. That's gonna be 8C going down. But Fex is immediately there on the trade as Shinboy, the last one standing. What can he do? Good grenade, but Fex is retreating.
Nicely played from Shinboy, as much as he can do there. Throws the nade, forces Fex away from the rock, and then follows up with the shots, but unfortunately falls to a doozy. For Dignitas, it wasn't just FaZe that was their undoing. It was Unique as well. They got 2 kills out of that engagement, third partying. And they will be indeed our first team eliminated here at match 3 after winning match 2 as well. They go back to their ways of last place.
Now we can look back again at how this entire circle is playing out as a whole on a macro level. And this is going to have some very rough decisions for IGLs, because on one hand, you could send it into Yasnaya. As you mentioned, it's likely going to go that direction on the next shift, or it's definitely going to go that direction on the next shift, shall I say. But then we all know how much of a coin flip that is. So some teams might want to play north of the city, maybe try and go to the south if they're coming in from that angle already, such as Na'Vi and BBL. But those are risky for their own rights as well, because if it stays on Yasnaya and you have to push in coming in from the outsides, this is just a lot of plays that are going to need to be made here. Tiggleton with 1, couple of shots. Kaishin still losing players. The hands of the Sonics. 3 kills for them already.
Missed the first couple of shots there. Tiggleton recovers and gets the elimination for Sonics. 11 points for them now. 3 kills just quietly in this game. You know, it adds up in the point rule. You just get quietly a couple of kills here and there every couple of minutes, and it really does start to stack up. That's an ambitious spray from Fate. Hayes, of course, only the 3 players. And they're going for that long, hard rotation towards the Yasnaya fields, understanding the severity of the situation going into Phase 4, which is now only 30 seconds away. Unique are probably going to have to do somewhat of a similar rotate, but maybe we'll have to play through the city. See how they elect to play this. Maybe just sort of banking on what's going to happen here on Phase 4. Like you said, does it go north side of Yasnaya? Does it stay on that side? Or do we get that field shift like we're kind of expecting? FaZe, though, are now going to have to come in from the blue behind Petrichor Road. And there's AAA as well. This is a dangerous situation for FaZe Clan as we're about to see Phase 4.
Yeah, they're scouting out. They have a few moments to be able to do so. Oh, shots immediately traded. Petrichor Road heads on a swivel. Likely heard the vehicles as well to give them a bit of a heads up. The shift goes towards Yasnaya as expected. Jayers from AAA, dead center The rest of his team split out on towards the southeast edge. Don't want to commit into the field so fast just yet, but uh-oh, FaZe Clan, no other option but to Clown Car, and that car in question is already at half HP.
Their health is at half HP as well, so the car and their health all low. It's not going to take much. Yeah, 80, good stuff, already taken down. Fex had a little bit more health, had a little bit more time, but the result will be the same nonetheless. It will be FaZe Clan going out in 15th position.
Oh, Mill was even chasing that in his own vehicle, but he's driving to the line of fire from AAA. Jayers and Glooms both chiming in. I think Navi might have an angle onto this as well, since that's Example picking up that kill, but oh, Unique one in. Unique following up on FaZe's own rotate. They might have just caught, attack all around, slipping.
Big knock on the Glooms, who had that roof advantage, although faultlessly gets caught by Nair. New Happy, the third party's going to help out, attack all around, and they certainly need it. Janku gets sat down as well. Unique, though, fall to the nade of Janku. A deuce, he's caught by it, and Unique out in 14th position.
Now
AAA survive.
For now. I think Petrichor Road are going to be on the push there, but looking at Yasnaya, these are all the teams that decided to send it on in, managing their positioning around each other. But yeah, Glooms has been confirmed. This one, again, by Nan. New Happy all the way in Yasnaya, the south apartments with an angle across the field. And this is, I think, one reason why Jayers was put in the center. Not only for a position of anchoring to play out the rest of the game, but also as a position of safety, because AAA might have expected how chaotic that situation might have been on the south side, and so he can just stay alive. Oh, he's actually he's gone. Wait, where'd he go? Where did he go? We were just looking at him.
He's gone. Oh, this is not good. 3-0-7, and you got H-Win looking at Kaishin. Slow rolling on in. That's going to be surely Cobra gone. H-Win gets knocked down by Selfie. That's not ideal for the Sonics. The nade might get the job done. I think it's just a distance away. Another nade, though, will be their undoing, surely. Yuppie, up close. Shotgun in hand. The nade from Selfie does eventually deal H-Win to the grave. Kaishin down to just one player. One thing I wanted to sort of touch on, but then, of course, now we see all of this. Look at that top four. 3 teams all eliminated. This is such a perfect game. If you're not inside of the top 5, maybe even top 10, this is your game to get back into the swing of things in terms of the leaderboard standings as GEX are eliminated.
Yeah, and they were in 9th. So again, as you mentioned, top 10, Ming with an AWM. Essentially has an angle, but wasn't able to land that shot. But still, quite a few kills onto New Happy already, and look up, just look up. Just look up into the window. Discussing it, doesn't spot the SEAL team sneaking up right below him, but New Happy, they're going to fall away because his next circle is going into the field, and it's no longer in their best interest to stay involved in the city. Mad Clan, same decision by them. Roaming through, just trying to get to the south side, trying to get into the south edge, and they can hold the final few compounds that is in Phase 5.
Well, the apps are in as well, so you can play the apps if you need to. E36 actually playing them too, or playing one of them. So Phase 5, there's going to be a lot of teams that were inside of Yasnaya that will remain so, but now shifting over to the south side. So you're going to have that mad dash. Of course, it's difficult. You got to check every corner. Sonics just send it across the road. I was going to say, fortunate to somehow make it across without losing a player. Fortunately, I didn't say that. And now that's 2 down. Sylphie punishing the Sonics. Where were the smokes? They just sent it. There are so many players and teams inside of Yasnaya. So many different angles and windows. Someone was bound to have a sightline on the road. Sylphie was that someone. Sonics get heavily punished for being just so careless with that run across.
What can Trimsy do as a last standing player? Potentially going for the revive, because Game Home are using this as their own opportunity to make their way into the circle. Yuppie also spotted out, the last player from Kaishin. Not a lot that they can do, but Disgusting's not landing the shot. Now Ming is chiming in from the south.
Yuppie goes down. He was the solo for Kaishin. Disgusting can now sort of look ahead. Archangel Predator on the move. They'll just, I don't know, where do they send it to? They just send it into Yasnaya. Why not throw one more team into the mix? Over towards Apps. Disgusting's taken down by HS. Amanar now pushing in. Well, not pushing in. He's expecting the push in from Archangel Predator. Good position. It gets one. Maybe gets a second. No, but stays alive at least. 6 health. It's not a lot. Indigo watching the window. Bit of damage onto CJ. Archangel Predator need to be careful here that they don't lose any more players. Already 1 down. Amanar falls to the nade. He only had the 6 health. Pure Boy on the balcony above. CJ now making the push. Oh, surely spots him. Oh, he didn't. The corner of his eye. He couldn't quite catch Pure Boy. Only got the one, though, before the trade came through from Silent Knight.
Yeah, a bit of an ambitious stick onto that spray, but the follow-up grenade not cooked long enough. That's going to give Predator the information that there are more members of Enter Force pushing onto their position. Mad Dog runs into the fire and flames, but now Indigo sneaking in into the bottom floor. Opportunity to get the revive if he doesn't want to push into the upstairs and pinch from the opposite side. They're going to go for the revive. Going to try and get their manpower back up because it is not just Predator they need to worry about. They are trying to get further into this game. There are still 9 teams alive. Where is Phase 6 going to go?
Pero at the Wizzy in the fields with only the 2 players. Na'Vi down south, BBL out to the west, and there's still an apartment, in fact 2 apartments still in play of Yasnaya. That's big for the grand scheme of things. Allows these teams inside of Yaz to continue to fight, push forward. Mime's taken down by Dava. Tiggleton's still up though for Sonics. He is the only one. Trimsy's gone, Mime is gone. And Sonics might be gone soon if Tiggleton can't make something happen. At the very least though, 4 kills. That's something. It adds up in point roll. Lash, headshot onto HS, but nothing else.
Mad have a really good position here. They haven't had to move their initial spread all that much. They took the apartments, and they have Ian there on the tower just outside as well as a little bit of a pivot point when they assumingly eventually need to make their way into the field. But it's all about making sure that they can wound the teams around them as much as possible. New Happy trying to rotate away, and BBL also trying to push in from the east side. This BBL Na'Vi standoff surprisingly hasn't really come to much in the past couple of zones. They've been playing fair, they've been playing nice.
I have to sort of make a question of this though. New Happy send all 4 away from the chaos of Yasnaya. They play south side, they can watch the flanks of Na'Vi. They'll have 4 players. Na'Vi only have the 3. This is not a bad move from New Happy. The only downside, of course, is this kind of scenario that can take place. So many teams inside of Yasnaya that are no longer fighting each other now look towards the fields. And of course, you're going to see those smokes and you're going to start shooting in and seeing if you can get some knocks, some damage. Especially if you're Mad Clan, you know, you're just sitting inside of one of the apps. There's no team that's pushing you. No one's fighting. You may as well look out to the fields now. And this is where it could be, you know, the field teams that have had, honestly, a bit of a reprieve for the last couple of phases, now feeling the punishment from the teams inside of Yasnaya. But that will change sooner rather than later. Phase 7, Phase 8, it'll go the other way.
Good grenade. Banks off of the vehicle, and it doesn't drop a standing player, but it stops the revive on Accord Marco and forces the other players to maneuver around and try and reposition themselves because this spread by Na'Vi has given them multiple angles. And Tiggleton, the move from New Happy, has given him space to get into Phase 6. It's a small little shack. It's a small little 1-person apartment.
That's not ideal.
Studio apartment. Let's see if we can't get a couple of points in it. Yes, as you mentioned, the vehicle rolling away. There is no hard cover for New Happy left anymore, which means Tiggleton and the rest of Mad Clan can just spray wildly onto their position.
Not a lot of games where your hard cover can literally just roll away and now you're just left with only a smoke. Because, of course, they did Clown Car send it over to this position. So that smoke, once it dissipates, New Happy are sitting ducks. They need more smokes to come out shortly. Need to start playing some of these hay bales, or at least pushing towards them. They don't have any hard cover at all now. And Tiggleton, I think, understanding this. Great game sense. He knows that no one's going to push on him. That is already inside of Yasnaya. He can maybe get some knocks, turn those into kills, get some extra kill points, but also, you know, helping eliminate a team if other teams are shooting at New Happy. That then means that they go at 9th. That means that's a placement point that can also be gathered for Sonics.
The shift is mostly center, but it's just a little bit towards the south and a little bit towards the east. That could push the AAP, Enter Force, Baonam fight there on the north together really fast. And now Na'Vi running away from BBL, trying to take over Petrichor Road's position because this is the only spot that's in the next zone, the only point of hard cover. So if they can steal this away, this will be huge, but they're down to 2. It's going to be a 2 versus 2, or perhaps I spoke just a second too soon because Ixlef goes down to a Molotov, an example. He knows exactly where Mamu is.
He's prone, though. He's prone. Example is going to get caught, maybe. Mamu, fortunately, missed his shots, and Example stays alive. And now they've got him absolutely pinned inside of the container. Flash goes in. Example knows he's on the hard left side. He'll go for one more flash. He'll go for one more swing. Oh, he gets caught, though. End. Third party from a very large distance away. That's a massive reprieve for Mamu. Aches left is still about to bleed out, though, so he is the solo for Pero. 9 teams left, so next team to go out will not get any placement points. It might be the Sonics. Tiggleton forced to run out, use his final couple of smokes. Boundham United watching on the edge of Yasnaya as well. It will kick off once again in Yazzie for the final time before we're down to just the field.
Don't count Tiggleton out, especially with New Happy now suddenly giving him support onto Mad Clan. Ian is still separated from this fight. Unsure if he's focused on the east or the west side because Mad Clan might have a lot of teams to have to deal with. All trying to run from Yasnaya. Grenade comes in, but it doesn't find its mark. Maybe that one could do a little better. Just a little bit too far still.
Yeah, Tiggleton might be able to catch them here, and honestly should be able to do so if you can just find them in the midst of all of this smoke. Pero will go out in 9th. Mamu ended up dying to Alia. Molotov inside of that container. Boundham United actually fall as well shortly after that. Huge opportunity now for Tiggleton. New Happy still getting pressured. He can just keep the focus now onto Mad Clan, and he actually gets a knock onto 2-tap. That's massive. Now he starts pushing forward, and he might be able to even find more utility for Sonics. So Knight's gone. Now we're down to the final 6 teams. Tiggleton's done an amazing job to at least get them this far. Maybe could still find another kill or 2. There goes Starlord. There goes Antiforce. All these teams pushing out of Yasnaya, falling one by one, and yet the solo still remains. He cleans up the knock that he got. That's 5 kills now for Sonics.
Prone down, but he was gonna get spotted eventually. The fact that he's able to make it to 5th place, you have to say, is a true show of skill for the star player of the Sonics. But looking at the top 4, everyone is wounded at least a little bit, but it is New Happy of all the teams to be the most healthy in this situation. 3 standing. Macklin only have 1 remaining, and then BBL and Navi both coming in with 2. So the team whose cover rolled away at the worst time have an opportunity to get themselves even more points. Already 10 kills. Already up to 9th place from 12th at the start of the game. They could easily take 1st. Of this
well, I
game,
can tell you for certain, they don't have any smokes left. Surely. They used and expended every single one of them once that car went away. Navi with 2. You got BBL with 2 as well. Inside of the circle, smashed on a bad position, and now Mad Clan down to 1. Big opportunity for New Happy. They've been a bit of a storyline that we have built up throughout tonight. A little bit of a slow start the first 2 games, but for our final Erangel game today, of course 3 Miramar matches to play after this, they're bringing it home strong. Alia, he catches them from behind. The first shots need to land. They do, exactly, quickly. The blue, though, will do damage if he doesn't fall away, and he will have to do that. Fortunately, New Happy won't have an angle from the new position that he's moved to.
Yeah, but fortunately for New Happy, unfortunately for Navi's own point collection, forced to fall away. No chance for the follow-up, and the revive could come through. Example now with the AWM trying to send some shots on BBL, but they're, again, not landing. They're not getting the knocks. And so the openings that Navi were hoping for, neither of them have worked out, so they're forced to go into vehicles and just try and find a hay bale. Inch forward a little bit. Not going too far. Very intelligent of them.
That Dacia is probably the only hardcover in this circle. They can sort of play off of that. Obviously, you won't be able to do it for very long, and maybe I would have thought bringing it in just a bit more, but considering that is now phase 9 anyway, you're going to be pushing forward. You're going to be probably proning. New Happy, of course, no surprise. They're keeping it pretty close together, playing off of each other. You can see with the circle here, it is going to be sort of a rat race. Everyone's going to go prone. Everyone is going to start just sort of snaking their way to the center. Can New Happy win? They've got the most players, they've got the best chances, but they need to get rid of Navi. And Alia somehow survives.
Vehicle blowing up her face is not a comfortable position to be in, but surprisingly only down to half HP. Should be able to med that one up easy. And now that vehicle is perfectly safe hard cover. They hang out behind, unfortunately. It is so close to the edge, he's gonna have to leave it sooner rather than later. BBL sticking closer towards the center of the zone, and now New Happy, they are so focused in on the EMEA teams on the west side that Lash has an opportunity to sneak in from behind them. 1 knock for Non. Example is down, and it is all up to Alia.
BBL not helping their cause here. They probably want Alia to get a knock on to New Happy and help BBL's chances too. Should have maybe got that knock there. Slight chance for BBL. Goes begging. None gets the double. 13 kills for New Happy. They continue to climb up the leaderboard. Lash though from behind does get Zipnan. He got Ming as well. Suddenly on Inan in that solo position. Good bit of damage on the Mitra. It is now a 1 versus 2. BBL, surely you win from here. Land your shot. Smash. Yes, finally. BBL. Winner, chicken dinner in the end. It's a 6-kill win.
a little anticlimactic, to be completely honest, Cammy, but a win is a win. Points needed for BBL keeps them inside of the top 10.
Slipping a bit of a tenor over to Lash there, helping them out, take New Happy out of this game. It really was Lash with those 2 kills coming in from the blue New Happy. They had so many angles to be careful of that they just let that one slip away, and that is the only opportunity that BBL needed. Remember, BBL and Na'Vi were facing off against each other from the very beginning of the game, it felt like. But there was a gentleman's agreement. They didn't overcommit onto each other because they both knew that getting into the field was going to be rough. So they wanted to go in with as healthy of a team as possible. Both teams in the top 4, but only BBL comes out on top.
Well, for BBL, they'll take the win. Doesn't matter how you get it. A win is a win. 6 kills as well to go with it. We'll go back to the desk, but they can break it all down.
And Yeniden rings out over Incheon. BBL Esports taking home the W there. Incredibly strong stuff, but also, you know, a little bit of an assist to Lash there. We have to give him credit where it's deserved. He was absolutely incredible, but take nothing away from Big Boss Live Esports grabbing the W.
Yeah, Lash was basically the 3rd or 4th member, I think the 3rd member, because BBL was a duo there, and I can tell you right now, Martin was Martin was absolutely ecstatic that Lash was starting to get those kills. But I mean, Mad Clan was fighting for the longest time on that north side, as we see here, trying to push out into the field. Obviously, Tig was a massive factor in holding them back. He got a knock on 2-tap, he pushed it forward, and Lash really the only one to survive. I mean, basically everyone on that north side, Martin, was just getting shredded by this really crazy play that New Happy was just making work for them with that field set.
Yeah, I didn't expect that field set to work. Wow, that was impressive. And also them to kind of escape the urban massacre that was going to happen inevitably. You know, it's in a situation where they got out. They should have won this game. Like, there were 3 guys alive. They had a good position, but I honestly expected Lash to get into a situation where he might get 1 knock, but when BBL started knocking and killing Na'Vi, I was like, no, you need Na'Vi to fight New Happy so you can kill them later. But no, don't worry, Lash is gonna get 2 of the New Happy knocks, and BBL got this win easily. So that was a massive setup for Na'Vi to be caught in the sandwich and Lash to get the 2 initial knocks on New Happy. New Happy must be super sad, but they did get a lot of kills, so I think they're decently satisfied with the amount of the points that they got out of the game. But they were really close to be able to grasp that win for sure.
I think there are a couple of things to pick apart there. The first is that Lash almost did what they wanted Na'Vi to do, so it kind of worked in the end for BBL. But New Happy, I mean, once again in a position where, oh, they don't quite get the win, but they get a lot of kills. In this case, Godspeed, it works. They take home 20 points from that game, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner. And it's all about the points right now. They're going to be super pleased with that.
I mean, aside from chicken dinners, if you look at New Happy, they've been pretty damn consistent overall, right? I mean, they've had a 5th place over. I mean, they were one of the teams, obviously, that also did get the chance to play the entirety of the weekly survival. They had a 5th place, 3rd, another 3rd, multiple 2nd places, the 4th place. I mean, they were very consistent as far as placement as well as kills. They just couldn't find the dinner. Fortunately, again, coming into this format and this bottom 16, they don't really need the win, and they're proving that they are still consistent, if not also consistent in not being able to close out the games.
And right now, that's not a big deal. Going into weekly survival, of course, it will be very important. But look at that, 7 kills there. I think Nan really showing that he's focusing on making sure he gets the damage and then finds a way to get those kills confirmed as well. Because Alia with 3 kills on the right-hand side, almost 1,000 damage there, Martin. That's not to be sniffed at. But what that means is that a lot of the knocks are coming from positions where, or not even knocks, where people have hard cover and it's possible for them to heal.
Yeah, obviously the guys that have him on their fantasy roster is happy, but still you want to be able to. The impact for damage is good. Obviously, it's gonna cost heals. It's gonna force people to use smokes, so it's decent, but it doesn't confirm the points, obviously. So it's good for the fantasy picks for Alia, but it's not as good for the points that you need to confirm to get into a better position here in the bottom 16.
Let's talk a little bit about that zone. That was very, very tricky. I know, Godspeed, not exactly your favorite circle in the world, but at the end of the day, Yasnaya Lake, teams have to pick between north and south there, and in the early game, sort of committing to a position, it's tricky. It's almost a little bit of a dice roll.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially when you had teams like BBL as well as Archangel Predator in the Northwest, you know, kind of stopping teams from trying to wrap back around and go through Yaz gas station to try to make it back to the South Fields. I mean, we saw a really crazy send coming out from both. I think it was FaZe followed immediately by Team Unique after they were kind of involved in the fights up in the Northeast with Dignitas after that wipe had happened and FaZe had lost some members. And just generally, there aren't many spots to play in that circle. Again, New Happy had sent it into that spot early. They managed to have a lot of utility, which is, I'm pretty sure, the only reason it worked is, again, Martin and I were not sure if that really was going to work out for them. They had so many people looking their way, a lot of damage coming out. There was multiple knocks, but that field is hard to play. Aside from some of the hay bales out there and that wizard tower that we saw Petrichor in and eventually Na'Vi kind of push into after they were gone, it's fairly open. And the teams in the apartments, I mean, fortunately for the teams in the fields, actually couldn't really engage because you had that clump right up on the north side of that. It was Enter Force, it was also Archangel Predator, and I think even one other team. But I think Bao Nan came in even later on the north side. And so because of that, a lot of the field teams were relatively safe from the apps, and it just kind of played out in their favor. But ultimately, that is a very difficult circle to play.
Well, Martin, let's talk about the fields and the teams that were there for a second, because there was actually quite a lot going on in very quick succession. I remember halfway through that game, FaZe, everyone getting into a single car that was already at half health, and already at that point we're going, oh no, this can't be good. But then Unique followed them into the zone. AAA were trying to gatekeep then. Petrichor Road then came into gatekeep then. What on earth happened on the south side of that circle?
Well, first of all, the FaZe kind of rotation that they had to do was forced of them seeing the circle. They were Yasnaya, and the circle was forced to go away from water in circle 3 to circle 4. So they tried to go for a big send off to the southern side, but Attack All Around and Petrichor Road was already there, so they were already like there. It was just doomed from the beginning here. It was not looking good for that rotation, so it was unfortunate and it was too late. But there's so many situations where, again, we see this circle 3, and if you're on the northern side or in the city, like, this is gonna be a field sending again. I knew it. And how do we get into a good position from that? And it's just in general super hard to set up yourself for late game if you're on the wrong side of the shift where you know it's going to end. Even though you know where it's going to end, you're going to have to scout for it first, and you have to stop multiple times. And if you have been caught up in a fight, it's such a detriment to you being too late.
Yeah, and just sorry, real quick to bounce off that. I mean, to FaZe's credit, that potentially was the game-winning play, right? And you kind of got to go for those sometimes. And so, to their credit,
sure,
was it the best play they could have made? Potentially not, but was it arguably a game-winning play if they got that position and were able to hold it? Absolutely. And so, to FaZe's credit, at least they tried.
And then on the north side of the circle as well there, Dustin, because everywhere there was ridiculous action. After I think it was Archangel Predator who crashed into E36. They managed to make it out there, but then you had E36, you had Mad, you had New Happy third-partying everyone, and then Tiggleton playing like Vape Nation on the wall. What on earth was going on there?
Yeah, and then don't forget, Bao Nam, I think, came in late on that north side, if I wasn't mistaken. So and that's... I mean, that's why Martin said it earlier. You generally don't want to be in a city unless you absolutely know it's going to end there. And he's right. I mean, getting stuck in the city, we just saw it. We've seen it time and time again in previous games as well. It can be a trap. And although, again, this format does lend at least decently to that, you can get a few kills on your way out, as we saw Tig do. It's tough to win off that position.
All right, well, we are done and dusted with Erangel. We're now going to be moving on to Miramar. 3 games left to decide how the teams are going to be seeded 17th through to 31st. Back over to Cameron and Xenix.
Thank you very much, lads. It is match 4, 3 games to go. We head over to Miramar here for the bottom 16, presented by Alienware and Toomey. Not many chances remaining, Cammy. Not many, especially if you're a FaZe fan. Things aren't looking great. They can still turn it around. For everyone else, though, honestly, from probably like 10 plus, they've all still got a really, really good chance of, you know, a top place finish as long as they have a good time here on Miramar.
Yeah, and if you look at the previous game where so many of the top teams did almost nothing, granted, Yasnaya, Field, City, Circle, a little unusual in that respect, but nonetheless, we're not going to be seeing a Ghibli KPI situation where the teams at the top are completely running away with everything right now. Focus in on that and just realize that, like for BBL, that win coming seemingly out of nowhere puts them in a much better position. If they can continue to make that happen, same thing with Sonics, they can just ignore that 16th place with 1 kill, lean on to the other performances while not star-studded, are still like solid and reliable and just get a little bit of extra room to push them up there at the top. Because I still maintain 4th, 5th place, that and above, or like what you really want to be going for. You don't need to go 1st or nothing. You don't need to go 2nd or nothing. Just try and get as high as possible. But this Dignitas versus BBL drop is looking a little sketch, if I'm being honest. But I don't know if anything's really going to come of it. The problem is Dignitas actually and BBL are both kind of caught between each other with AAA Apocado, potentially with solid angles.
Gustav. I mean, they need every kill that they can get, FaZe Clan, so honestly, an easy one onto Lambda and you'll take it. Holographic on the SKS though, that kind of distance, moving buggy, virtually impossible to start giving it his best effort though for FaZe, who, yeah, unfortunately have not quite been able to kick on so far on Erangel. As we switch over to Miramar though, maybe this is where they can sing a better tune. Over towards Monte Nuevo to kickstart this one. Obviously for our circle though, over La Bendita for our first game of Miramar today. I just had a quick glance at the leaderboard as actually it's shown up for us. You know, remembering 16th place doesn't get to play in the weekly survival.
Yeah.
So it's theoretically 15 to 11 is the bottom 5, which basically means I think at minimum you're aiming for top 10. Anything else after that and below top 10 would be disaster. As we look at our winner team focus from match 3, BBL Esports, many of course would have said undeserved, didn't deserve the win, but their positioning ended up getting them the win, getting them the placement points. They still had 6 kills. I've seen way worse wins than that. Full credit to them. They had a lot of utility usage as well, the smokes, the nades, as you mentioned earlier. A lot of that sort of stalemating with Na'Vi for a large portion of that game as well. And generally just a win that probably can now fill them with confidence.
Exactly. And on New Happy's side, a game that confidence on one hand because there was a lot of kills, but maybe it was still a little questionable because it was 2nd place on a game that they should have won. It was Mad Lash, who's currently 3rd place in the top 5 kills from the previous game, that came in and just ruined the game for them. But with that many players alive in the final zone, everything closing in, so many angles, you don't want to harp on it way too much if you're a New Happy. Just be aware and move forward better next time.
Big win for BBL. Gets them up into 9th place. 20 points overall. Speaking of 20 points, something that I did the quick little maths. New Happy, of course, gained 20 points in the last match. We gave them a little bit of airtime, actually, the very beginning of match 3, and boy, did they follow through. From 5 points, now on to 25 points. Does kind of highlight. And maybe sometimes we forget, you know, with all the format changes, but with the point rule system, it doesn't take many games to turn things around, Cam. Like, I mean, if FaZe Clan have a similar game, they could be in top 5. I mean, as things stand, they would be first, right? So that's 2029. But that's basically the nature of these final 3 games, is that even the ones down the bottom, yes, they might not be able to get first, but you could still jump from 13th to 5th in one game.
Yeah, that would, for that big of a jump, you'll usually need to have a win with a solid number of kills, or like New Happy, get 2nd place with a solid number of kills. Because the further in a series you get, because everyone's points are getting higher and higher and higher, the swings are going to be a little less wild outside of those situations. But we're looking at 3 games. This isn't the final game. We're looking at 3 final games. So if you're a team that struggled on Erangel, maybe perhaps doing better on Miramar, or even if you find both of them to be as good of a map as the other, but you just didn't have as good of a performance on Erangel, obviously now is the time to sort of pick it up just a little bit, 10%, 20% here and there for those few points to really make those extra moves. Because as you were saying, with the top 10 being like the solid area you want to go for, even within that level, or if you find yourself locked out of it, any single position will give you one more game in weekly survival, and that one game could be all it takes.
Approaching the 5.5 minute mark and no real engagement so far. Not too unstandard though on Miramar. At best, maybe you see a couple of pot shots here or there. It's generally the extent of it, but even that has so far been barren. Obviously, a lot of the focus over towards the La Bendita region, which is where the Phase 1 circle is right on top of. Pero finding themselves inside of the crater. Bounham United close by. GEX, New Happy as well, to name a few. Teams that have probably got a distance to traverse. Unique all the way up north. Archangel Predator all the way out to the west. And then Kaijin actually all the way down to the south. Everyone else, though, within the circle already. here for phase one. Indigo's actually going to be knocked by Mime. Trying to see where that is. Actually just a little bit north of Minas Generalis. So can they convert, though, and get this first kill of the game?
Considering Sonics are in a 2-2 split of their own and they have two members up on the high ground to the east side, I think this might be claimable by them, but Amanat is arriving. And I think this little bit of a dip that the compound is in is going to be just enough. Open the door, pick up your buddy, or I guess let him do... Okay, there we go. Yes, pick your buddy up, go inside and get the revive. So it looks like Enderforce are going to be able to stay as 4, but still pinned down by the Sonics. Good positioning by the North American team. And now looking at BBL, taking some shots over towards New Happy. Forces not inside. Actually had HS on his own back. A lot of knocks here. No single soul has been claimed. But this still shows the power of wide splits. And again, being aware of all your angles.
The nature of Miramar, though, is that it knocks early on that just can't quite be converted. It is just, in a nutshell, the map itself. Of course, our 3 winners on Erangel came home, Dignitas and BBL. And now we've got 3 games of Miramar to follow up. It was a discussion we had earlier, though, of course, for those that have been struggling, or in some cases, the teams that were doing well, do you see that reversal on Miramar? Do you see that vice versa? Do you see a team that, like a FaZe, for instance, maybe Erangel was not really the map for them and they can turn their fortunes around on Miramar? Remains to be seen, of course. And typically, I think the longer that we've really just continued on with PUBG Esports in a nutshell, I do find that less and less to a degree. I think most teams these days now are more than compatible on both maps to a very even degree. And it just generally comes down to almost sort of a reset, right? You finish your 3 games of Erangel, now you set up for 3 games of Miramar, and it's almost like a mental reset as well going into it.
Yeah, I find that a lot of the difference in map performance could easily be down to lobby composition. Who drops where are the rotates.
Yep.
And so especially in a 6-game series, where you only have 3 on each map, there's not too much you're going to be able to really be affected by. But Mime, here's the angle. Yeah, I actually found a great opportunity with the final few moments, landing the shots before Indigo could break the line of sight. Unsure why Indigo felt the need to jump. Because
stall points.
Yeah, that would have given Mime even just one more shot, but unneeded. Mime found the knock in the end, but it was the revive happened, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah, and basically just summarizes Miramar in a nutshell. You knock someone, but then they just jump 2 feet forward, and they've just fallen about 20 feet down below, and you can't see them anymore.
Yeah.
Some nice shots, though. Unique on the move. They were very far up north. They still are to a degree, but now more so in relation to the circle rather than the map as a whole. So they're actually on the other side of Enterforce. So they might be pinched between Unique and Sonics for the time being. Not really a big deal, though, in phase 1. 50 seconds until phase 2. Cobra, well, that's one way to go down. A little bit of a move on the western side of Los Leones. Archangel Predator out west there as well. A lot of teams, though, have already congregated over towards La Bendita. No surprise here for phase 1. If it does remain central on that position, if the team's not in those areas, it'll be very difficult to find a spot there later on.
Gustav, again, missed shots, missed opportunities by multiple members of FaZe Clan across the entire series so far today. Fortunately, Kaishin don't want to stick around. They're still on their own rotate, but this, I think that's got to be worrying for fans of the squad. That's still, once again, it's an opportunity missed by them.
Phase 2. Nice little hard shift actually out east. So away from that more central Graveyard La Bendita area, and now it really opens things up. Junkyard, Impala become 2 big POIs. Example, give him some style points on the bike as he makes his way over. Of course, most of the teams now, as you had a brief glimpse of the map, now on the move. Just cars everywhere, vehicles everywhere, everyone rotating. Dignitas probably the best position, actually. Honey Badger and Sparking dead center, and they've also got their other 2 teammates very close by now. They can even hold that 2-2 split if they want to. But yeah, this is a very common sight right now. Teams everywhere just on the move.
Yeah, GEX and Dignitas, as you mentioned, the only 2 teams that really had proper position in this circle, and both of them within their splits are converging on singular points because of those wide fields. You don't know where teams are going to be going now. Every other team, essentially, is having to rush on in. FaZe here, trying to find some more angles to punish some rotating teams. But it's going to be, it's rush hour right now. Now I'm falling away from the compound that they had their eyes initially set on. Petrichor Road instead going to find home at the southeast corner of Minas Generalis.
Yeah, I like this for Boundham United as well, inside of Minas Generalis. It's a decent position to hold for the time being, at least early on phase 2. Not the worst, I'd call it a mini-city to come out of, not the worst point of interest. So I think they're in a decent spot. The only downside would be actually Sonics that are kind of on the northern side of it, maybe up above, might be a thorn in their side. We'll see how that plays out. For BBL, our winners, of course, from match number 3. Not a horrible spot for them either. In fact, the one thing that's intriguing me the most is there's no real teams out to the very, very east, of course, due to the nature of phase 1, then into the phase 2 hard shift. So if the likes of FaZe Clan, you know, want to get even more aggressive, they can continue to push up, take control of that eastern side of the map. Example goes down to Zipyan as Nan falls to Gems. A couple of names now in the kill feed lighting up at the 12-minute mark. Nice to see. First deaths, Nan an example.
Yeah, I mean, at least New Happy was able to confirm that kill of their own, but Nan was fully confirmed without even a second thought by Gems. So again, attack all around, coming in with intention of taking over the game. And to go also find an opportunity onto Xenon from GEX. That's going to be GEX with... That was one of the teams that was in the center of the circle, so one player being called out like this, with Enter Force, the team that rotated in, perhaps shows sign of weakness for GEX's own hold. Fortunately, the other 3 members are still in the compound.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Hey, you've got a compound, you've got 4 players basically there, and then somehow you just let one sneak out and die. That's very unfortunate for GEX, a team that's, you know, in the bottom 5, battling for points right now over the first 3 games. And then you've got a decent spot coming over to Miramar, maybe turn things around, and then you just throw a body out like that free and easily. I mean, honestly, with what, 30 seconds till phase 3, the likelihood is they're probably going to get a feed here for phase 3. And I'm not the same for the whole game, but they're in a great spot. Now down to 3. If anyone crashes that compound, they're weakened. So very disappointing for them as we are now 15 seconds away from phase 3. Everyone else pretty much settled with their current locations, as you can see. Not too many still rotating. Most did that early on. Did mention before, of course, that eastern side still very much open towards Impala. If we do get another shift over there, we don't though. It stays right on top of Dignitas. Game Home, Pero, GEX, all looking pretty good.
Not exactly center on the map, but as far as population distribution, it's relatively centered. Dignitas are loving this. Petrichor and Game Home as well, all in solid positions, but it's a wide open field. It's been a while since I've seen a circle like this, but I remember distinctly Dignitas has a high chance of winning this game, barring a phase 4 hard shift away from them, because there is going to be, if it continues to stay center or center adjacent, there's going to be almost nowhere else to play outside of their compound.
Very much open terrain. Smash utilizing that openness as well, getting a nice spray, gets the kill. Merc got that onto Lantern, and then Mitcha follows it up. Hell yeah, just crossing paths with Cobra, who just took a dome to the head, I think, actually. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go down. Shrimzy, nice knock on Indigo. Amanar close by behind, he gets taken down too. Double for Shrimzy, converts, and then Sonic still with the presence of Enterforce, who is now just down to Star-Lord, and I don't think he's going to be able to do a whole lot.
Thank you for the points. Sonic's cleaning that one up really easily, but I find it hard to criticize that send by Enterforce too much. They would have loved a knock to take that compound from the Sonics, but again, this I'm going to repeat myself. I don't know where else they really could have gone, and Mime actually got taken out with that. Fully confirmed as well before the smoke bloom, so Sonics still taking a couple of licks themselves. They are not indefeatable here in this circle. You know, they're going to have to make extra care to not get caught out like that, because once they go down to a duo, then you start to question their abilities heading towards the late game. But now Lash, shot caller for Mad Clan, potential opportunity on to attack all around, but he's going to wait just a moment.
No real need to shoot right away, get a bit more info. Long shots as well. Not really in the position where it's like he's hiding or it's solo, edge of circle or anything. He can shoot there if he feels like there's an opportunity. 50 seconds until phase 4. As Unique on the move. Actually have just pulled up to the compound that phase themselves were pushing onto. This could be the go between these two teams. They might go head to head here. Of course, it's only Fate and a doozy though. FaZe, they don't know this. They don't have the info. And you can see with the way they're playing, positioning, they are they're backing off. Like, not backing off away from the compound, but they're not pushing in. They're not being aggressive. This might allow time for the other two members of Unique to actually make their way over to the compound and make life more difficult for FaZe.
You have about 10 seconds for the circle to be closed, so that might also be another reason why FaZe aren't going to be as aggressive, because who knows where the circle is going to shift on the next shift. So it is. And it's going to stay center. Game
Wow.
home. Dignitas both loving this. Kaishin and Navi as well, finding those new little trailers added in. And here comes Lash. He's finally going to let it rip onto AAA. Jayers goes down, full confirmed, without a chance of revenge.
Yeah, 2Tap helping out there as well. Lash spots another member of AAA. This is a large distance between these teams, by the way. Those are not easy shots. Clan get the reward, though, and now for AAA, down to just 3 players. Gloom's a little bit further back. Of course, they need to get away from La Bandita, both of these two teams. And where do they go? That's the problem now, especially in this western side, pushing down the La Bandita crater. It becomes very open terrain. At least out towards, say, like GEX position, they can probably play off of the terrain a little bit better. As the end will end Janku's life. I think for attack all around, this is probably their demise. At least Gems will get one onto Dava, expecting the push and the trade to come, but Lash is not quite as close as you would think. He's a little bit further back. When you look at that player tag, he's all the way back at that other hill. And that's going to give Gems time to just reposition here.
New Happy coming in from the south side. This is actually really, really bad for attack all around. They've dealt some good damage to Mad. You can see Zipian in the kill feed, but also FaZe pushing into the compound. They are forced to make the move because of the circle. But a doozy is going to be here. Dante with the first shots on the 8C, and now a doozy potentially striking from the side. Unexpected second player in the warehouse. But his face on the outside, throwing a couple of grenades. You can just tell that they're not entirely sure 100% on where Unique all are.
Oh, Fate got caught. He's dead. He's dead. He's out in the blue, so he's not going to be able to help out Unique from here on out. So they're down to 3. At the very least, though, FaZe can actually get maybe the revive on 8C, but I think Unique just being so aggressive here, taking the fight, this close quarter fight. FaZe now forced to just throw the flash swing. He loses that, though, despite the flash. A doozy's just too good in the clutch. Close quarters, Fex losing that fight is just awful for FaZe Clan. I think it's only Fuzzface that's left, and he's gone. He's out of here. Dante catches him. Unique pretty cleanly dealing with FaZe Clan. They are down into the bottom 3.
And BBL also took care of Archangel Predator, so they have control of their little corner of paradise. In phase 4, Baonan versus New Happy. 4 kills for this team so far, but Zipian going down. But HS is there for the final shot. Should be able to get the revive. Baonan are eliminated. 11 teams remaining. GEX being crushed into the Sonics. H-Man has already been knocked. Shrimsy running out into the blue, trying to find an angle.
Teagleton just barely inside of the circle and away from the blue. The circle, not much of a surprise. Still on top of Dignitas' compound. Same with Game Home, of course. Both teams have already won games today. Kaishin obviously haven't. Neither is Na'Vi. They're in okay spots, but for how much longer? Shrimsy, can he get anything from here? No, he's way too low. Savior, he's going to get knocked as well. That's a doozy who got SSR as well. So despite Savior getting Shrimsy, quick little double there for Unique. Starlord, he's out of the game. 10 teams left, make it 9. Sonics out in 10th place, and they continue to find themselves on the lower half of this leaderboard.
Good control there for GEX. John Lee with a final headshot to take Tiggleton out. A little bit of an opportunity for the revive, but how much time does he have? Can he get the second? Because they need to move into the circle, and I don't even know if they have any vehicles to work with. New Happy, they have a few. They also have a ridge line, but they are just a few steps away. Sneaking up behind a BBL. HS with a great lineup, but not a lot of damage. Grenade hopefully does a lot more.
Has one more as well after this if needed. That one just falls short. Nades are hard to land on Miramar with these surfaces, and now BBL firing back. That one, though, lands perfectly at the feet of Mert. Big nade for New Happy. Pressure mounting onto BBL, especially considering this is on the very edge of the circle towards the southwest. New Happy sending it now. The spray from Zipian as well. It's not that ideal. It gets knocked out of the vehicle. Down for the count. New Happy just down to HS. Our current lobby leaders not too far away from being eliminated. And I was about to make the point, by the way, Cammy, look at that leaderboard. Everyone on the bottom half of the standings just about taken out. Really good opportunity now for that top half to extend their lead going into the final 2 games.
Exactly, and that's huge. There are a couple of teams still kicking there on the bottom side. X, Kaishin, Navi, all should be mentioned. And HS, I don't think he's going to be able to survive too much longer. Gave it the good old college try, sending it down on a BBL. But that position was going to be a hard wall to try and break through, and the blue might be doing it for HS for New Happy. They're going to go out. Yes, indeed. Punich has also been dropped because GEX, they've been able to find a small little position in the field. Not a lot of cover. And Dante, well, his position is significantly worse, shall we say.
Yeah, and we're into the final 8 teams now as well, so everyone here will start collecting placement points once they bow out, at the very least, which is good news for Kaishin, who have still got 2 players alive, bottom position at the moment. Remembering, if you're in 16th at the end of the night, you will not be playing in the weekly survival, so you need to be getting out of that spot. And if they can find a way to creep up, they're sending Enter Force into that 16th position. 7 kills at the moment for BBL. Looking actually for back-to-back wins in this environment, not necessarily going to be easy. What I will say, though, here for Phase 6, surely it is time for Dignitas to get moving. Well, never mind. Maybe it might be a little bit easier. That's a great circle for BBL. That's awful for Dignitas. It really couldn't get much worse.
Yeah, now suddenly Dignitas need to leave the compound. I guess the old circles just don't work the way that they used to. But BBL, just talking about that position, talking about that point, and Petrichor Road are actually in a very similar situation. Not a lot of cover for both these teams, but they have the high ground that they could utilize to break that line of sight when they're not taking the shots like they are right now onto GEX. They have a small little ridge to hide behind, a few little smokes. The one thing you could criticize against BBL's position is that it's on the edge, but I don't think there's any center position that is going to be better than what they are playing with right now. Dignitas now extending out, trying to remove GEX, but they need to push into Kaishin and Navi territory, and that's going to be a hard one to break into.
One thing that is a positive for Dignitas, should have mentioned here, they've got vehicles, they've also got utility, only the 3 kills, and they haven't necessarily been pushed or aggressed on that much. Chance maybe to get a couple of knocks here with the GEX, just sending it over to the little building of Navi, the nades in hand. Valia and Melman, they go out, they're successful. SSR, he's gone, Melman does a decent job. Navi defending their territory. Yanli, the only one left, he's low. Big play from Melman and Alia. And they can continue to maybe hold this position for a little bit longer. Oh, this is perfect. That should be the end of Yan Li. Oh, he's actually going to be able to hide behind the tree. Should not take any damage at all. Does not. Heals up and continues. Has barrel in hand.
Oh, now BBL, more shots on the game home, who are forced to do a similar send out to the middle of nowhere. Does go down, so that is going to be GEX down in 7th place. 6 teams remaining. Only a few more teams out before we see the top 4 podium. And I'm thinking Dignitas might be one of those up, because unlike game home, they still haven't been able to find that initial foothold into the circle, into the zone. They have a small hill, but the knocks for Navi, the knocks for Kaishin just aren't there.
But they got the vehicles, and right now what they're doing is they're just playing for time. They're not going to move until they have to. Quick little double there onto Game Home, making their move. McMood, Disgusting, both going down. BBL only get one. Malman stealing the other. Sparking now seeing what he can find. Over towards the hay bales. Nice little drive-by onto Mill. Now this is the long play for Dignitas. Inside of the hay bale with the car fort. If they can defend that, they've got a decent spot. Punage with a knockdown onto Mings. But it's Akeslef who bites back for Petrichor Road. Still has Mamu as well, but he's not close by at all. So Akeslef made himself a solo really at this point, because his teammate way too far down to the south. The Merc gets the knock.
No, what a scent here by Dignitas. Not just finding a position in basically a vacuum of the circle, but also getting a couple of kills onto Petrichor Road as well. But it's looking a little rough, and that vehicle goes up. I think just... Oh!
Is he trapped in there?
But the cover!
I'm pretty sure... Is he trapped in there though? Can he get out? Can they get out?
I think you can
Oh,
vault.
okay, he can vault.
Yeah,
he can vault
around that, be able to
for a
jump around
split
little bit.
second. For a split second, I was like, hang on a second.
Yeah. Oh, but imagine the cover right now.
Honestly, I'm still not even sure. What I will say though, BBL 11 kills, Cammy. Like that is a ridiculous amount. They might not win this game, although honestly, I kind of backed him in at this point. Are they stuck? I swear they might be stuck in there. I don't know if they can move. Nice nade, though, at the 3007. Little bounce over. Na'Vi have played really well as the jury. Okay, finally, they figured out a way that they can vault out. They should have done that from the get-go and made me not look too silly, but still, that's something I don't see all too often. Getting trapped in by a vehicle at the hay bales. 6 teams alive, 13 alive as well in total with that. But BBL from here, now up into 2nd place overall. The only team with all 4 alive. Looking very strong to finish off the day in a high place position for BBL.
He got that first initial knock on his Sparking, trying to go for more of a spray, but Dignitas need to stabilize because Kaishin should be running in at any moment. The smokes are already there, and if they can get into frag or molly range, could be looking really, really bad. Similar situation here for 3007, but unlike Dignitas, he is by himself. Fortunately, Kaishin shooting at multiple angles, so helping him out a little bit, taking care of Na'Vi, but this frag grenade by Yuppie could be good. Cooked well, but it doesn't make its way past the hay.
Yeah, Kaishin need all the points they can get. Still in 16th position. Of course, they'll get some placement points at the conclusion of this, and finally they're kind of getting something from tonight. Melman goes out. Full credit to the duo there of Na'Vi, Alio Melman. Did a tremendous job to get them some extra points. They're up into 6th at the moment. Yuppie knocked down by Code Marco, who's having an amazing game, might I just add 7 kills to sort of bring the spotlight to him, playing tremendously here for BBL. Looking for back-to-back wins. Remember that. They, of course, won in match 3. The nade from 3007's feet. No, it just gets away.
Fortunately, it moves the buggy, so that piece of cover won't necessarily be utilized. However, with Na'Vi taken out, it allows 2007 the opportunity to play on the other side of the hay bales. Urban going down takes Kaishin out, and we see our top 4. And once again, with the field finish, look how wounded so many of them are. It's a solo from Game Home, a solo from Petrichor Road, but BBL have all 4. Dignitas been able to revive once again as 3, but the BBL, they keep getting the shifts.
Wow, Dignitas had the compound for the first 5 to 6 zones, but it's BBL getting the shifts for the last few. Heart rates go up, Petrichor Row go out. 3 teams remain, one of which, of course, is the solo for Game Home, which that in itself is quite big. They're up to 23 points, and they're going to get their placement points for 3rd as well. Going into the last 2 games, they're looking pretty good for Game Home. For BBL and Dignitas, this basically solidifies them from here. You would have to think a very strong finish at the end of the night.
Let's come out. Dignitas unable to find the opening. They need to have at least 1 knock, likely more than that, onto BBL. And I don't know if any of those vehicles are workable. If they had some form of movement, they could maybe get onto 2007 and at least use that little bit of hard cover. But with the blue starting to close in, Dignitas might be out of luck at the moment.
Yeah, and even further out of luck is I don't think 3007 is going to die here. I actually think Dignitas might go in 3rd. In fact, they will. Sparking probably best to actually just deny point in this situation. I know they would obviously prefer 2nd, but Game Home's not going anywhere. Game Home's going to walk away with a 2nd place finish. Only the 2 kills. They don't care. These guys have no expectations. They're battling as hard as they can and honestly having an amazing day, but it's BBL's day. Back-to-back chicken dinners. They move up to 46 points already. A 16-kill performance. They'll be playing very early on in the weekly survival next week. I'll tell you that much, Cammy.
Yeah, very good kill count across the board. 6 kills on the previous win. This time it's 16. That's an entire, what, 8 of the lobby that they got kills all on their own. Granted, they had a very strong position in those final circles, overlooking the low ground from their own ivory tower. But hey, you gotta win the games that you gotta win, and they did just that.
Yeah, and for anyone that basically said they didn't deserve the last game, well, they certainly deserved that game. 16 kills, absolutely using their position to the best advantages they could. For Dignitas, I mean, not a bad performance for them either. A whole bunch of points. They had that compound for the vast majority of that game. Finished 3rd, 6 kills. They're on 33 points. They're looking great. Game Home move up to the top 5 as well. For a team with little to no expectations, they're looking good. BBL, they are the kings at the moment as we throw back over to the desk to conclude match 4.
Back
back-to-back chicken dinners for Big Boss Life. Thank you very much. We will take that, and they will be playing very early on in the weekly survival indeed. What a game number one, Avenger, on Miramar.
Yeah, I love Miramar, and the way you saw how all these teams were just forced into rough rotations with that second circle going east that hard. And obviously with some of the teams that are already in good positions, you can see they're just harkening down on staying there. Obviously, BBL, they were managed to scout a few locations. They had that high ground compound for some time, but that high ground just paid off so well. Like, they were able to take so many kills and points for that position.
They absolutely farmed their little butts off. I mean, they got a lot of kills. They put out a lot of damage as well, and that just speaks to how difficult this circle is to play, right? Avenger, because simply put, if you have one of the best positions or you have one of the only positions in the circle, you're generally going to do pretty well as far as farming damage and kills. We saw multiple teams try to come in from the north, Sonic's being one of them, as well as New Happy kind of getting shredded up. Petrichor actually did a really good job as we were watching them, Martin, from the west side to pretty much get as many kills and as much position as they could moving forward. But eventually, I mean, it was that send from Dignitas that really kind of messed them up.
Yeah, that held them out, and in general, that the position that they tried to take in the northern side, that was just a little bit too greedy. But again, that open area and terrain is just so hard to play. But 26 points here from BBL and 11 from Dignitas, damn, that's going to put them way in the lead.
Extremely top heavy here indeed. Dignitas actually the only other team to get double-digit points from that game. So very much a drought in the bottom half of the scoreboard. And what this tends to mean is that when you get to positions where the top teams winning every game are taking the lion's share of the points, this means that in game number 6, we're going to end up in a situation almost inevitably where one team getting 5 kills, I don't know, jumps them 8 places or something like that. We're setting ourselves up to have a crazy game 6.
Yeah, we are. I mean, I said it earlier as well. In this, with this many games, you only have 6 games, right? Any one single big, you can have kind of a couple goose eggs here and there, which some of these teams unfortunately have had, and then just have a smash game where you get like a BBL game, right? Where you get 20, 26 points. All of a sudden that moves you from 16th, 15th, 14th, all the way up to like 8th or 7, buying you 5 or 6 more games, which is absolutely huge, as we know, going into the week of the survival. So even for some of the teams that have been struggling, I'm kind of looking at FaZe as one of them, right? One of the teams that we thought would at the very least come in pretty strong. They haven't had the best games. They've been managing some kills here or there, but I mean, as we know, FaZe, if they just come back in one game, they're easily going to catapult themselves up the leaderboard.
And even though we're in a position where we don't need to get those chicken dinners, in order to progress beyond this point, it is still a little bit of a concern. We've got a couple of teams like FaZe. They haven't quite hit their stride yet. They still have time to do so, but it now only is 2 games, Martin. They really have no more excuses now. They need to hit the ground running in this next game.
Yeah, they do. If they don't have a good game for the next one, they will be playing just on Thursday, like the last 4 or 5 games. So they need to step up for this one for sure.
All right, so that was game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. 3 Erangels and 1 Miramar now down. We're going to be going into a quick break, and when we come back, 2 more Miramars to finish out the day. See you in a bit.
Level low.
感想激动就完事儿了，第一次嘛，第一次打世界赛肯定是激动啊，开心。
感想就是第一次打世界赛嘛，冲就完事了，随便玩玩。
我们队的优势就是我们都是 PCL 的顶尖个人能力。
感谢支持我们的粉丝，然后希望为我们投上一票。
我们目标肯定是希望拿个冠军，我们多拉钱回家，哎，你们懂的。
New Happy 加油！
It feels great being here. We deserve it. We've worked on getting here, and our goal is to win again. The probability of us winning is 100% if we play to our best.
If you had to point out a strength of our team, what would it be?
Winning.
We have a lot of strengths as individuals, and I think when we combine as a team, it really comes together, and that's why you've seen us win a lot.
We're definitely not scared of anyone, and yeah, we just don't really like TSM. They skewered a chicken nugget on my door handle at PGIS to get into my hotel room, and they put a chicken nugget on the door handle.
Sorry, what?
Just a message to TSM, you guys may have put a chicken nugget on my door, but we're gonna take the whole chicken home.
For the Pick'em Challenge, you guys should pick us because these teams are basically in shambles. We're just gonna win.
Sonics, fighting!
Then you've got Starlord still outside with a nice little off angle. He gets it down, wanted to cross, but he gets it avoided. The nade from ZPGan as well, actually catching his own teammate. This is neutral destruction at its finest, Toby. It really is terrible. Realizing KPI and they're pushing forward here. That knock is somewhat big. It definitely halts the momentum of KPI. Darkin has to get the revive, so that means that Hero, Madclayer might be able to fight it out quickly by themselves before KPI can third party. Big stage for Phil, but it only got lapped. There's still time for Madclayer to maybe get away from this spot. Never mind, no chance at all.
Going on right now. Also, a lot of people have vision of what's happening with them, so don't be surprised if you see a couple knocks coming in that direction towards KPI. FaZe continuing to move forward. He's gonna start out another member of that, and there's just nothing to be done. I mean, FaZe train just keeps finding different angles. Gustav's gonna go ahead and finish off the other side along the side. AC, is trying to walk up back behind him, but FaZe plan isn't done yet. They're gonna continue to shoot anything that moves around them, and 2 squads die.
Now getting taken out by Dobbs is huge because they're going to be the big threat moving in from the east side. They can still do some good damage, but GDX, as you mentioned, with that secondary able, also third party, fourth party, however many parties you want to count. And this one with a spray down from Kodak.
The only one left, and GNL not wasting any time capitalizing off of these knocks as they are doing exactly what they're meant to do. The smoke clouds are down. Suju's going to try to work around the edges. He's watching, waiting for them to peek. There's one, there's two. Suju doing some big damage. Americano, the last one up. Suju!
Welcome back to PGC 2021. 4 games are now down and only 2 are remaining to determine which teams will finish 17th through to 32nd as far as seeding is concerned for next week. And this has been very, very tight so far because the lobbies are so top heavy. The bottom half of the leaderboard in particular, although to be fair, probably the top half going up to 2nd or 3rd as well. Everything is on the thinnest of margins at the moment, Godspeed. It's not about no margin for error. It's about who's going to come out with the big chicken dinner first. There are only 2 chances left.
Yeah, I mean, Martin just pointed out, I think from it was 9th to 4th or 3rd is only like 7 points. And again, even for the teams on the bottom, like your E36, your Kaijin, your Baonam, as well as FaZe, you know, all with 9, 8 points. I mean, one big game, we've been saying it all day, one big game is easily enough to catapult you to the top 8, maybe even the top 5. And so it's stressful. Only 6 games. I mean, the last time I believe we had bottom 16 back in PGIS, it was more than just 6 games. And so this is really do or die. These teams are basically don't have a lot of time to adjust to the lobby. Again, there's a lot of mixed teams that, because of the way ranked decision work, as well as the weekly survival and weekly finals, I mean, they kind of have to navigate these awkward rotations from some of these teams they may not always play against, and that makes it difficult. And so less games is less time to adapt.
You see those guys there. Look at us. We're so good. We're getting body scanned. I think that happens to pretty much all the players before the start of every game. They're taking it very, very seriously. The competitive environment is intense. How do the players even begin to deal with this? Like, Martin, is there a danger that BBL take their foot off the gas because they've got those 2 wins now? How do you channel the rest of your energy for the last 2 games?
It's just literally all about resetting in between games. So like BBL's first 2 games was a 16th with 1 kill and a 15th with 3 kills, then 2 wins. Back to back, 6 kills on 16, right? So it's all about just being able to come in and say, you know what, new game, guys, new possibility to take home 25 points in this game. And because BBL has gotten 2 wins, our mid pack basically is from 2nd place all the way down to 10th, with the closest being at 9th, obviously, with Attack all around on 26 points, and New Happy on 6 on 33 on 2nd place. So it's these 7 points here that are literally the difference of you playing 6-7 more games. It's actually crazy.
Yeah. And having that opportunity is going to be so important going into the new week. It's this crunch time isn't about coming first. It would be great, Dustin, if we could come first, but at the end of the day, sort of being able to play on day 1 is almost in itself the goal here. Every point matters, and you just want to make sure you gap the teams behind you, right?
Absolutely. Even if you only get 1 or 2 games on day 1, that means that at the very least you got to play on day 1 going into, you know, the next day. The very next day, like AAA, for example, and MAD. AAA has actually been doing a great job. They're not necessarily going for the wins, but they're playing their aggressive playstyle, and it's working for them because they're at the very least getting kills. And even though they're not getting the most placement points, aside from a nice 3rd place in game number 1, they got 8 kills that game. They got 8 kills the 2nd game, and then another 3 in the 3rd game. So they're finding consistency there and finding themselves on the leaderboard, as well as teams like Mad Clan, Unique, obviously, with that 2nd place in the 1st game. And so, again, with only 6 games to play, realistically, the only thing you can do is plan to be as consistent as possible, and at the very least farm kills and salvage games where you know you can't win, which, as we know in the weekly survival, salvaging games with only 1 or 2 members does not have anywhere near the same impact as it does here.
Well, let's talk about some of the teams that might be doing a little bit of a salvage operation, although a couple of points could go a long way right now, Martin. We mentioned FaZe Clan already. What are some of the other teams that are currently not doing so well, where you could see them potentially getting a chicken dinner and turning this around super fast?
Well, not doing so well, it's kind of hard because it's only basically Sonics and all the way down to E36 from 10th to 16th right now is not doing so well because they're quite far behind, and those being outside the 20-point mark right now is kind of rough. Sonics, they had a decent couple of games. They have enough kills to put on, like 15 kills, only 4 placement points though. So one good game here for them would put them in a really good spot.
So that's what the leaderboard's looking like at the moment. The bottom 5 will play on day number 3. The bottom 11 will play on day number 2 and 3. And of course, if you are in the top 5 on this list, you get to play on all 3 days of weekly survival potentially. So right now, the distance the teams would have to cover, we are realistically looking at a 20-point game for the teams at the bottom, Dustin, before anything can really happen. But to be fair, those 20 points would go a long way. That's buying them an extra 7 or 8 games.
Yeah, 20 points, again, would catapult them up. And, I mean, for a team like Bound M United, I kind of want to talk about them a little bit. Just in the fact that they were pretty consistent as far as placement in the rank decision. And although we didn't get to see too much from them in the survival, they are one of the teams that played most of the survival. And so the fact of the matter is, I think their problem, at least in these 4 games that we've seen of them, has been just really late rotations. They are struggling to come in early enough to find a decent position to play. They're getting caught on the edge a lot, and they're just kind of getting shredded. And the same thing has actually happened to Kaijin, the team right under them. E36, at the very least, has found themselves in decent positions, but they're just not able to capitalize on the frags, and that is starting to hurt them. So I'm hoping for those bottom 3 teams, at the very least, they can kind of make something happen, because they only have 2 games, and they're running out of chances, quite frankly.
Well, here, a team that's done very well, but also feels a little bit boom or bust, Martin, is Dignitas. They're currently on 33 points and sitting happy in the standings, but they've had both wins and 16th places. It's been an interesting ride for them today.
Yeah, they have been the perfect example of being able to reset your mental state between every game, right? 15 plays with 0 kills into a win.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it one more time. Can BBL Esports potentially make it a turkey? Surely not. This is the bottom 16 at PGC 2021. We're now heading into match number 5 with Cameron and Zedox.
2 wins for BBL back-to-back now. Only 2 games remaining here for the bottom 16, presented by Alienware and Toomey. Still or die time, Kemi. It's time to get a wriggle on for those teams that are still on single digits. E36, Kaijin, Baonam, FaZe. If they continue to struggle here, it's looking very likely that they won't get many games in the weekly survival.
Yeah, this is not a great playing path to start things off. It could be worse, shall be said. It could be worse, but it is still pretty southern. And for the teams that loot up north, looking at Archangel Predator, Unique, even Kaishin is one of the teams you mentioned that need to really get a leg up. We might be seeing some alt drops out of them. I don't know if the Dignitas BBL confusion is going to happen a second time. It looks like they're going to be spreading out pretty easily. But yeah, it looks like Kaishin are actually putting themselves away. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon on that front. I think they might be trying to race each other for vehicles, but this is 3 teams all floating next to each other. Where are they going? They're all going El Pozo area.
Both of these 2 teams, a bit of a stark contrast in the last game. First place, 16 kills for BBL. AAA, 16th place, only 2 kills. Polar opposites. Now maybe a 1v1 opportunity for Mitchell Esther and Jayers could be on the cards. M16, maybe you can find something a little bit better. Circle, not quite central. A little bit to the north, basically on top of Hacienda del Pachon.
It's about as north as a circle could go off of that southern plane path, so at least for the teams like Sonics and Petrichor Road that are having a long rotate towards their northern drop spot, this is going to be better for them. And for the teams that fast drop, they're going to have to move a far distance. So it kind of balances out in that way. Yeah, not able to land the shots. Good try.
Got one.
Oh yeah, he got one, but still,
one's more than I was expecting with the spray.
True. Fair enough.
No scope,
honestly. Swing back. Okay, doesn't land that one.
It's just a Winnie. That's all right. He's probably not going to do that much damage even
if
if he lands the shot.
It's never just a Winnie. It is never just a Winnie. Once that thing spawned with the scope like the VSS, that is a strong early game weapon hot drop situation.
That is true. I guess it would be just the Winnie if it's like phase 6 onwards. Then it's probably not ideal to be still using
or
that.
Even phase 2 onward. But within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, basically. First 5 minutes, it's amazing. Anyway. Pero, Sonics, Baonam, all decent positions inside of this phase 1 circle. For everyone else, as you mentioned before, pretty southern plane path. At the very least, honestly, courtesy of the map of Miramar, a lot of ways to sort of rotate and get into this kind of circle. A lot of points of interest, a lot of cities, a lot of compounds. Not too much to worry about, basically, for phase 1. And just quickly, there's no teams that are really close by to each other at all. So we can actually focus in on our winner team focus, which once again is BBL Esports. This time they had a little bit more distance traveled and had a lot more total damage, almost 3 times their win from match 3, 16 kills overall. For this kind of match as well on Miramar, not a whole lot of throwables used in that particular game either.
Yeah, well, it wasn't needed. They were just farming on top of that hill. They used a couple of smokes, of course, for defense because there was no actual hard cover. They used at least a little bit of sightline breakage there for them to get as much damage out. But yeah, not a lot of necessary utility usage out of them. Top 5 overall, though. 3 members of BBL, but we also have to point towards Zipian and Sparking. Dignitas. That was one of their boom games. Up and down, up and down. And that one was the 3rd place with a very, very solid number of kills. See if they can't replicate this time. Break the cycle of having a bad game after a good one.
Saw someone actually make the comment to the code Marco, God Marco, especially off the back of that last game. 7 kills, leading the way for BBL Esports. Instrumental in their victory. Now up to 46 points for them in that top spot. As much as you would like that top spot, and I know the desk sort of touched on the topic of it, it's not like, you know, a necessity. If they fall to 2nd or if they fall to 3rd, that's fine. Like, you would not be losing any sleep over that. And at 46 points, 2 games to go, as long as they just honestly from here have 2 kind of average games, they should be making top 5 at minimum. So for BBL, a little bit of that pressure, I guess, relieved. And then that pressure goes on a lot of different other teams. I mean, New Happy's a team that also kind of released some of that pressure off the back of their match 3 performance earlier, where they got the 20 points. Outside of that, a little bit quiet elsewhere. AAA inside of Picardo. And they'll be making their way as well over towards Hacienda. Like the majority of the teams, still really yet to see too many teams close by to each other. Northern side of Hassi, we are seeing Balnam United, Sonics close by. Sonics a team to watch though. Again, it got sort of touched on the desk. Martin in particular basically saying that, you know, if you're not 20 points to the good just yet, you're not doing that great. So for Sonics, need to pick up the pace here in the final 2 games.
There's a little bit of intermingling between the Sonics and Petrichor Road, but I think that shouldn't amount to anything considering the open space, and I'm catching some rotates already by the Sonics, so shouldn't be too much to worry about. Enterforce also rotating in. But with all the angles that you're talking about of being able to rotate into this part of the zone, there are a couple that multiple teams are already taking. So depending on rotation timings, we could have some early fights. Dignitas just took a knock against them. I think they might be staring down BBL, and Smash wants to confirm this. However, is he aware that there are more members of Dignitas there?
A couple of these little engagements actually scattering across the map at the moment at the exact same time. Great play from Dignitas to just push Smash away. Sparking can then drive down, provide that cover, and then actually get the revive. Honey Badger continues the pressure here with the SLR. Yeah, blow indeed. And unfortunately for Smash, now he's caught behind the tree. Obviously for BBL, as we already touched on, it doesn't need to be super amazing from here. But last place probably would not be ideal. That's one quick way to give up top spot.
Yeah, I think for BBL, it's all about making sure that they have best practices going forward, that they perform, that they are able to deliver on the games that you're supposed to deliver, because they're going into a weekly survival, whether it's in 1st place, 3rd place, wherever it is. It's all about making sure that they are in the right mindset to be able to finish the games. Now, FaZe come in. This is another team that desperately need points, and so this could be an opportunity for them to pick a few up. The Honey Badger is going to be here in the vehicle, could be ready to defend. Unfortunately, they have taken a lot of points, so it looks like the cycle continues for Dignitas.
Yeah, this is a strange little pull-up, though, from FaZe. Like, AT just kind of sitting here out in the open. Honey Badger can now also push on. Like, I'm not sure exactly if this is the right play from FaZe. They've almost gone half approach, and they've absolutely ballsed it up. That is awful from FaZe Clan. You either push and you go the full length cam, or you just don't do it at all. And in the end, they've kind of just done this like little half-ass push close by Dignitas. They get fully punished for it, and they're down to 2 players. Like, this is staggering from FaZe.
They're going to be down to probably 1 more because BBL are on the roam. They got the revive. They're able to save Smash. Now back up as for, oh no, FaZe might be the team that are out in 16th place.
What is going on?
They were not involved in this fight at all. They elected for this. In Phase 1, they elected to 3rd party up close and personal. And now it is all up to Fex with 16 points. It looks like he's getting far enough away from BBL, but BBL could be following him and trying to stay in front of him, knowing exactly where he needs to go to get into the zone. That hasn't been the only point of conflict. Na'Vi have been involved with a couple of scraps. Looking at Baona, down to 3, losing a player as well. So they're going to be trying to maintain control of this position, but Mad Clan on the high ground. The Uber is here.
For
the pickup is here.
For the FaZe Clan, fans that maybe are still watching, they'll have a keen eye on Baodam, Kaijin, and E36, because if they have good games, FaZe could find themselves in last place going into the final game. At the very least, they'll be within range of it going into the 6th match after this. Fate spots Alia. I'll tell you what, his eyes are better than mine. He blended in with that rock pretty well. Ian, though, tags Fate. Now will just force him back. Gives the reprieve for Alia. Vex, the solo now for FaZe Clan with not really much hope. Fortunately, it is, I guess, Phase 1. He can go just about anywhere he likes. He can hold edge, wait for that Phase 2 circle to pop, then go for a center position. The thing to remember, kills, placement points, they do matter. It's not as if they need to get a chicken dinner here, Cammy, right? He can actually get to a late game position as a solo. We've seen it happen time and time again. That's how he needs to play it from here on out.
Yeah, but starting that mission from Phase 1 is going to be a tall hill to climb, but we've seen Vex clutch out some amazing plays before, so maybe the long haul is in the cards for him. Kaishin on their own little rotate coming in past the El Pozo area, now through La Peria. Archangel Predator and Unique are the closest two teams, and Unique have already started to pick a fight with Na'Vi. We saw them get a knock and even a full-on kill just a few moments ago, and they are overtaking that position that they have cleared up on. Where is Phase 2 going to be going? It stays center around Hacienda. Ooh. So all of these splits around that area, looking at Sonics, looking at Baonam, looking at Petrol Road, and now GEX also very well-timed push into that area too, are going to be the main benefactors.
Oh, no way!
Is eliminated. The shots from New Happy, way too good.
Sometimes you just got to let that spray go and just go for it, and it pays off for Zipyan. Dignitas out in last place here for match 5. Fortunately for them, of course, in 3rd place, 34 points. It's, you know, it's not that bad of a situation, but you look at those teams that are just directly below them from 9th to 4th. If all of them, or at least the majority of them, have really good performances here, Dignitas could actually slide down that leaderboard dramatically. And there's a big difference between, you know, a top 3 finish or finishing around, you know, 8 or 9. So many less games for the weekly survival. Quizzy on the move for Na'Vi, looking to group up. And Na'Vi's actually been one of the more consistent teams tonight. I know they're in 8th place, which probably actually helps my cause, because talk about consistency. Yeah. Middle of the road there. But they've been a team that I think have done a pretty decent job in all 4 games that have played. 8th, 2nd, 4th, 6th. So they're constantly getting good finishes. It's just their kills. 2, 3, 5, and 4. No massive games in terms of kills for Na'Vi. I guess that lends into their playstyle, though.
But look at the points. They're in 8th place, 28 kills. 5th place has 29. Sorry, points overall. 28 points for 8th place. 5th place is 29. So it is a clear traffic jam in that center section there, not even far from 2nd as well. It's only BBL that really have a huge lead over the rest of the lobby, which is to be expected from 2 wins in a row. Vex, not quite in the circle just yet, but still getting ever closer, avoiding any conflict. But as the circle gets smaller and smaller, depending on how the other teams choose to play this out, that might not be as unavoidable as it is for him right now.
Yeah, he actually went all the way down to Los Leones and I think ended up doing a little bit of looting, very light, and then continued on. Now he's basically doing exactly the same in Minas. So he'll be well stocked for a solo mission to try and salvage something from this game for FaZe Clan. I've got 8C in my Twire Fantasy League, and I tell you what, absolutely distraught right now, Cam. He's kind of letting the team down and letting FaZe Clan down. Well, honestly, they're all in it together at the moment, to be completely honest, as we are a minute away from Phase 3. Things just cool down for the time being.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any single shining light at the end of the tunnel for the entire FaZe squad at the moment. But let's see what happens. Vex is currently sneaking up behind the team that we are watching right now, New Happy, who are trying to use the high ground, trying to get some other angles like they had onto the last remaining member of Dignitas, and a quick overview look of Hacienda, including a 2-2 split by Sonic with GEX wedged right in between them. The low ground isn't going to give Sonics the angle necessarily. So we'll see what GEX can do from their position if they elect to do anything to Sonics in particular, but really, this is all hypotheticals because it is all up to where Phase 3 goes.
Well, I don't think GEX would would be pushing onto Sonics at all here, especially if it does go out to the east. They'll hold their position, or they take their southern two and they push them up to the north, and which is basically what's happened already. They're straight into the vehicles. Then the two for Sonics at Hassi will now go over to H-Win and Swimsy. So those two teams won't collide here, as we actually do get a circle that benefits both of them, which is perfect because, you know, we were kind of talking about it, and now we get that circle that does play out. So for Mime here and Tiggleton, they need to get there safely. Pero pulling up, close bite. They do need to be careful of this. It's fine to take a little detour, get over to H-Wing, get over to Swimsy. The only downside I have for the long run of Sonics is they're kind of on the wrong side of the road. When you think about the circle as a whole here for Phase 3, it's more likely to go on, say, GEX's side rather than Sonics' side.
Sure, but still, as you're talking about with the current distribution of all the different teams, where all the splits were, this is definitely the right play for the Sonics back away from this, especially because with the shift going pretty hard towards the east, all these Western teams are going to funnel on in, and even if you had all four on that Western position for Sonics, they might have been overwhelmed. So let those teams fight it out, and then you can come in towards the late game and clean up the scraps, really. Na'Vi right now, trying to send some shots over towards Kaishin, who are sending it in. Kaishin have already been badly wounded, and once again, we are seeing them drive around with seemingly no goal in mind, no end target.
Yeah, and that's great news for FaZe, that there's a team that's struggling probably even more than them right now, and that's Kaishin, who have not been able to do anything. Yuppie's the solo. He's got basically Unique and Mad Clan. Technically 3 teams here, but really it's 2. Aduzi goes with that initial nade. That might be successful. At least gets a lot of damage, and now the spray into Taper just falls short. 2 more nades. Yuppie gets caught in the midst of it also. Kaishin do go out here in 15th position. They're in last, still on 8 points in solo, 16th position. Aduzi, the spray to 2-tap. Heads the headshot, but not the knock that he was looking for. Fate, Dante, both down for Unique.
That grenade might do the trick, and it does. 2-tap actually gets knocked. And that gives Aduzi the opportunity to go for the revive onto Fate, but Lash is there. The Molotov doesn't hit, so the revive is going to come through. Are they going to have an opportunity to get Dante up? That's the real question, because Lash is going for the revive of his own. 2-tap is now bleeding up the high ground. It's only Lash remaining as the end goes down.
Faultlessly, Aduzi and Fate all still standing for Unique. Definitely a winnable situation here against Mad Clan. Faultlessly's going to be careful. The angle being held by David, but he hits the headshot. And Aduzi will confirm for Unique, and they're winning this. Lash now the only one left, and he gets taken out. Aduzi's come to the rescue. He gets the majority of those kills. The Mad Clan will be out in 14th position. Still just holding on to a top 6 spot. Fex will be meeting his end. New Happy has spotted him, and they're not going to let him move forward. And they're going to get even a circle feed, and that's right on top of Sonics.
Yeah, that's good for Sonics. They weren't banking on this. They were, as you mentioned, probably planning on having to cross that road again, but this is great for them as it is for New Happy. This gives Fex an opportunity because I believe it was actually Petrichor Road that spotted him out. New Happy might be none the wiser, so if he's able to play this sneaky like, he could find his way in, but looking at the map, and it's going to be a hard send. Going to be a hard push by him. E36 on a send on a push of their own. But where exactly can you go? There are a couple of different rolling positions on this hill, but still driving through the lineup by Sonics and Game Home, not to mention New Happy already on top of the hill. Good luck is all I have to say.
This is just one for you, Cam, but look at the map and have a look at Zipyan and Nan. They have no idea Fex is there, and that could be something to keep an eye on. FaZe might be able to get, actually, thank you, observers, a couple of more points here. Fex will go for it, gets the knock, knows that there's a second one there, will confirm the kill while he can't get traded. And Zipyan, Fex just spotted him, throw the nade, quickly, just shoot him, don't worry about the nade, just shoot him, he's out in the open, he gets the nade to land, but now he's down to just 11 health, that blue moving as well. I thought maybe he could have just put the nade away and just shot him, he's out in the open with no cover, Fex goes down. They can't get the revive, of course, he got the elimination. So FaZe walk away with 2 points from this game. 11 overall. Unique have just lost. Fate and Faultlessly. Aduzi in a solo situation. Savior, gone. Aduzi, another big kill. Malman falls for Na'Vi, and all of a sudden, it's all kicking off here for Phase 4.
Fire, it's spread onto Aduzi. It's going to be Yonli with the final shot, but that wasn't coming in.
Look at the car pile up.
Ready to smash him like a pancake. Navi as well, having taken a lot of damage. There's only one player remaining, sneaking in from behind Baonam. But they should know that he's there, because they're on their own, having to sort of leapfrog step by step, make their way inside the circle. And I think Youngbi, under cover of this single toll booth, is going to hang out for now, because 36 alive, 11 teams. This phase 4 is about to pop off once the circle is fully closed and we hit phase 5. Cover's going to be at a premium once again. I mean, I don't know. Do we call this a field finish, a field ending for a second time in a row? It's looking close.
Yeah, if it's not, it's going to be close to it. Youngbi's going to be careful, but the example's only a solo. Only so much he can do from here. Still outside of the circle. This is a massive little opportunity for Baonam United, by the way. Down in the bottom 3, only 11 points overall. They need to be killing example, or at the very least forcing him. Oh my god, he's going to get God Ace here. That's going to hit him. Oh, the bounce! It just betrays him. Too much of a bounce. Still 3 more nades. Now inside of the blue. Yeah, and that one falls away. They need to kill him here, though. They need every point that they can get.
Example.
Not going to do it.
That one looks good. Down to 42 or something like that. Very, very low. Example healing on up, but he only has bandages remaining, so he is sending it on foot. He's going to get inside. I mean, he might. He just might.
Calling it. I think he will. Unless they push this. They've realized, okay, he's made it in. They're going to push this. This is smart. Holding inside of the bush. They haven't seen him. He's going to get one. He should be able to get the second. No, just falls short. Youngbi at least gets the trade immediately and now can get the revival to God Ace. And that pushes FaZe into the bottom 3. Baonam United onto 12 points. Picks him up, puts him back into the smoke. They'll be on 2 players moving forward.
They need to move, though, because they are on the far side of the circle as we have another hard shift towards the southeast. New Happy, despite losing 1 player, have basically full control of the area, and Enter Force, with that early send, able to wedge themselves into an area that is very difficult to shoot at, especially with the car cover, even from the high ground of Archangel Predator. I don't know how many more teams are going to be able to fit on that hill. BBL right now trying to defend from a send by AAA, but Gems with the angle. Mert's there for the trade. But what can Jayers do to try and answer back?
Yeah, they got the numbers. We'll focus on AAP pushing on to game home. McMoo with the nade. He'll throw that one out, looking for Silent Knight. Already down to half health. CJ taken down, and he's going to be out for the count. Sylphie with that one. Nice nade on the McMoo. 1-for-1 at the very least here. Archangel Predator lose CJ, but then it's actually 3007 that ended up nading McMoo. I didn't even realize that at first glance. Sylphie, though, continues to have a very strong PGC. Gets that kill onto Silent Knight. Big points here for game home. Now up to 31, suddenly into the top 6 overall. Archangel Predator, more so towards the bottom of the standings. They need a couple more kills in this environment, and Algent Bots obliges. He got the knock onto 3007, and this Sylphie Disgusting remaining.
Knows where Mad Dog is. Prepping the flash, though, because all he has is smokes remaining. No offensive piece of utility. At least McMoo hasn't been knocked. He's been picked up and has an opportunity for the revive. Sylphie swinging out the side. Heavy damage on Mad Dog, drops him down. It is just Ajambot remaining, but while all this is happening, Enter Force are sending in shots from the high ground, dealing extra damage, extra points of chip onto the HP. AAP is out. Game home might not have a lot longer to live themselves, but they have vehicles. They might have no other option but to send it into the circle, as McMoo is not getting revived. Indigo has the shots there.
Yeah, it should mention now, of course, 8 teams remain, make it 7 as JS is eliminated, but that means for E36, they're going to be guaranteed at least 1 plays per point. It's looking increasingly likely that FaZe will be second last going into the last game after this, right? I don't know we talk about it, but it is such a big talking point going into the next game. Star-Lord, maybe a chance. As soon as Disgusting goes to the left, you got to start shooting. Can't hit the shots. Someone else will, and it is Indigo. Fortunately for Enter Force, it's on the same team. They get the kill point. That's big. And so is this circle for phase 6. Sonics still inside of this compound. They've not come out of it, not one bit. They haven't needed to. Enter Force, of course, around the area. So is GEX on the north side. New Happy on the south. Same with BBL. Looking for 3 in a row as Mings gets caught, and he's going to be taken down by Code Marco.
Petrichor Road was trying to make a send onto the next circle, but with BBL here from the south side, they have a little bit of time, a little bit of space to just deal some damage to Petrichor Road, and they are doing just that. X-Left also goes down to GEX, who probably the best benefactors of this shift towards the north, can just stay as 3 and really aren't threatened by a lot of different angles, except for, well, Sylphie going forward as a solo finds 1. Can't get the second, but that's still damage that Enter Force if they're paying attention to the kill feed, could capitalize on.
Yep. No nade, though, for Amina, so it's not like he can get to a position where he runs over, throws that nade, looks to capitalize. I don't think Indigo either, otherwise he would have made that move already. Kind of like what HWin is actually doing right now. That one just bouncing the wrong way. Would have been better to bounce off of Murado. That one just falls too far away. Mill can still get revived here. They have to go for it. Speaking of going for it, and to force pushing onto GEX. It's Indigo who got that initial knock onto Zennad. Amina over the backside. They should be able to deal with Yan Lee. Headshot, but they lose out. SSR saves the day for GEX. A calamity over there. 5 teams left.
Yeah, and if Petrichord wasn't in the middle of, well, their death, they might have had an angle. But now GEX have the perfect opportunity and the timing to get the revives. And now New Happy and BBL, the two fighters on the south side, have to deal with each other before pushing into Sonics and GEX territory. Should be noted that the Sonics haven't had to do a lot, but they still already have 5 kills, so they haven't been playing it silent. They have not been playing this complacent. Nades come out, but Michelius has already bled out, and so it's all into Mert. So the player from BBL might be able to find a little thread of an angle, but I imagine SQ with all 4 up, gonna be able to spot him out pretty quickly. You say that. Looks like he's able to make it inside without getting noticed.
He's in, yeah. Big effort as well again here for BBL. 9 kills, a top 4 finish, off the back of 2 wins in a row of matches 3 and 4. They are, I'm just going to say it, they should be all but confirmed for top 3 at minimum, and honestly, top spot should be theirs as long as they don't capitulate in the final game. So BBL have been tremendous over the last 3 games. They can continue that here. For Sonics, yeah, the majority of their kills just coming not too long ago against Petrichor Road. Of the 5 that they got, 3 of those from Shrimsy on those nades. The real question is coming out of this compound. It's not that easy when you've got the team playing the hill behind you. In this case, it's New Happy. Fortunately for Sonics, though, New Happy have only got the 3 players. And there is, of course, still GEX that might be able to change things out. That circle changes things.
Yeah.
So Sonics have been enjoying their time in the compound, but it's time to vacate. It's time to leave. We'll see how they play once they leave the building.
This circle is actually really good for the Sonics, because as you mentioned, if they can get pinned down by the high ground teams. However, now that New Happy, their best opportunity is to swing out towards the right. That gives Sonics the chance to do the same thing on the left side. It is all going to be on Mert to see if he can't ruin Sonics' plans. And SSR, well, he's doing that to New Happy. A good knock already. HS there attempting to trade it out with the grenade, but doesn't land where it should. That one looks better, but SSR is already on the retreat, has a grenade of his own to try and finish the kill.
Follow it. Yeah, I thought that might have actually got the job done, but somehow the town player stays alive. Zipyan. Oh, no, never mind. SSR just deals with that. HS suddenly. Well, this is going to be a win for Sonics, which I'm just going to say, why are Sonics still at that building? You're hearing the commotion going on. Push out, third party, be aggressive, be like the Sonics of old. Look how hesitant they are. I mean, I'm maybe being a little bit,
they're worried about the backfill,
harsh.
right? They know that BBL
I
are
get
still
it.
in this game, so I have no clue where
But
Mert
come on.
is. They're even leaving HWin behind to watch that rock, expecting this exact play. Oh, he might have missed it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think he spotted. He might just be spotted. HWin, you can see he's going a little aggressive there to wait for Mert, but nonetheless, the rest of the team is moving out. But they can't extend that much further because of Mert. This gives New Happy the opportunity to take care of GEX, or I say New Happy. It is really all to HS.
Do they even have the intel on Mert, though?
They might. I don't know. It's all up in the air.
I don't think they saw him make it to that rock. Otherwise, I don't think he was going to ever be able to make it.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
okay.
now I've seen him. Yeah.
The fact that they all came back to HWin after they extended out made me think that they saw him, and now they're going to be fully zeroed in on his position because, yeah,
Oh
they
my
know
God,
this. They know that this
Mime.
is their game to win, and they're not going to let any rat ruin that for them.
You got to be careful, though. I mean, you know that there's a player on a roof, and you're just kind of standing out into the open. Mime got caught. Fortunately, didn't get knocked down. That could have been disastrous if GEX then had pushed on this. HS has actually seen Mert, and he's going to spoil his party. Oh, never mind, Yan Lee! Domes HS from New Happy. That's big for GEX. Gets them at least into 3rd place minimum. For Mert, that's as well. Top 3 for BBL. Otherwise, it was looking like 4th place, and he does get that knock onto Mime. That's exactly what I said was about to happen, and he did it anyway. GEX, if they've got any nades, they could really spoil the party here, even as a duo. Right now, technically, it's a 2 versus 3.
2 versus 2 because one of them is stuck on the revive. Yan Lee Still not exactly sure on where exactly the Sonics have been able to rotate to. Thinks that someone is on the low ground, gonna try and...
Sorry.
No, that's the head spotted. Going for the spray, going for the damage. Only gets half HP, and now the revive has come through. Mime has been healed on up, so now it's a proper 4 versus 2. The opportunity might have just slipped away from GEX.
Tiggleton. Big one from James. Shrimpsy to close it out. Sonics do not falter. They get the job done. They probably made that look a little bit more tense than it really was. But in the end, they had the confidence to close it out. An 8-kill win for Sonic sees them right up into the top 3. Looking strong, going with 1 game to go.
Mert did his best to steal that away from Sonics. It really was him just being an elusive ghost, trying to haunt that compound, haunt the rooftops, and make it difficult for Sonics to win, but they get the win anyway. So we're gonna go back to the panel as they break that game down.
Thank you very much, Xanax, Cameron. A lovely game there. And the Sonics, to be fair, it's territory they know well, but they still have to bring home the W. Godspeed, they had a couple of things go in their favor that game, but they absolutely made the most of it.
This is basically, that's exactly where Sonics play in that circle almost every single time we see that circle, right? The Hacienda field, I mean, that is a notoriously difficult circle to play. Of the probably 3 hardest circles to play on Miramar, between Death Road, Hacienda Fields, and that circle, actually the last one we saw BBL win up in the fields just to the east of the crater there. And so, yeah, we've seen Sonics here before. I mean, I basically thought I was watching PCS again. They've won multiple games from that position. They love to play in that position early, and it absolutely worked out for them. And Martin, as you know, if you're not in a good position like that early in this circle, then the rest of the game is going to be very difficult for you.
Yeah, and on top of that, GEX had to fight for their position here. Like they scrambled so many times to get into a good spot, and they actually managed to survive coming from the west, and that's actually kind of surprising. We've seen this circle end so many times on the east side of this road, but they managed to survive, and survive especially the game home push. And that was just so close, like them being able to, and also the E36 push afterwards, them being able to turn that around. Massive games for GEX, and both of these teams, Sonics and GX, they had a good game when they had to. They were in the bottom 10, and now they stepped up, and now our mid pack is going to be even closer.
Absolutely, and I will say, so far, GX in these 5 games have very much impressed me overall. I mean, they got 2nd place with 11 kills in that game. The previous game, they got 7 with 4 kills. I mean, they got an 8th with 6 kills. They're definitely fragging, and this is a team that generally had issues fragging or kind of closing out those kills. And so to see them doing this well, you love to see it. And of course, Sonics, I mean, they've catapulted themselves now to 3rd place, and that's exactly what they wanted.
Exactly. When you compare it to how they were dealing with rank decision and only coming in for the 1 game at the end, I mean, we all saw, Martin, how close they came to getting that chicken dinner in that 1 game. And rest assured, Sonics fans, you're going to get a lot more chances than 1 game this time around. 18 points for them, but GEX managing to come home just 1 point fewer as well, thanks to that massive 11-kill haul. And then we have BBL in with 14. They did very well to protect their lead there, actually. I have to say, considering they were down to a solo for so long, just managing to salvage that many placement points, pretty good. Very well done.
Yeah, imagine being a BBL fan after watching the first 2 games and you just closed you're just done. They got 4 points in the first 2 games. Okay, they're done. And then they win 2 games, they get another good amount of placement and kill points in our second to last game, and now they're gonna 60 points. They are literally gonna finish in with, they're probably going to finish first, but they're with the 18-point lead down to New Happy. It's still open because New Happy has been playing super well too.
They've been absolutely astounding. In terms of getting those kills, again, they're almost mirroring, dare I say it, they're mirroring Weekly Survival just a little bit, Godspeed, where they haven't had a chicken dinner yet, but they're always there with the kills. Right now, though, that doesn't matter. They can keep playing however the hell they want because it is working for them. They only need to switch things up in a couple of days' time.
Well, I mean, you just said it as well. I mean, they always got a decent amount of kills and placement, never won. They've won... They won 2 games, right? And then that last game, they got 3rd. They still had 9 kills. In the last 3 games alone, they're averaging about 10 kills a game, which is pretty absurd. I mean, if you ask anyone, especially at this level in these lobbies. And so BBL is having one hell of a day, and you love to see it. Now, my eyes do kind of stray down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, because I think there is one team that very much so is not expected to be there. Martin, I'm not surprised. I am surprised. I'm sure you are as well. And that's FaZe. FaZe has 11 points on the day, and they only have one game left. And Kaijin is only 3 points behind them, and they're only 1 point behind Bao Nam at 12. And this is... Yeah, that last push in that last game, it just went so wrong for FaZe.
Yeah, in general, our bottom is extremely close though. We have Archangel Predator on 12 and 15 points, and then the bottom Kaijin on 8 with 8 points. So, and that's that's the difference from playing 0 games or playing 4 or 5 games.
Sure.
That you have like a good decent game here now. So that's still something to be made of. Attack all around. And on 28, all the way up to New Harbor in 42, it's only 14 points difference from 11th place to 2nd place. It's literally the difference of 9 games.
The problem we have there, though, Martin, is that for FaZe to get up to 11th place and even have that platform, they are 17 points adrift of that at the moment. So we're in a position now where a 10-kill chicken dinner might get them just about into the top 10. So they don't just need to win at this point to try and be able to play anything other than the final day. They need to win big.
Yeah, they need to. Yeah, you go.
Sorry, go ahead. No, please.
Oh, okay. Okay. You want me to talk bad about FaZe now? Of course. 5 games, 11 points is just not good enough, right? It's fine. I'll do it. You're forcing my hand. That's fine. We're sitting here. 11 points in 5 games is just not acceptable at this point, right?
Sure.
It's a rough day for them, and they need to step up. 10 points is in the last game is not enough for them to get more than it. That would mean that they would be playing on the last day. That would be playing a fair share of the games on the last day. But you want to they have to close out this one here with a win and double digits to put themselves into a mediocre spot for our weekly survival that starts tomorrow.
And to bounce off that, what I was going to say as well, like I agree with Martin in the fact that FaZe is a much better team than what they're showing. I think that's why we're kind of harping on them a little bit. They are absolutely one of the teams that we expect to not even be in the bottom 16, if I'm being honest. And so it's just a little weird. They haven't found their footing. Again, this is just the first week, though. I'm not going to at all be surprised if FaZe bounce back. In fact, I expect FaZe to bounce back. But another team that I think is punching above their kind of weight class right now is Game Home. Game Home has been incredibly consistent with the first place in the very first game we saw them win. They also have a 2nd place as well. They're finding some kills here and there, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this team, considering I believe they're also playing with half their normal roster anyways.
I'm in 2 minds about Game Home. I mean, the first chicken dinner was absolutely fantastic, but since then, they've basically averaged 2 kills a game. And one of them, admittedly, they got a 2nd place out of. So they're doing their best. They're squeezing some placement points out of it. I think Game Home are the perfect illustration, perhaps. And Martin, feel free to counterpoint me here. I feel like they are the best demonstration of one good game can really turn things around, because I don't really think they've been that spectacular since that first win.
No, they obviously they had the 2nd place now, but in this last game, previous game, but only 2 kills. That it's not going to be enough, right? You can have a good game and a mediocre performance, but you need the kills as well, and they haven't been showing up in either placements in the other games or kills. So one good game with a decent amount of kills is going to put you in for a good amount of games to be played in the weekly survival, but it's not going to be enough. I want to see if you're able to win a game here. I want to see them being able to close out some of the kills, because that's what you need to be able to do in the weekly finals if you're able to win in the weekly survival as well.
Let's talk about a couple of the teams that going into this last game are in what I like to call the zone of hope, the place where a half-decent game can shoot you up the leaderboard. So to give you guys some context, Attack All Around in 11th place have 28 points. Sonics in 3rd place have 37 points. 9 points separates 3rd from 11th. That's 8 different games that you could be playing in the weekly survival. And at the bottom of that list, 3 teams. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, Dustin. Mad Clan, Na'Vi, AAA on 30, 29, and 28 points. Any one of those 3 teams could pop off here.
Yeah, and I mean, even just looking at their placements and kills, they've all been fairly consistent for the most part. We've seen Na'Vi salvage some games that otherwise didn't really look like it was going their way. AAA, again, I mean, they're just pushing the pace, right? They're being incredibly aggressive. They're finding kills. Yes, it's kind of hurting them in the placement department. I'm looking at a 9th, a 13th, and a 16th. But, I mean, in that 9th place, they still had 8 kills, right? Jayers, Genku, I mean, these guys, Gems, these guys are incredibly aggressive. And maybe if they could just pull back a little bit on that front and just kind of focus a little more on positioning rather than coming in late and fighting, I mean, they could easily win one of these games. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Navi as well. I think Navi has kind of had a rough go of it, even though they do find themselves in the middle of the leaderboard with some decent games, a 2nd place as well as a 4th. But I think for that team as well, expectations are pretty high to be towards the top of the leaderboard heap, and Mad Clan as well. I mean, we've seen some incredible plays coming out of them. End obviously is a monster. I mean, Ian is ridiculous. Deva as well. I mean, that roster is pretty stacked, and so that just goes to show you that even the really strong teams that we expect to do very well, like your Phases, like your Navis, and your Mad Clans, can slip up in these lobbies, and they can kind of get buried by some of these teams stepping up to the occasion, so to speak, like your Game Homes, like your GXs.
Is it a case then, Martin, that some of the teams that maybe are more aggressive because are not really doing that well? So we've got Attack All Around, Navi, Mad Clan. They like to go in and frag out, right? Your GEXs, your Game Homes, they tend to play a little bit more strategically. And the latter teams are ahead on the leaderboard right now. The stats don't lie. So is there something particular about the way this lobby is playing that is punishing some of the more aggressive teams?
No, I think we have too little of a sample size to pin that to it. I think New Happy showed us with their kind of aggro style and Petrica Road with their aggro play style that it's all about you being able to position yourself where you set yourself up both for late game in terms of placement, but also be able to frag out during the way, especially with that BBL game, right? They had a position where they were able to kind of get a good and easy entry into the late game in position wise, but also they were in a high ground spot that they could literally frag out and kill a 4th of the server meanwhile, right? So the kind of 1-2 combo of both being able to play late game or have a chance to play late game and set yourself up for a decent amount of kills throughout the game is definitely the combo you wanna go for throughout these games.
And then taking a look now at what we want to do from a strategic point of view going into the rest of the week. Today, of course, determines 17th through to 32nd, but ultimately the list that you see in front of you right now is the list that it gives you the order in which the teams are going to be moving into weekly survival. It can be argued that a couple of the teams that we know can absolutely pop off, like FaZe Clan, you could give them one opportunity to win a chicken dinner and they absolutely would take it with both hands. However, some of the teams that maybe normally would need to punch above their weight to have those extra chances, for teams like Game Home, for teams like GEX who have had less experience properly at the sharp end, being in the top half of the leaderboard right now, Dustin, is potentially a golden ticket for them.
Yeah, every single game counts. As you said, I mean, I'm also looking at Kaijin. Hopefully they don't get just completely dusted this week and they actually get to play some games. But a team like Enterforce, Bao Nam, those are not teams that I would say, okay, one game, I have a pretty good amount of confidence they can do it, because these are teams that, again, are a little slower. They tend to take more time to get things rolling. And although it's definitely possible, I mean, just looking at Bao Nam, for instance, like their rotations, I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, they're coming in really slow on the edge. They're not taking position early. They're not putting themselves in the right, really the right fragging position or just circle position to capitalize on that. And because of that, that also makes me worry about those teams, going into the weekly survival, whether they have one game or 10 games.
Taking a look now, diving a little bit into the previous game, Martin, one of the things that we didn't talk about before taking a look at the highlights was why we had a potentially 4, but one team managed to get out, 3-way fight so early on in the game as well. Is that a function of the Hacienda Circle and there was absolutely nothing there? I think it was Kaisin, Mad Clan, and Unique crashing the same compound, but it was like phase 2 or 3?
Yeah, but especially like that compound northwest, when you have Hacienda in the center here in circle 2, I'm just looking at the map, we'll take it on this. When you have Hacienda in the center like that, it's super hard to really decide where to play, because there's a lot of land erosion that goes into effect. So them like falling over each other and kind of fighting for that was a detriment to them having to fight, because they already committed so hard to it.
Okay. Well, we've got a little bit of a delay going on. We're just remaking the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, but nothing horrendous. We'll be hopping into a short break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into the last game on Miramar, and we find out which teams in what order will be entering the weekly survival. See you in a moment.
연습 빡세게 안 해도 된다고. 어차피 우리가 1등으로 해서 올라갈 겁니다.
I don't think we want to say anything to the other teams in the lobby. We'll just show them today.
We're known for our stamina. We're known to reset over and over. We'll play for however long we can. We love to play PUBG. We'll keep playing.
Em cảm thấy cặp team rất là mạnh. Nhưng em thấy cặp team rất là mạnh, nhưng team của bọn em cũng mạnh hơn.
PGC 이번에 2021년 챔피언을 차지할 수 있게끔 열심히 해보겠습니다.
We're gonna finish in first in ranked decision.
TSM fighting!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Tumi. I am Porosaurus, and joining me in these first 6 games will be Toby. Inside Flood, now the last one up. The grenade will do some nice damage, but won't get the knock. Pio will be the one to do the damage, though, and that's going to be Genji.
진행하는 과정이 중요한 것 같아요. 1등을 잘 모르겠고.
Has clear line of sight, and so we'll just absolutely demolish you. Everyone's just going to be trying to play for dips. Americano does the same, tries to get himself over to that tower.
초반에 많이 말려가지고 힘들었는데 탑 파트 되찾고 지키고 먹도록 하겠습니다.
다들 아마 저희를 어떻게 보면은 가장 낮은 티어로 매기는 경우가 되게 많았어요. 만나면은 이거 생각보다 너무 강한 팀이다. 그리고 우습게 보면 안 되겠다라는 팀을라는 걸 좀 보여주고 싶어요.
We're not too worried about other teams. We're more just focused on ourselves. So we're just gonna play exactly how we play, and you know the results show from previous tournaments. So hopefully the same thing happens.
Now, really put the pressure now. Not a knock, just got a little bit of damage. No knock. SSR stuck behind that vehicle. A lot of damage. H-Twin trying to just get some damage back, but he's already lost all of his teammates. Unfortunately for Sonics, he's looking like another. You know what? We've seen the carry function used so much, haven't we? We've seen it up into 3 versus 1.
Thanks for all the fans who've been cheering for us, and see you next week in the Weekly Survivor. Hopefully we'll get a chicken dinner really soon. Tranquilos, confiados, tenemos que seguir puliendo los errores. Estamos teniendo muchos errores que nos están costando puntos, pero vamos bien.
Welcome back to the bottom 16 matches at PGC 2021. We have now finished 5 of our 6 matches and going into the final one. The top of the table, close to cemented. The bottom of the table, barring an impressive win, close to cemented. But pretty much everybody else in the middle, Martin, has a chance to drastically improve their position with the addition of only a couple of points. So there's still quite a lot to play for in this last game.
Yeah, for sure. We have 10 teams in the middle literally playing in the last game for whether to play 10 more games or not. So, yeah, I'm obviously super excited to see if we're going to see some upsets or some teams go out early because, like, in this situation here, if you're sitting on 35 points, you're not comfortable. Like, even if it's the 35 points is a pretty decent day for 5 games, you're not comfortable because you know that if you have a good game here in the last one, you play 5 more games. If you have a bad game, you play 5 less games and you're going to be playing in the last day. And our bottom 6, 7 teams, yeah, it's they have to step up and obviously kind of fight for if they play at all or how many games they get to play on the last day.
Look, Dustin, like, let's not hide from it. The format is brutal. A team that's 3rd or 4th right now could end up 11th or 12th by the end of this final game. But they know it. They know exactly what they have to do. Nobody's hiding any information from them. And they just haven't had enough points to be completely comfortable yet, unlike, say, BBL with the back-to-back chicken dinners. So everyone knows what they have to do. But I'm just worried. One hard shift, one massive plane path. A lot rides now on these factors in the final game.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked about it ad nauseum at this point for the day. I mean, there's really just a couple points separating quite a few of these teams. I mean, it's single digits, and you spoke about it. You know, the format is absolutely brutal. We saw this format before at PGIS, and moving into this, I mean, there's no guarantee even for a team like BBL, who's been playing just as well as they have, that, you know, let's say they stay in first place, they move into the weekly survival and they struggle to even get a win there because, again, remember, it is all about wins moving in the weekly survival. And as well as they've been playing here, the fact that they've been able to get 2 back-to-back wins, you know, don't forget, there's been teams that are in this lobby that played, you know, all games in the weekly survival last time and they ended up here anyway. So it's it's rough, man. It's really rough. I do not envy the players.
It's painful, isn't it? At the end of the day, teams like, we can point at New Happy, but we're mainly pointing at them, Martin, to be fair, because they're so good, where they've played a whole bunch of games and they haven't made it to the weekly finals. Doing well here isn't the be-all and end-all. It's simply your entry ticket.
Yeah, and you know, even getting 2nd place here with 14 kills, it's going to put them into getting a decent amount of games coming into the weekly survival, but I want to see them do well. Like, they have been impressive to me, and also in the weekly survival. I want to see them in a weekly final because I'm quite sure they're going to be able to step up there as well.
Agreed.
There are something like 8 to 10 different teams that are within an 8-point gap in the middle of the table. We've got Sonic sat in 3rd place, Petrichor Road, Team Unique, and Dignitas immediately behind them. They started 32nd, and they are currently in the top 6. Game Home, GEX, Mad Clan, Navi, and AAA are in that 28-point to 37-point bracket. Anything can happen, anything can go right, or dare I say go wrong for any of these teams going into our final Miramar game. We've had 3 Erringles and 2 Miramars so far today. This final game will cement their placement for weekly survival. Let's see who makes it in. Heading over one more time to Cameron and Xenox.
This is it, do or die, match 6. One final chance here for bottom 16, presented by Alienware and Toomey. If you're a FaZe Clan fan, it's a look away moment, or, you know, cover your eyes as best as you can. They're at 15th place at the moment. But Cam, one really good game could maybe see them skyrocket up the standings. It would be a massive, massive game for that to happen. The Kaishin, they're the current team in 16th place. Remembering, the team in 16th at the conclusion of this game will not play at all during the weekly survival.
I mean, just look at the previous game. Sonics were looking at what, 8th, 9th, 10th place, the barrel of double digits, and with the win, they go up to 3rd. This is such a short series that even at the end of things, a win with a solid kill count could swing you up the leaderboard. And so FaZe, with a solid game under their own belt, they might, if they're able to get it on the final game, we're not looking necessarily at top 5, but certainly better than 15th place. And looking at the map, no one is hot dropping on them, so they have the opportunity. Solid plane path to come on in. We're still going to see a little bit of drama around the Dignitas BBL and AAA, or maybe not, because Dignitas are going over towards Kaishin.
Yeah, and for those maybe wondering why anyone would want to drop onto FaZe, we kind of jokingly mentioned, what if Kaishin wanted to drop on FaZe, wipe them out early? That would actually secure them out of 16th position, so they've obviously elected not to do that. Dignitas will be fine. Circle all the way up to the north. Not the most hard northern circle that I've ever seen, but still on the very
It's
much
up there.
northern side. It's up there for Archangel Predator. Enter Force 36 as well, close by. Unique, not that far from it. And for Hacienda Sonics, they're obviously inside of it as well. A lot of teams, though, down towards the south side that will need to make their way up. So expecting heavy rotations here for Phase 1.
I'm still looking at this Dignitas Kaishin situation. A little curious why Dignitas chose this area. They pulled away from the Picado and Chumacera sort of squash between AAA and BBL because of how chaotic it was. In fact, Dignitas went out super early last game because of that. And maybe they just chose Kaishin because they were the weakest team in the lobby. Who knows? But let's look at the Sonics from the previous game. This is the least amount of throwables used that we've seen. And partly because sitting in the compound throughout the entirety of the mid game, they didn't really need to use a lot once they were forced to leave. 8 kills, not a lot of damage.
13,000 distance traveled, though, right? That's one thing to remember. We saw them at the very early of that last game have that 2-2 split, so they positioned really nicely from there, grouped up onto the compound. Yes, they copped a feed then on that compound, but because of their early game 2-2 split, which was a little risky that we kind of touched on, GEX were close by, they were able to then come away with the win later on. So yeah, the distance traveled should be looked at just as much as the throwables, which I'm sure many will sort of maybe laugh at a little bit, but still Sonics had to get the job done, and they did. GEX though, you know, you mentioned them at the start of the last game, close by with Sonics, and how fitting that they were there basically until the end, second place in that last game. SSR with a big 5-kill game, 600 damage, got him in my fantasy. He's leading the way for me, and he's my cheapest player. Can you believe it? It's happened 2 days in a row.
So even though this is a different GEX roster from PGIS, this is actually, I believe, K7 that was picked up by the GEX organization, still coming in from their region, not very high on the overall PGC points. They actually were able to come into this event based off of a region slot. But they are still, especially now, starting to perform very, very well, all things considered. They have a couple of donuts in their game so far. I'm looking at game 3 of today, but other than that, they have some good games and some good individual pop-off moments. The way that they were able to handle New Happy coming in from the south in the previous game, very, very strong. And so this is not the same GEX that we saw at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and just sort of bringing back a conversation that we had more so towards the earlier stage of the night, but we're at that point now, right, match 6, where a team like GEX, whether they win or have a really strong game, you can go from 8th to 3rd or 2nd maybe, right? So we kind of go back to that original conversation where for a lot of these teams, it's not like, oh, we can't get first place, woe is us. Like, no. Na'Vi, 29 points, 10th place, go and get a win, and suddenly you're in 3rd. Big difference for the weekly survival coming in 3rd place rather than 10th place. Every team has something to fight for. Perfectly timed there with the leaderboard. All the way down to, of course, Kaishin in last place, needing desperately to get out of that spot. A team like FaZe, Boundham United, and Force, all of those teams down the bottom, you have a big game, and suddenly your weekly survival looks a lot better. For the teams in the middle portion of the leaderboard, again, they still have a lot to fight for as well. Big difference between 8, 9, 10 versus 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, it's just, look how packed it is at that center position. The drop-off only really occurs at 11th and below, so 11, up to 3rd, up to 2nd even, definitely an option. But right now, focusing back onto the game, things are starting to heat up. Honey Badger has been isolated by Kaishin, forced to run away, but fortunately, he is able to break that line of sight. They've lost positioning of him, a couple of shots on some other rotating teams, and now looking at FaZe, currently south of El Pozo, coming in from Monte Nuevo. They're going to be looping all the way around the northwest side of this map to make their way into the circle. Again, heavy northern shift, a lot of rotating teams, and a few teams like FaZe that are on the more southern hemisphere at the beginning of this game, the furthest distance to travel.
And for the teams that, of course, started within this Phase 1 circle already getting their splits in, AAP, Sonics already basically just covering as much territory as they possibly can. Both sides of the road as well for Sonics has been occupied. Kaishin actually in a very good spot, complete opposite to 15th place counterpart FaZe, who are as you said, over towards Al Pozo, so they've got a long distance to traverse to get inside of this first circle. Na'Vi there on your screens. They've had an okay night. It was really only the last game that we just saw go by where they finished in 11th, which was their worst place finish, only the 2 kills. That's their worst kill performance as well. So basically, the 5th match was their worst match for the night. So if they kind of go back to the way they were playing earlier on in the night, you kind of expect them to maybe jump up the standings a bit. But in terms of the kills tonight, yeah, no surprise. BBL, they've been amazing, both kill department and placement department. New happy, finally, after a bit of a slow start. Remember back the first 2 games, 13th, 1 kill, 11th, 4 kills. Since then, 2nd and 14 kills, 9 and 8 kills, 4th and 5th kills. They really have stepped it up in the last 3 games.
Yeah. Hopefully they can push it even further now. But the Na'Vi unique standoff is happening once again. And I don't know if Melman is going to be aware of a doozy pushing in from the top side. Dante has made his position clear. Shots towards other members of Na'Vi. Where is this even happening on the map? This is, yeah, unsurprisingly, the north side. And now a doozy is going to catch Melman out. So that's going to be the first knock grenade at the ready to potentially get the finish. But just making sure that another member of Na'Vi isn't rolling up to try and get the revive and try and answer back. Because, wow, Enter Force 36 also in the mix here as Na'Vi are struggling to find a place to land.
Oh, no, Quizzy. No, he's going to pull out the mini. Surely you hit these shots onto Indigo.
Wow.
No, he gets away, of course. You know why? Because he's on my fantasy team.
That's why, yeah. What happened to
That
8C?
is exactly why. Well, 8C has literally, I think, got -1 point at the moment. So honestly, I should be giving him more slack than Quizzy, but yeah, that's unfortunate. Should have maybe got that elimination there onto Indigo. But valuable points. That 1 point, you know, is the difference between 9th, 10th, 1 extra game,
Yeah.
weekly survival, getting you closer. That's an opportunity missed there for Na'Vi.
And now Na'Vi are a little separated now with a couple of teams' opportunity to wedge themselves in between their area. So suddenly map control completely separated. Quick replay of the knock that happened. Oh, yeah, that's very, very unfortunate. Unfortunate timing. But at least it was away from all the action. The revive's able to come through. The only lasting effect is going to be the bleed out timers. And if Mad Clan play out the game properly, it shouldn't be necessarily as big of an issue. We'll see if it comes into play later on.
Yeah, Mad Clan should be fine, at least for the time being. They do have to keep... Well, they don't have to keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on FaZe Clan, who are actually all the way up north of Oasis. So maybe we might see a Mad Clan versus FaZe Clan, red versus red up north scenario, depending on what happens, especially with FaZe number 2 coming in shortly. Fate has Example on a string. He just decides when he wants to kill him, unless he misses all of his shots. This is a little embarrassing for Fate.
He's
He
deciding.
won't want to see this one again.
He's just deciding
He's
when he wants to kill him, yeah. He wants to kill him a little later than usual. But hey, Example was forced away from the vehicle, but Alia is there for the long range assistance. This might give Example the opportunity to run back to his vehicle and get out of there because he should know how lucky he is.
Yeah, I mean, extremely fortunate. Example should have been dead.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you miss your shots. That's fine. We don't want to beat up players for whiffing a few shots.
Too much.
I
Too much.
honestly,
We'll beat them up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just a little bit, but that's fine. It's not the end of the world. We do get our circle, though. Cruiser de Vi, however you want to pronounce it. McMoo. Probably not the best place to leave your vehicle either, if you're going to need it later on. Example just coming in right behind Boundham United. He could go for a seat swap if he gets close enough. Tough shot to hit with the mini 8 times, and then ends up crashing into a rock anyway.
That's taking a little bit of damage. But yeah, this sort of light eastern shift under Kuzavai, as you mentioned, a lot of teams are trying to send it in, but I think it's going to be the hills surrounding that smaller city that are going to be the main points of interest, the main priorities. And Baonam, this is a team that we haven't really given as much attention to as I think we should have, because they're coming in as probably the highest seed, if you want to use that terminology, from APAC. I mean, they've just been struggling. They're down in 14th place. Maybe this game, in the same way that talking about FaZe, could be the game to launch them up the leaderboard and put them in a better position going into the weekly
Could be.
survival.
Archangel Predator, another team with Boundham United, close by. Could be an APAC finish here in match 6. Wouldn't that be lovely? Probably unlikely. It's been...
No, you're
Actually,
supposed to say it's possible. You're supposed to say it's absolutely probable.
Oh, no,
the
it's
commentator.
very unlikely.
Okay,
The fact that Game Home is leading the way for APAC in this lobby is in some ways depressing. Not because I dislike Game Home. I very much like them. But they're at half strength.
Yeah.
Playing with 2 subs. What is
Yeah.
going on? AAA,
They're
Arcade
coming in
Predator,
as...
Boundam, like, come on.
They weren't even supposed to be here. They're coming in as a replacement for, unfortunately,
Exactly.
Unicorn Phoenix, who had visa issues. So, like, they're definitely, like, the largest underdogs in this entire event. And, yeah, the fact that they're performing better than anyone else from the major region. In the bottom 16 here, there are a couple of teams that
of course,
are missing.
There is Fury.
Yes, of course, there
Above.
is Fury. Of course, yes, we
Ram.
get it. We get it. Fury are here.
Oh, Gustav. What's he got in store for Fate? He's going for the reverse parallel park, hits the headshot, but no more. Fate gets away. Maybe it just is his fate to continue living. It's only fair. I mean, he missed the shots earlier, and now Fate gets Gustav to miss the second follow-up shot onto that headshot, so he gets away. All is fair. It all comes back around in the end.
Well, karma. But nonetheless, FaZe are able to find a little bit of a foothold. That knock would have been a great leverage point. Now Faultlessly is going to try and answer back as we see more FaZe members. FaZe rotating on in, but here comes Game Home Sylphie. One of the subs for that team, as we've been talking about, making a solid name for himself. Not able to get too much damage in this particular engagement, but nonetheless, adding pressure onto Unique, making sure they can't spread out as much as they perhaps would want to.
.30 seconds remaining until phase number 3. It's been a quiet one so far in the first 13 minutes of our final game of bottom 16 week 1. Enter Force picked up a couple of points in the last game, which has got them some breathing room. They would like to go a little bit higher on the standings though. Not a horrible circle for them here, especially if they can get a Western hard shift right onto that compound. They'd be sitting pretty. As we head into phase 3, do we continue onto the city?
It's
somewhat.
the opposite.
Way out to the east though.
The opposite of what Enter Force would have wanted, but this is great for FaZe, and Unique are still in the midst of a little bit of an engagement. Fate trying to drive away, and still Fate is on his side. Maybe not. Even now he is alive. Even now he has yet to be hit by a single bullet.
God.
There it is. Finally the shots are landing, and I think Fuzzface here on the secondary angle is going to be able to find a little bit of
someone hit
needed.
something.
But the rest of Unique is also there, so this sort of footsie game back and forth. Actually, come on. It's a full... The chemistry is there. Just get it done, FaZe and Unique, please.
Oh, I said someone hit something. It looks like Shimboy found a way to get a kill onto Example. And even just briefly, you saw on the leaderboard that little switch up for Dignitas. You know, you go from 5th now to 4th. That's one extra weekly survival game. It all adds up. Gets them 1 point closer to Sonics in that 3rd place position for Dignitas. In fact, they picked up 2 kills this game now. Disgusting gets rid of Alia. And for Na'Vi, after a very consistent day for the first 4 matches, well, they've left their worst to last, and now match 5 and match 6 have been disastrous. They were tracking along nicely. They were in 8th place with 2 games to go, and it looks like they may drop below the top 10.
Mad making a send on Crucify. The hardcover might seem tasty, but unfortunately, getting out of this city once the circle shifts off of it, assuming it will, which very likely will, is going to be a hard task. About now I'm trying to defend it. Nonetheless, Lash takes a little bit of damage. It's a face full of lead. Forced to fall away and uses a med kit. How about I'm going to answer to this. They're also paying attention to a couple of different teams. Please wait. He was waiting for them to get in the vehicle, line up that headshot, but the prone might make it a little different. And now Deva being caught pulls his attention back towards Mad.
I made the right play, actually, in not shooting there. I was just being a bit silly. And has a little flank angle. Difficult shot to hit, especially while moving. Grass in your face, fence on the other side. Deva's down, though. And they cannot allow Boundam United to collapse on this. Dr. Logi, good position on the roof. Jumping with a nade, actually. And now Dr. Logi gone for the flush onto Deva. No real angle here for Mad Clan to punish Dr. Logi.
Oh.
Speaking of angles, though, 2 taps got an angle. Zest actually just got team killed, or team knocked by Youngby. Boundam United, no, that's the wrong team. Shoot the other one.
Well, that's the problem with multiple people pushing through the door frame when you see someone right in front of you, and now are going to go Predator.
Oh, no.
Figure something is amiss, that he is able to get the knot. Alchin bot, he's able to get the knock. This is all falling apart for Baonam. Zest down low. He's at least been picked back up. But how are Mad going to respond? They've lost Deva for good. But with 3 still up, actually inside the building. Let's see how the shift takes. This could extend the fight even further if it comes back onto their direction. It's semi that way. A little bit of shift towards the north.
Come on, APAC. Do something. You know that meme with the little stick poke?
Yep.
It's kind of what I want to do to Boundham United right now. Just poke them. Be like, come on, do something. Besides, you know, shooting your teammates. Well, Dr. Lodge is dead. He's on the roof, so they're not going to be able to revive him. Now over to another APAC team. This one being AAA. Well, Code Marco technically as well. I'm sure both of them combined. Smash is down, but BBL quickly deal with attack all around. And, well, from one APAC disaster to another, attack all around. They're out. That also sets a target, Cam. You know, that 28 points, that remains there in 11th place for those teams inside of the bottom 5. They can reach that.
Yeah. If any of them have a good game, I don't know how many of them are all going to have a good game at the same time, but even if 1 or 2 of them have a solid game, easy opportunity to overtake them. And BBL now trying to hold on to that top spot. A lot of damage with the revive, I think, might be coming through onto Smash. They might be able to get back up to 4. But there's going to be a couple of teams pushing in from the south, not to mention FaZe Clan still peppering in from the high ground position here on the north.
Come on, 8C. Come on. Get off that -1. Now look, this is really good for FaZe. They can play off of this as long as they beat Unique, right? Like this is the thing. They have to deal with Unique. Once you deal with Unique, then you've got a really good position, bit of high ground, looking over towards the rest of the field. You can actually get a lot of points. How many times have we seen, you know, FaZe Sunday or FaZe when, you know, the backs are against the wall, they come up big every time. Can they do it one more time? You know, they would probably need to get, well, they firstly would need to get a win, then probably 10 plus kills if they're going to really go that far higher up the leaderboard. As Quizzy, the solo for Na'Vi, should be able to get this kill onto Mitchelius, and he does get at least the knock, falls back away from the flash, and now he can finish him off with an A. But this is the game for FaZe. They need to beat Unique first. If they do that, they can rack up kills from here on.
Quizzy, confirms the kill on Mitchelius. That puts him up with 30, but as 1 player remaining, look similar to AAA, this could be a target if he goes down too soon. But yeah, back here, it's a new Happy actually. Sneaking in from the southeast side, routinely coming in from this exact same angle, helping out FaZe take care of Unique, who are finding it difficult to thread the needle to get into phase 4. 1 knock could be revived, but Fate is sneaking in from behind.
Are you kidding me? Well, Gustav at least gets the trade. They might be able to salvage this and get 8C back up with a couple of smokes, good positioning, carry feature as well. Fate went down. That makes things a lot easier now for FaZe Clan. Oh, never mind. I spoke way too soon. Honey Badger gets the knock on a Gustav. Suddenly 2 players in the red, 1 inside the blue. And by red, I meant, of course, the health bars. Gustav is probably done. Bex, though, some big shots, gets the knock on faultlessly. That circle pushes away from their position. So while they had some good fortunes for phase 4, they don't get it here for phase 5. They understand the severity of the situation. You need to push, you need to deal with them quickly because you're going to need to move. And they can pick up some kill points here. Dante gets off that first aid kit, but it does not survive the next nade from that. It's 8C, 4 kills for FaZe Clan, and just like that, they are moving further and further away from that 16th place.
Yeah, this is huge. This is a really good game so far from them. They're putting themselves in a position to make this a solid one, but with 4 teams still up, they need to make their way into the circle. Trying to avoid New Happy, I imagine, make their way through Game Home, but right now, GEX just got eliminated. Non with the final few shots, but BBL, of course, doing a little bit of the initial work as well. Petrichor Road, how are they going to manage this southern swing? They see New Happy moving right ahead of them. Oh no, but let's look at FaZe. They had their choice between going to vehicles and send it onto a position. At least they're not all in one. They can spread themselves out, become different targets.
That's not bad. Yeah, 100%. The clown car, as we like to call it, generally. Yeah, this is a normal rotation. This is fine for FaZe. Not too many on the north side. Only Dignitas, really. I'm not sure if this is the best place, though. As you can see, it's just a firing range for Enter 4. Sparking, drive by, takes a big lick of damage down to 33 health. The nade as well. First phase pulls up. Same with the 8 seed. They'll take the fight here happily. There goes Shimboy. Nade from Indigo. This is like a 3-man team fight. Game Home's there as well. The nade onto Fex. 8 seeds down to only Buzzface left, but they've racked up the kills. It's kind of like job done for FaZe at the very least. You shouldn't be finishing last from here. They do go out in 10th though, but the 6 kills that they did acquire at least gets them away from 16th, but it is bottom 3 confirmed for FaZe at minimum. And you still have Archangel Predator and Boundham United alive with 3 players. They could still fall as low as 15th.
Yeah, and Predator is finding more opportunities. Granted, it's on one of the other teams just below FaZe, but still, both these guys trying to make their way out of Crucify. At least Predator are holding on to the high ground of the church. Baunam cannot say the same for them. Trying to survive here, but it's a very precarious position as Predator has the angle, and if they're able to break away from that, it's going to be, again, into Enter Force in the exact same way that we saw Dignitas and FaZe. Mamu goes down, taken out by HS and ZP.
Sonic's on the move. Not really where the action is, though. That's elsewhere on the map. Mings. Now I think actually the only one that's left for Pero. Indeed he is. Only the 1 kill. This has been a bit of a disappointing finish. Well, yeah, from 1 kill to 2. Might be able to get a couple more, but he's low on health. 46. Caught from behind. Just go for maybe one more flush. He might be able to actually get the elimination that he's looking for to finish off New Happy over towards the southeast. Look at that circle right on top of Quizzy for the RB. They're still alive, still in this game. High ground for Mings. Great spray control, really good patience and trigger discipline. Gets all of the kills confirmed for Petrichor Road. They went from 1 kill to 5 kills just like that. Now into the top 3, and they'll still have 2 players alive.
Good play in the 1v1. He's able to get Axelef back up, but we see Sonics on the roam on the south side and elsewhere. What else are they going to have to manage with, because we have a few more teams left to take care of. Baunam still in a lot of trouble. Enter Force looking on them, Predator looking on them, Game Home looking onto their position, and even Gaishin as Yuppie gets a knock on God Ace, who is not looking at Baunam.
Now this is big. Gaishin, the team that is in last place right now, they need every single point that they can muster up. We're down to 7 teams remaining. Placement points now on offer for Gaishin. So technically, I know it says 12 on the leaderboard, but it's actually 13 at minimum. They need at least 1 more point. I'm not sure what the tiebreaker will be with Boundham United, but with them being out, at least it sets them a goal. There is still a world in which FaZe maybe finish 15th. Boundham United, though, will be hoping, no, praying that Gaishin do not get any more points. Otherwise, they'll be missing out on the weekly survival.
Sonics here. This is the wrap that I was mentioning, trying to finish off Petrichor Road. And that's Axelef out. It's only Mings remaining, and Game Home is doing the exact same thing from the north. And that's going to give information for Sonics to continue to move in, because coming in from the south, they were potentially lacking information that Game Home had, being in a more central spot. Mime is sneaking up, sneaking around. Not overextending. Mings is taking a little bit of damage, forced to fall back, and that could be falling back into the line of sight. Or rather, don't even need line of sight when you have a cooked grenade. Perhaps a little overcooked. Second one should be a little better.
Yeah, and this also, by the way, if they get rid of Mings, they'll push up into 3rd place at minimum now here for Sonics, depending on what happens with Game Home. But it's like almost a 2-pronged attack here. Not only do you get the kill in-game, but you're also then eliminating Pero, so they'll be able to take their position on the leaderboard. It's not vital that they get rid of him now, but honestly, sooner the better. Don't really want to be dealing with the rat in the blue for too much longer. Just barely going to get that first aid kit off, but as soon as he peeks, surely goes down. Maybe wants to get a knock that he can flush. Not going to happen, and that will be it for Mings. Best thing to do here, though, is just tonight, do not allow Sonics to get the kill point. It's not going to matter really in the end, though, because, of course, the placement points for Sonics will probably get them over the line against Pero anyway. Plus, they'll likely get a couple more kills.
Gonna have to see. Nonetheless, Petrichor Road, not exactly the greatest ending to this streak, but finding themselves in the top 5 at the very least is something they can count on going forward as a weekly survival. 6 teams remaining. Quite a few of them really, really healthy, but a number of wounded squads, particularly Quizzy, who is still surviving in the middle and is still in the center of the next zone. And now Game Home, caught between Sonics and Enter Force, get the opening knock against Mime, but the grenades are trying to answer back.
Selfie watching Enter Force, and then you got the other two players basically taking on Sonics. They got that initial knock, but Sylphie loses his fight to Enterforce. Now, Enterforce can actually maybe enter the fray against Sonics as well, and maybe the rest of Game Home are pushing up. Mime gets revived, headshot from Strimzy, and just like that, they make short work of Game Home, who's still, at the moment, looking like they're going to finish in the top 5 for Game Home from Vietnam. That's still a big pat on the back for them. For Sonics, though, they can still get second place. I don't think it's mathematically possible to get top spot, but at the very least, second is still amazing for them. Enterforce still fighting for a better position on the leaderboard. Currently 9 points behind AAA, plus placement points means it's not that bad. But you wipe out Sonics, get a couple more kills, get the win. They could still get around that 10th spot.
This is all a fight about the lower half, which is insane to think about. Outside of Sonics, everyone is 10 or below.
Oh, by the way, quickly, FaZe at minimum now are actually in bottom 2 because AAP will get their placement points when they go out.
Oh, that's true.
So FaZe are in 14 at minimum. Now, of course, FaZe can't go 16th. I'm sure many would have been lolling at that, but for the most part, still, bottom 2 is not great, Ken.
I mean, it would have been funny. But no, this fight between Enterforce and Sonics is actually not really popping off. A grenade got a knock initially, but the carry for the revive is coming in from Mime. H-Win, if he gets revived, gonna put Sonics back at full force, of course, but Enterforce are trying to keep the pressure on. Rushing forward, maintaining map control, just leaving Pure Boy behind, but now Strimzy is there for the defense. Couple of shots in. That's a lot of utility used and really not a lot found after H-Win, so they could be running out.
I mean, the good news for Sonics, though, is that no one's going to third-party this fight coming in from behind them. It's just too much of an open field to their left-hand side, closer towards the center. You can see on the minimap, basically, where everyone is. Kaishin on the other side of the map, along with Archangel Predator. I love, though, that the final teams that we have here, minus Sonics, are all in the bottom half of the standings. So, you know, Na'Vi, by the way, they should have gone out earlier, but Quizzy's going to get them placement points. That might get them from, say, like 10th up to 8th. That's a difference in itself. You'd much rather be in the top 8. That's a big, big play from Quizzy for Na'Vi, and he'll continue to get that feed basically until the end. Like, he's not going to have to move as long as he doesn't get spotted, which I'm sure will happen sooner rather than later, but still, this is a really good rank tank. Sonics, they need to deal with Enterforce, though, ASAP. Basically, before they have to be in the next circle. Otherwise, as soon as they come over this ridge, they are going to be spotted by Kaishin and Archangel Predator.
The fact that so many teams are at the bottom, as you mentioned, just means that the stakes are even higher. Every single game extra to be played is that much more important for the teams 10 and below. Enterforce trying to hold off against Sonics, but now back at full force, back revitalized. Sonics are the ones who are on the aggressive. Still not a knock, but good damage. Storlord is forced to fall back and heal on up, and there's a huge wall of smoke. Spotted ahead for a quick second, and now Indigo goes down. Storlord needs to answer back, but he gets answered by a shot to the face.
Pure Boy in the last one alive now for Enterforce. He wasn't quite in the thick of the action. Just tries to duck and get out of the way. 49 health. Mime low, just below him, but he's not going to be able to even get a chance to shoot at him. Oh, actually just spots Silent Knight on the other side of him. Good night, though, for Enterforce. At the very least, they finished strong tonight, up into 12th position at the moment. Archangel Predator into 13th, FaZe into 14th. It's down to Kaishin. They've left it to the last minute, but they will be out of last place. Boundham United will be in dead last, Cam. They will be in that 16th position. The question is, can Kaishin get above FaZe Clan?
Yeah, or even potentially above Archangel Predator, depending on how the points really lay out. Silent Knight gets knocked to Tiggleton. That's going to be good.
Well, I guess
for
they've already done it. I'm pretty sure they've already done it. I think FaZe might actually be in 15th now.
Oh no, Quizzy's
once the placements are converted. Makes it even easier. Kaishin looking great in this last game. 6 kills, still 4 alive. They might have left it to the last second, but sometimes that's when the best work is done, Ken.
Really is. That was my phrase in college, right? That was my mantra. But CJ, the last one remaining, a good weapon, a good tool to use, but it's not going to be enough as Mime takes him out. It is now a 4 versus 4. And Kaishin with the 62%, according to our secret API statisticians. I am going to venture to say that it's a little bit inaccurate, or rather, maybe not, because Mime gets caught out in the open, and oh no, okay, I spoke too soon. I spoke quite a
Oh
bit
my
too
God.
soon. Sonics had no other option but to try and run down the hill. They didn't have the smokes to make it work, and now it's all up to Tickleton. 1 versus 4. Can the boy do it, or are Kaishin going to be winning the final game of reseeding bottom 16 up to 12th from 16th place?
Wow. From dead last, from basically not being able to play weekly survival, they push up the standings and they will get at least a couple of games, Cam, for the weekly survival. They'll be able to play a little bit. They left it to the last second. It also means Balnam United, they're in last place. And it also means FaZe Clan will be this week's Sonics, where they will only get 1 game and 1 chance next week in the weekly survival, or this week.
I mentioned how the lower down on the leaderboard for the reseeding you are, the more important every single game is. And coming in from not even 16th, 15th place up to, what was it, 9th place? Kaishin have quadrupled, largely quadrupled the amount of games that they have available to play to get into the weekly final. But we're going to go back to the panel one final time to give us all the details on how the rest of the week is going to play out.
Thank you very much, Cameron and Xenox. Fantastic casting all day, I have to say, and an extremely exciting end to the final game as well. Kaishin fighting until the very last, Martin. And you know what? Even if they're still only playing day number 3, that win was huge for them.
Yeah, that was massive. This was one of the most interesting pull-ups I've ever seen. Dignitas and FaZe Clan. And that was costly. That was costly. That ended up costing FaZe Clan a potential good game here. They could have pushed E36 and gotten some more points out of it. But unfortunately for them, they didn't. So they actually only gonna get 1 game on Thursday. But Petrica Road stepped up, and throughout this game, we have had some really interesting circles. Throughout this day, sorry, we have some really interesting circles. This one was the top of my my menu, though.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen some circles end in Kuzavai here and there, but not really like this either. I mean, it was really awkward as we saw that massive field that Dignitas as well as FaZe tried to crash together with, you know, Enterforce at the top of it. Like, we normally don't see teams up there, Martin, because it's not really somewhere that the circle likes to favor. But I mean, Quizzy as well. I mean, hats off to him. He got 3 more games for Na'Vi off of that snake.
Yeah, literally proning there for as long as you could just to get the placement points. Yeah, super well calculated for him to put himself in there. And those three games might be the difference maker, right?
100%.
If it wasn't for the fact that Kaishin won this game, up until that point, I was thinking the MVP of this game was Quizzy Zedkey. But I might have to reevaluate that a little bit. That would be a bit harsh on Kaishin. Some really weird plays there. I think, Godspeed, you mentioned it just now. Let's talk about, even if briefly, FaZe and Dignitas both crashing the crop circles. Like, that's so flat and there's no cover, and what?
So the base of where both teams stopped at the same spot, right? Which was also very weird because they were kind of next to each other for the longest time, almost like they were racing.
Right.
But that was the proper spot to crash there, right? Like if FaZe or Dignitas could have gone there without having to deal with one or the other, that could have been, as Martin said, that could have been a clean push on E36. Problem is, both teams had the same idea. They crashed at the same time, and obviously the nades that came out from Enterforce were great because they just crippled both teams. And that's kind of why we saw that really awkward kind of fight. But otherwise, I mean, that crash at the edge of the crop circle was, you know, it's a good position to push on foot. Again, they just had to deal with 2 teams.
Exactly. It ended up looking so unbelievably messy. But it was fantastic entertainment for us. Some decent stats as well from a damage point of view. And here you can see Lanren from Kaishin not doing as much damage as mine, but being as effective with 4 kills in the game. And managing to make them count. To be fair, they got the chicken dinner at the end, and he will get his face up there, and deservedly so, in the final game of the day. They've bought themselves a couple of extremely valuable games, and going into weekly survival, frankly, Martin, enough teams have surprised us so far in this tournament that I'm taking nothing away from Kaishin here. They could surprise us again starting tomorrow.
Yeah, this means that they get, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 games on Thursday, right? But not a surprise, but happy to see, and a big surprise is to win 2 games on a best of 6. That's just an impressive feat to be able to come into, and that means BBL is going to be able to play on the second game of tomorrow. Obviously, after our first 16 teams from the weekly final, they play the first one, and then the winner will be moving on, and BBL will be moving in. It's going to be super good for them to have that many games, and I wouldn't worry too much because I'm quite sure they're going to be able to close one more out coming in the weekly finals or with weekly survival.
Yeah, BBL started the tournament a little bit slower. They didn't quite show us what they normally would expect, but managing to get the 2 chicken dinners here basically stomped on everything else the lobby had to offer. This is what weekly survival looks like, ladies and gentlemen. So whichever team wins the first game, BBL Esports will then move in. After them, it'll be Sonics and then New Happy and Petrichor Road. Taking a look at the order of the teams on the waiting list here, Dustin. More or less, possibly with the exception of FaZe Clan, what you expected going into today?
For the most part, yeah, but I really want to give a massive shout out again to Game Home. I mean,
yes, absolutely.
They really came in and they played their hearts out, man, and they got themselves a 5th place finish. I don't think any of us had them in the top 5, let alone maybe even in the top 10. Again, a team coming in who is dealing with 2 subs as a sub themselves, right? And the fact that they were able to pull a top 5, they won the first game. That was a great time for them to start the momentum going just out of the gate. And I'm just super happy for that team, as well as Kai Jin, man. They were looking real yikes for a bit there, right? Sitting in last place. They were struggling to find any points as well as any placements, but they had a hell of a last game. Yes, they caught some circles, but now they even get a chance. So, you know, GX is another one of the teams that I felt did fairly well today. These are the teams that we kind of look at to maybe sit towards the bottom of the leaderboard, but good on them. Good on all of them.
Yeah, Game Home especially, a team we really want to raise up on the pedestal today to say they really brought it, and a fantastic result for them. They're going to be able to play a decent number of matches. How about yourself, Martin? What are your closing thoughts on the order of the teams that we've got going into this week's games?
Well, so first of all, happy to see a EU team on the top, obviously, and a EMEA team coming in. BBL, not surprising. No, I gotta say, some of the teams that we expected to do well did well. We expected the Sonics to kind of come in and crush. New Happy, Petrichor Road, they're all in the top 4. BBL was one of those teams that we've seen at PGI be able to play extremely well. They showed up and they showed us that they want to play in the weekly survival, and they showed us that they're able to win. Now I just want to see them be able to close out one of those chicken dinners in the weekly survival as well, so they can be in a weekly final, because that's where they are able to form super well as well. But I will say, obviously, a bit of a surprise with FaZe Clan being only be able to play 1 game. It's a little bit sad to see Mad Clan and AAA have that few games on 10th and 11th place overall. I gotta say, it's if they were able to have some better games on Miramar, both of them, then they would have easily been able to play tomorrow. But unfortunately, no.
Yeah, it's going to be very unfortunate for them. At the same time, someone always has to lose out, unfortunately, and maybe they'll only need a couple of games. Who knows? Ladies and gentlemen, Weekly Survival begins tomorrow, so I look forward to welcoming you there at PGC 2021. The order of the teams that will be coming into the lobby once those chicken dinners start getting won, that's now been set, and we can fully focus on having teams qualify for our next weekly finals. We hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast. Stay safe wherever you're watching from, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the broadcast again tomorrow morning. That's it from us for now. Take care and good night.